fact, we have a poll. I didn't know we had a poll. We have a poll which was based on who we thought would win. We had 48% thinking England win, 28% New Zealand, and 24% are expecting a super over. 24%.
24%.
This is already a super over, if you ask me. From Matt Henry, who's in again to bowl to Roy. Roy now decides to come down the wicket to negate as much of the movement of swing that he can. Plays this one comfortably enough up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Not a man who's over-blessed with intelligence, I'd say, Jason Roy, but that was quite intelligent batting, I think.
Well, I don't mind if whether you're you can be as stupid as you like off the pitch as long as you have cricketing intelligence. That's what I always go along with. Anyway,
but yeah, you're right. He did take a pace down, just to try to negate any of that late swing that you might be getting. And also played it fairly comfortably in the end.
Yeah, next delivery is outside the off stump and he punches up to mid-off. There is no run. Also, I suppose further down he gets, if he does get hit on the pad, if the ball does come back, you know, he's got more leeway, hasn't he? The ball's got further to travel if there's an LBW shout. Anyway, 5 dot balls from Henry to start with.
Shipman has got this comment about the umpiring the World Cup has been pretty pathetic, but I'd say that decision was just line ball.
Yeah, it's easy to knock the umpires with the technology, but they generally do a good job.
Full, but that's too full, and it's driven by Roy. Even with the timing and force that he has, this outfield does seem to be a little bit slow, but it does run to the nursery end for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, go!
Spoiled what had been a very good over until that point. England moved to 5 for no wickets.
Leah Ashwin takes 6 and top scores for knots against Surrey. What a hero. Rakesh Pradhan, it was out. How the umpire gave it not out in the first place is shocking. Sportsnet, more than clipping.
Hang on. It was hitting half the stump, so it's perfectly reasonable to give it not out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's some comments here from a couple of fans who just believe it was more than clipping and it should have been given, but I would say they'll be all Kiwi supporters or England haters who would be in that category. And Muttley, too much excitement, I can't cope.
Get back on your rug, Muttley.
Yeah, steady on. Sit down in front of that fire. Bairstow then to face Bolt in his second over, running in from the pavilion end. Oh, he throws that one wide, and it's given us a wide. Got that to go a little bit too far outside off stump.
Wide.
England move to 6 for no wicket. If you're just joining us on Guerrilla Cricket, where the hell have you been? Where is your note from your parents? Because you missed New Zealand getting 241 for 8.
Apparently there's some other sporting events on today. I've seen some polls.
This one comes back, but Bairstow just about gets back down on it, steers it to mid-wicket. Threat of Bolt's in-swinger is a big one, it has to be said. It's certainly doing something for him in a way that it didn't really do anything for Stark when Australia bowled against England on Thursday.
Stark just went off the boil, didn't he? At precisely the wrong moment for his team.
In a way, but I just don't think it was swinging. I mean, Behrendorff wasn't really getting it to go either. This one comes back into Bairstow again, a little bit shorter of length. Probably hit him on the thigh. Runs out to the offside.
I hated facing left armers when I was an opening batsman. It sounds obvious, but it is such a different angle, a different challenge. That one has hit Johnny V right in the bollocks, by the way. It is really, really hard. I was given not out by one of my teammates who was umpiring first ball of an innings. I was plumb, by the way.
Yes.
Absolutely plumb. It's just so hard.
Bolt in again. Oh, and as he nearly dragged on there, that's what I said the threat was. That often is with Johnny Bairstow when he throws his hands at the ball. He's got away with it. He's got a single as it ran down on the 45 towards fine leg. So he has his first run, a fortuitous one. Well, he dragged it onto his back leg and then rolled back towards the stumps, but fortunately for him, not onto them. And Bolt will be wondering what he's done to offend the gods of cricket.
The cricket gods aren't with New Zealand at the moment.
Bolt in again. Bowls to fabulous ball, completely Yorks Roy, but somehow that hasn't hit the stumps. It must have hit a boot or something as it was just sliding down the leg side, but he was completely done on the length of that ball. It was an absolutely delicious Yorker that swung into him. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, well, he's actually managed to get
nothing on it.
He managed to even lift his foot over the top of the ball. He was done completely by Bolt, and this is a fabulous opening spell.
Swung
which
that too far,
deserves a
Trent.
wicket, yes. Bolt in again, and he's down the wicket, and he plays that really well. With a flick of the wrist, he guides that away through extra cover, and that's a good response from Roy, and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It's not dull, is it?
Not dull at all. This is it's all happening out there at the moment, and New Zealand will feel rather sore that they haven't already picked up a wicket, but England responding well and trying to play their shots when they can.
Just that game of centimetres, a few centimetres here and there, and how different would this be right now?
Absolutely. I think that's probably, it is true of sport, isn't it? When you think of another lovely ball, but he's met that with the full face of the bat. They've run through for a single as Kane Williamson comes over from mid-off to field. And that is the end of Bolt's second over. He'll be very upset that he has figures of none for 8, and England after 3 are 12 for no wickets.
So a couple of tweets. Arthur Shire, innings break has given me the chance to mow the lawn. Back with you in time for the inevitable England collapse.
Hey!
Adam Kite, delicious irony in the never trust a man with 2 first names jingle as Matt Henry balls to Jason Roy.
Yes. Oh, indeed. Of course.
Leah, people should stop abusing the umpires this World Cup. Not one bucknail hair among them, or Random Rudy for that matter.
Random Rudy, yes.
David Evans, how can that possibly be not out? Because the umpire gave it not out, would be my play on that one.
And it was only hitting half a stump.
Derek Willis, look, I was in church, okay? Had to be to the liturgist, which I don't know what that means. So not much chance to check the cricket, but here now. I hope that liturgist went well. Liturgist, what's that?
Welcome, my son.
Henry bowls ball that comes back into Roy, but Roy has lifted his bat way above his head, got it out of the way, and through the keeper it goes. It's a form of liturgy, isn't it?
The liturgy, yes.
The liturgy, yes. It started to go away and then hit the wicket and decided to go the other way. Well, that's great bowling, but Jason Roy is taking a step down the wicket to do all he can to negate that. Henry turns, he's in again, bowls, and it's a beauty which goes off the pitch as well as moving away in the air. He has a little bit of a fiddle for it outside off stump and is beaten by that. He nods his acknowledgement of what a good delivery that was. So we're seeing some great artistry from New Zealand here from these fast bowlers.
Great artistry from Dr. Dan Diper as well. Some beautiful images that you see of some wickets we've seen in the New Zealand innings.
Absolutely.
Head to our Twitter page for more.
Indeed. Here's Henry again into Roy, and it's on his legs, and he flicks that away down to long leg. It'll only be a single because it hurried down to the backfielder there, who is Lockie Ferguson.
So he's got the tash now, hasn't he?
He's got the 70s porn tash.
He's
right. He really has. He could have just stepped out of the pages of, I don't know, whatever.
Is he just? It's been passed on from Jimmy Neesham to him.
I think it's reached its fruition in Lockie.
He's playing with bats and balls.
Yeah.
Looks a bit peach fuzzy to me. Remember that line from Beverly Hills Cop?
I don't know.
That is his tash, peach fuzz,
Peach fuzz.
about his top lip.
Big dark dirty cloud over Lords at the moment, but no rain as far as we can tell, as Henry comes in from the nursery end, bowls to Bairstow, finds an outside edge as he probes forward, feeling for the ball a little bit. It runs down to third man and they take the 1. He goes to 2. Roy has 11. It's 14 for no wicket.
Anna Forsyth, I've lost the tweet. I really can't cope with this. Fuck me, drink and bowl.
Think about pizza, Anna. Again, thank you very much for that generous donation.
I enjoyed the pizza.
Me too.
Most of it was cold by the time I got to the second helping,
Still.
sadly. But there you go. Henry in again to Roy. Roy jabs this away from his waist towards Guptill at mid-wicket. There is no run.
What you want to do there is eat faster.
Yeah, that's true. I had one really big juicy piece to start with just before my those last 10 overs. But yeah, by the time I got out there for the second helping,
All of us all of you have spoilt us enormously
Certainly have.
with donuts and pizzas and beer and everything. Thank you.
we can't eat it all. We can't eat it all. Down the wicket comes Roy. Smashes that over the top of mid-on. It's going to plug. It's not gone very far. It's going to plug. Sort of about 20 yards inside the boundary at Cow. But they've got back for 2. It wasn't much fun to watch, but it was effective. England have now reached 16 for no wicket after 4.
Nice work there. They just went along with it and tried to hit it out of the ground, but that is the way he plays. Muttley, surprisingly, we're only 0.89 runs below the run rate. That shot, I would say, maybe slightly ahead. Jay Grover, hello, my name is Jay. I've just made my bed. Nothing else happened in my flat during lunch. What's all the shouting about?
Jay, I don't even want to imagine what else has been going on in the lunch break in your flat or anywhere near you.
Yeah, we've got a couple of score updates from Otis Sayman, just for those who are interested in other sports apart from cricket. Djokovic took the first set, 7-6. Federer up a break in the second.
Good.
Vettel drove into the back of Verstappen. Hamilton, Bottas, Leclerc with 6 laps to go. Bottas has to pit again.
Bowls, and Bairstow hits this with the swing quite nicely, crisply really, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's a very interesting start this has been, as it was really to the New Zealand innings. I think there's been helpful conditions to the bowlers all day really. When it stopped swinging and moving off the pitch has just died a little bit, so it's been difficult to play fluent strokes. Yes. I would say
you can't trust it 100%.
No. Bolt in again to Bairstow, and Bairstow, oh wow, I thought he'd been bowled by that, but actually it just hit him high on the thigh. Again it came right back into him, defeated his shot. The ball rebounded away to first slip, and there is no run.
Rich Clark has got some perfect tactical advice. On holiday, tactically told my wife that I would look after my son so she could have a nap in the innings break. Now sitting on a sun lounger with a glass of wine while she's running ragged by him, cashing in for the next hour.
Oh, that's crafty.
Did you make sure that was during your son's sleep time?
Very.
Hope she's not listening.
Very good. Bolt in again to Bairstow. Bairstow drives. He's going to get runs here. He's pierced the field on the offside, and that is going to run away towards the grandstand for 4 runs. Trent Bolt stands there and wonders where the justice has gone.
It's a bit like Fido Dido, doesn't he? Trent Bolt.
I don't know who Fido
his
Dido
hair.
is.
You know the little character for 7-Up? The little cartoon with his hair sticking upwards. Like his face has been caught in a lift or something.
You've been working in advertising too long.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Bolt, short one. Bairstow ducks underneath it. Through the keeper it goes. There is a man at a short backward square leg, I would say. Or perhaps you could argue it's a leg gully, but quite square. And that's the one that he just clips with the swing off his legs.
Johnny with his bluely branded...
Bluely branded?
Yeah, bluely.
Bluely branded
Gray Nichols.
Yep.
It's nice. And his nickname is Blue, isn't it?
Bluey. Well, his dad was known as Bluey.
Yeah.
Bolt in. Oh, big full toss driven, and that will also run away for 4. Didn't get the length right there at all. Did get some swing, but it wasn't enough, and that is another boundary. England moved to 24 for no wicket. Roy has 13. Bairstow with that shot goes into double figures. He has 10 from 13 deliveries. 1 ball remaining in Bolt's 3rd over.
That's how you play a full toss.
Yep.
The Kiwis should be watching this from the slips Corden.
Yeah, it can take you by surprise, the low full toss, can't it?
It can.
That one was right in the zone for him just to guide effortlessly through the covers.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it disrupts your rhythm a little bit, doesn't it? And you can be late or a bit early on it. Bairstow now 506 runs in this tournament. Defends the next ball from Bolt, which is the final one of the over. He's now bowled 3 overs and has none for 16.
Parks. My innings breaks gave me some time to whiz the motor down to the car wash and pop some more washing on the line. Rock and roll Sunday.
Yeah, more of your Sunday stories here, please.
Jeff Perkins is apparently thinking about creating a jingle which no one will know what to look for or find, but there's a bit of commentary going. We should try to find it and demand and play it. But if you know which jingle it is,
what?
Let us know. If there's some random jingle in there, which would be pretty funny, we'd be happy to play it.
Or have you just sent it? Are you just saying you've sent it to our jingles inbox?
Is it something about like nothing's happening or there's no jingle for this or something? Is that the one?
It could be one of those conundrums.
I saw that recently.
Lost levels in Mario where you can't really find out which one it is.
Henry continues, 2 slips. He bowls to Roy, who thumps this off the front foot up to mid-off. There is no run.
Leah just with I wouldn't let Lockie play with my balls. Porn stashes are a no-go.
Fair point. We're looking at the fan zone at Trafalgar Square, London. It looks like there's a good crowd turned out there, which is great to see. The deck chairs are on display. There are a lot of people standing at the back in front of the National Gallery, isn't it? National Gallery?
Yes,
it
the
is.
National Gallery, yes,
and
yeah.
Portrait Gallery, isn't it?
Portrait Gallery, that's the one. Driven slightly airily, but finding the gap again. Lovely shot by Roy, and that runs away in front of the mound stand for 4 more.
I'm looking over a 4.
28 for no wicket. England's batsman beginning to play a few shots. That wasn't that far away from Mitchell Santner at extra cover.
Spidery, isn't he, Santner?
He is very spidery, yes,
Yeah.
the way he moves, yes. Indeed, you could imagine that he had 8 limbs rather than the 4 that he does have.
That'd be cheating, wouldn't it?
That would
Needed
be
a web.
cheating.
Just
That's a
flick a
point.
web from
It
his
wouldn't just
hand.
be left arm
Catch
round
that
the
ball.
wicket, it would be
And that's why spiders don't play international cricket. They're not allowed.
No, that's right, exactly. Here is Henry again into Roy, who drives down the line of the ball, but the ball actually deviates away from him, and he is beaten by that one. He acknowledges that was a decent delivery, and it's a very sporting from him. Went quite late as well. Lovely delivery, really, from Henry. I want to keep calling him Henri
Henri.
for some reason. But,
Mathieu Henri.
Indeed. The French New Zealander is coming in again from the nursery end to Roy, and Roy's got an edge to that one. I think it's
It's gone.
just been taken by Latham diving forward, and finally Matt Henry and New Zealand themselves have something to cheer about, because that was an absolute beauty. Roy is on his way. He's made 17. England are 28 for 1, and they're doomed. These really are good bowling conditions, aren't they? That's found quite a significant edge, and it's just reached Latham as he gets his gloves underneath that one.
But that previous ball that he played out, and you're playing hard out in front of your pads. That's not the way to play on this pitch either. You've got to play it under your nose. You've got to play it Kane Williamson style. And I know that's not Jason Roy's natural game, but he went hard at another one there, and he's paid the price this time.
Yeah, well, again, I think it's something to do with the pace off the pitch. He's reaching for it, thinking it's going to be there a little bit earlier than it is. Anyway, he bumps gloves with Joe Root as he comes into the long room. Joe Root disappears from the long room, and that'll be a big disappointment from Jason Roy. But of course, he could have been out first ball. He got away with one a little bit.
Yeah.
And Root is on his way.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pit, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It is Joe Root, and he was being interviewed before the start of the play today, and I'm not sure what's gone on with his hair, but it honestly looked like someone had taken the thatched roof off a cottage, dyed it bright yellow, and stuck it on his head. Very strange.
It's adding a bit of colour to the miserable day in weather outside.
Well, I suppose
That's all
so.
it is.
Colour, yeah, but it was the texture of the hair that was
texture, is it?
so disturbing.
These are the ones that you want to stand out in a World Cup picture. If you're holding a trophy, you want to be the one that stands out.
Oh, I see. Yeah, possibly
be part of
possibly.
it.
Yeah, could be it. Could be it. Or it could just be a lot of product.
Could be. TV umpire. So Roy isn't the smartest in the England lineup. Who is? I'd go for Root or Morgan. Let's see how they bat here today. And I like this one from Ravi Nair. I wonder if Bolt's dressing room nickname is the same. Oh, that deserved a laugh.
Don't get it. Henry into Root. This one moves away from him down the hill. He gets enough bat on it to jab it into the offside square, and there is no run. Explain that
Usain
one to me
Bolt.
again.
So you got Bolt,
Oh.
and his dressing room name was Usain, which would make it Usain Bolt.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. All right. I'm with you now.
Excellent.
Just about. Good catch by Latham, picking that up off his toes, really. It's, again,
It was. I mean, it's sort of a bit of cross-seam delivery that just seamed off the pitch slightly, and the footwork wasn't as strong as it needed to be.
bowls to Root again. Root is forward to this one and pushes it back to the bowler. Henry then striking first, as he did against India. Is that another of the many omens that we keep seeing in this game? 28 for 1 after 6. New Zealand made 241 for 8.
Well, New Zealand have definitely deserved that wicket.
Yeah.
Been a bit unlucky that first ball, really, not to get Jason Roy LBW. It was a very marginal call. Got away with it that time, but he didn't get away with one that he pushed very hard at in that over.
Now, it's curious. As Jason Roy's gone off, Alim Dar, who presumably is the third or fourth official, I imagine, standing just the other side of the boundary, and is saying something to
Saying
him.
something like, "Don't be a prick."
Exactly, yeah, check your attitude.
But
Surprising
I
to see him
don't
there.
see anything wrong with his attitude there. Did anyone see anything wrong with that? Bolt bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives. Lovely fluent shot, but well fielded by Williamson up there at mid-off. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about. Seems unnecessary.
I imagine it's more he's probably due to come out to talk to the umpires and he happened to be in the boundary.
Is he just saying bad luck? I wouldn't say that to Jason Roy.
He's saying, you know, you should let the...
I believe we're back. I saw something about Knackle saying he was going to give us a count, but I wasn't paying any attention at all. Are we back? We're not back. Yes. We are back. Well, that's fantastic. I mean, really, honestly, if you're going to give us some sort of counting, first rule would be to make sure the people you're counting for are actually watching what you're doing.
I don't know about you, Tony, but I'm back, and so's
Annie,
Bessie.
as you will,
Hey,
we are.
Annie! How good to see you.
How
How's
good to
Exeter?
see you. Oh, very pretty and sunny and lovely. Are you at a beach?
No, it's currently 8:15 at night, and it's 12 degrees, and it's bloody freezing. I'm at home.
12 degrees is quite warm, actually.
Not by Perth standards, I can assure you.
No.
What it is, we seem to have sort of rather slid into the afternoon's proceedings. The voices you have just heard were St Annie of Exeter herself, the Queen of Hearts, the Queen of County Cricket Hearts, Annie Chave.
Thank you, Tony. What an introduction. What can I say?
Nothing, and then we'll just carry on and say hello
Okay.
to Messi, who is elder statesman of Perth and the voice of Western Australian cricket as far as guerrilla cricket is concerned. How are you, Messrs?
I'm very well. I've been thoroughly enjoying your coverage this morning too, Tony. Thank you.
Always happy when I can introduce someone else as an older statesman being actually elder than me. So that's
There
always a
are
good
actually
thing.
people older than me in Perth, believe it or not.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it's good to see they're keeping them going. Annie, what did you make of this morning's proceedings?
It was exciting, much more exciting than the last day of the last test, I have to say, which was about the only part of the game that I managed to see,
Yeah.
despite having a ticket to see it on Friday.
Well, from what I could see, you were basically munching your way through BAPS, which I'm hoping you were keeping dry, drinking champagne and having a right old time. And the cricket would have seemed fairly incidental, I would imagine, by the second bottle of champagne. But there we go.
It might have got in the way, but I think that probably, judging by the state of some of the people I was with, it would probably have been a good thing, actually.
You look like you were having a good time. And did you enjoy, Messrs, did you enjoy Dan Lawrence's knock? Well, and indeed Mark Wood's knock. I mean, where did that suddenly come from, Messrs? It was a fantastic knock.
I don't know. Something that really strikes me about this English team is how wary the whole of the lower order has been, with the exception of Burns, who's just Burns, and how free the tail tends to be. And, you know, one or two of them come off and you've got an extra 60 or 70 runs. And I like that attitude. It's just that the lower order's pretty scary because they just seem very flimsy.
Well, that is very true. We are about to resume proceedings. Ollie Stone is tying his shoelaces, which I think would be a definite advantage for a quick bowler. We will jingle him up.
I wish my papa was a Ollie Stone. At any granny comes to and makes it his own. I wish my papa's Ollie Stone. Then I'd have a claim of my own.
Indeed, and I'm 43 for 1. Remember New Zealand. Rather lucky that's not for 2, because I looked like a good catch from Crawley. Stone in wide of the off stump and taken comfortably enough by Bracey. We will jingle up the 2 batsmen, one of whom is Conway and the other is this gentleman.
Tonight, I'm William. No, not that guy on Papahito. I won't sing out, score some runs.
comes Stone again. What a jingle, goodness me. It's full swinging and a down leg, and Bracey dives to his right. And there is no run. Messi, if you're young Bracey, you've just had those 2 noughts, a first baller, one of them. You know your place in the side is rather a temporary one. How do you mentally switch off that aspect of it and just focus on the job in hand, which is your wicket keeping? Surely it's niggling at the back of your mind, isn't it?
I'm sure it is, but I'm sure it's the case for every cricketer, and it's part of what they go through.
That is true. Stone again over the wicket, and this one's driven beautifully through the covers, and I think that's going to go all the way. First boundary of the afternoon. Lot to admire in that shot. Front foot forward, bat angled, used the pace on the ball, held the pose even before he ran. So it was a delightful shot. Though I will say again, rather lucky to be there, Conway. He's on 31.
Yes, I was talking to my son just as we were eating, and he was saying that everyone on Sky.
Stone again. Yeah, left turn through to Bracey, tosses it to first slip. You were eating again. I mean, not that you were. I mean, the last time I saw you doing anything to do with food was at Lord's nearly a week ago. But
I was eating. I had cheese and tomato toasty. Which was
did you?
Hot.
I got a toasty machine for my birthday.
Haven't
had one for years. Yeah, no, I was genuinely quite excited by it.
Yeah. I just did it under the grill then.
They go really well in an air fryer. It works really well for toasting.
In a what fryer?
Air fryer.
An air fryer, apparently. I have no idea either, Annie, as this one is played away by Conway 2
What
points.
the hell is an air fryer?
Is that like not a real fryer, but like air guitar? Only one you sort of pretend to make a toasty with.
It's basically a miniature fan-forced oven, really, I think. But look them up. They're
aspirant
really brilliant.
toasty makers who can't actually play a toaster.
God, Australians can't have any normal things. You can't have just a toasty. It's got to be an air fucking fryer, doesn't it?
Well, I know.
I
47.
think they may have actually reached England.
47 for one. It's certainly news to me. In comes Stone again. A little bit inside edgy by Conway. Pushes it to Stuart Broad, who is at short mid on. There's no run. It's the end of that Stone over, and it is our first chance to catch up with St Annie on your social media messages. Annie, what you got?
Well, I'm just going to go for after lunch because I didn't manage to get too far. I missed a few before and they're kind of gone now. So Mog says, I would assume that Bracey's coping through the use of truckloads of opiates. Actually, having said that, I do feel for Bracey a lot because he's just been looking really, really good in the county championship, and then suddenly to have a he looked so devastated yesterday, didn't he, when he was out? Oh God. He did.
It was I don't think there was a person who didn't feel for him as he didn't leave the crease for a few seconds and sort of hunched over and thought, what have I done? Anyway, it's would you believe it's the man with in his 162nd record-breaking Test appearance, who we will jingle. There we go. In he comes, left by Will Young. I'm not going to go into loads of musical analogies. I heard David trying to lead us off down that path. I thought Strauss, by the way, was a rather good suggestion, whoever came up with that one.
Yes, I hadn't thought Strauss.
Oh, yeah. One of the greatest composers ever to open the batting for England, so let's be realistic.
Anyway, going back to not my food, but going back to the Devon Conway thing, I did. I'll just break off a minute.
Yep. Lord Jimmy is approaching the crease, and Will Young is onto the back foot just to guide it down at the offside.
Even Simon Dool thought it was out, and so this idea that the third umpire said it was clearly, it's as clearly as the government obviously are about everything. It was clearly hitting the ground. I don't know about that at all.
I watched it multiple times because and it looked 100% a catch to me, so I had no idea what anyone else was seeing. In comes Jimmy again onto the back foot, goes Young, guides to point. They will take a quick single. They ran that very tidily. And New Zealand will move on to 48 for 1. Young is on 7, and Russ Conway, not Russ Conway, is it? Devon Conway, but I always want to call him Russ Conway.
It's got perfect name. Perfect
named
name,
after a
Devon.
famous pianist of whenever it was, the 60s, I think.
Anyway, I hope he continues to be as lucky as he obviously is when he plays.
Well, you earn your luck to a certain extent, and I think you could definitely say his Lord's innings has earned him a bit of luck for that effort.
Oh, yeah, that was
Joe Root is organising
furious.
his troops. Let's just have a look what we have here for Conway. There's a man being brought in to mid-wicket, and we have what looks like a short fine leg in place, which is rather interesting. I wonder what they have in mind. Is Jimmy going to drop one slightly short? Not normally his style. Let's have a look and see. No, bang on a length, erring towards off, and Conway just dabs it down into the offside, and there's no run.
We could get Wagner in.
Wagner, no. I heard. Wagner was one of the obvious ones. Yeah, we did Wagner. But I can't remember. Who else was there.
There were a few New Zealanders who are still awake on Twitter suggesting maybe New Zealand was overdue for a bit of luck after their memories of Lords from 2 years
Well,
ago.
I think that's
I
fair
don't know
enough.
what that
That
means.
one is played by Conway. I think he was looking to push that into the onside. It was a little bit outside edgy and fielded at short cover. Movement in the air for Jimmy. Now, one of the things, Messi, we saw yesterday, I think, was really the whole atmosphere in the sense of, meteorologically speaking, rather than noise from the crowd getting progressively more pissed, seemed to become more oppressive, and the ball was moving more in the afternoon. So it'll be interesting to see how England go here. Pulled by Conway. Fine. There is no fine leg, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
52, so New Zealand passed the 50 mark, trailing now by 251. Yeah,
Yes, I
changing
was
conditions.
wondering. Yeah, I was wondering if we would see a repeat of that today, because it didn't seem to be swinging much in the morning session today either. But it does occur to me, as you put it to me like that the crowd, as they got more pissed, were singing "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot" more and more, and the more they sang "Swing," the more the ball swung. So you know.
You think that's what? Maybe it's the atmosphere from the crowd, the beer fumes. Get into the air a little bit. Or,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Novel
That's an
approach.
interesting idea. It's the Glenn Miller principle of
New metric.
the Glenn Millerometer. Ollie Stone, in he comes again. That was the end of that Anderson over Stone, and is into Will Young, who tidily just nudges him into the onside of big ump. There are, what are we seeing? A large inflatable duck for? Is that in a pond outside Edgbaston? I think it must be. Is that one of those like pedalo things?
It looks
Bloody
like
big
it,
pond.
Yes.
Those things are so frustrating. You pedal for all you're worth and seem to go absolutely nowhere at all.
I'm not going
That's
on the pedalo
intention.
with you, Tony.
Andrew Flintoff, maybe. He's the cricketing pedalo expert. You may well recall. In comes Stone again, ducked under and through to Bracey it goes. There is no run.
Well, speaking of things on the water, Knackle advises us that Devon Conway and Ollie Stone played together for the Vauxhall Mallards, really, in the East Anglia Premier League in 2015-2016.
Oh, that is
course,
fine
he's
knowledge.
He's from Norfolk, isn't he? Of course, is young Ollie, even though he's found his way to make Edgbaston his home. He's going to be in again. 3 slips, go down, and takes the edge. Dropped at first slip. It's Joe Root who picks up the second pair of sunglasses. If he could have picked the ball up the same way as he picked that second pair of sunglasses up, once again New Zealand would have had their second wicket. Ollie Stone will be distraught. It was a regulation first slip. Of course it went at some speed, but it just went in and down. In fact, he had 3. In fact, he had it cradled as he fell, and it still somehow wriggled away. And I'm afraid, Joe Root, that was a horror story. And New Zealand survived.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Stone in again. Young, who is a lucky man, pushes forward and back to the, I would imagine, somewhat aggrieved Ollie Stone. He's been going well for Durham, though, hasn't he? Will Young this season, am I right?
Yeah, he's got a couple of tons, I think. I have to say that the feed stopped on me while that was going on, and I could hear you calling it as dropped, and I thought, oh, please don't let it be Bracey. So I was sort of relieved where it was.
No, I'm afraid it was almost as this one again beats the outside edge of a very tentative prod from Young. This is a really probing, effective spell from Ollie Stone. He should have had a wicket. It's always difficult
England
when it's your
have been
captain.
bowling well. They have been bowling well, definitely.
They have. That one just did enough. You probably could argue that Young played inside the line in the end. Yes, I think he did. But it's excellent. He's found his line of length, has Ollie Stone, and he really should have his first wicket. But not his luck, and I'm afraid that's Joe Root to blame. Forward comes Young, goes straight to point. They think about a single, quite rightly changed their minds. End of the over, 52 for 1. It could easily be 52 for 3. And we will go to St Annie.
Mog says, clearly air frying technology hasn't made it all the way to England yet, Messi, probably because of Brexit.
Yes.
Most things are.
Well, if it's from Australia, we let that in. We want, we are very happy to trade with stuff that has to go most of the way around the world.
The better, right?
Most of the listeners looking at the tweets actually have heard of them. It's just you two.
Okay, Steve Shipcott says air fryers are the biz, Annie. Healthier than fat frying. Highly recommended. But I like fat frying. I've got a chip fat.
A what?
Pan. I've got a chip fat. I've got a chip pan.
A chip pan, okay. Well, yeah, I haven't used one for years. I use the oven variety. As Anderson beats the outside edge of Conway. England are really aggrieved here, I think.
Sorry, Tony.
They're probably aggrieved because they missed the opportunity.
Oven chips are no way, any way as good as fat fried chips in your deep fat fry.
Well, no, I'm sure that is true. And if I ever go to a chip shop, obviously,
it's easy.
Out of newspaper, proper chips out of newspaper, of course, I still enjoy. Anderson, top of his mark. He's wicketless too so far. He's in and he's solidly met by Conway. Now we have Craig Overton on as a substitute fielder. I'm not sure who for yet. We'll try and work that out for you. The production department is on the case.
It was worth him missing Somerset for a couple of balls in 1 over then.
Not that you're bitter or anything.
No.
So good Lord, Somerset fans aren't ones to bear grudges.
As
in comes Anderson and forward comes Conway, and this just bumbles its way to point, and there is no run. 52 for 1.
I read your article in my magazine about rakes and things.
I don't think I mentioned rakes today.
Okay,
This
instance.
Actually,
that was in a tweet when you mentioned it.
Thank you.
Your article, yeah.
I know. I only put in one very subtle dig at Somerset and got it in early, and then decided to concentrate on the brief in hand. Anderson in, nicely played by Conway, just above the line of his off stump. Good probing spell again from Anderson. Ollie Stone will be spitting feathers, I would imagine, because there really is no reason why, well, other than the fact that Joe Root had slippery fingers.
I've got to ask you, where does spitting feathers come from?
Yeah, has he been eating birds?
Yeah. Where
Well, I hope none of mine, I hope. I suddenly look up and find Luigi's disappeared. Anderson in again. Played away into the onside by Conway this time. There's no run. 35 for him, or 59 balls. 52 for 1 New Zealand. Trailing by that 2-5-1. But
Tony, you were perplexed as to why people might think you had a castle with servants. I think it's because you talk about all the game animals you can see out of your window.
Well, I think magpies are basically vermin. I'd hardly call them game animals. It's not like I've got, herds of partridges or whatever it is, as flocks of this one is pushed away to the offside by Conway.
Tony, I can see you in your +4s.
It's the end of the over, and to get away from that image, if all of our listeners haven't left us, I will ask Annie to update us on your social media messages.
Okay, Niall says, missed Will Young coming in. Tell me your jingle is, think I better leave right now. I don't think it is.
So it's been a well-ploughed furrow, the musical connections discussion.
Josie Oak says, I've got an air fryer. Marvellous machines. I do all sorts in them, including cheese on toast. I just don't know.
Yep.
I don't know what. The
So
world's
easy.
coming to.
Okay.
It's not about ease. It's about pleasure.
Oh, these are pleasurable
I
too.
shall always remember you said that as in comes Ollie Stone and forward comes Will Young. And this again is just pushed away into the offside. There's your mate, Bumble. Invest in a Bumble coin, it says on some strange reason. It says on one of those things.
I saw Bumble on Friday night.
Did you, by Jove?
Yeah, I sat with the Sky after my no, it's Thursday night before my day of rain. I sat in the pub with the Sky lot.
Oh, listen to you.
Yeah,
52
no,
for 1
God.
in comes Stone. Nicely met by Young and just again pushed away to backward point. He looks looks tidy, but clearly cautious. Just 7 so far, misses off 34 deliveries. He looks like he wants to be in it for the long haul.
Well, that's exactly what they need to do, I think. If you cannot do get to 10 and then get out, 10 off 50 balls and get out, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, he's a touch of the Sibley about him in terms of sort of stoic resilience, I think. Stone is in, and as if to prove the point, Young gets in behind it, pushes it away towards mid-on, and there's no run.
He's a bit more pleasant to watch, though, I have to say.
Poor old Dominic Sibley. I was really defending him yesterday.
I know, but
The poor lad could do nothing right, even down to the fact that he had a grubby jumper. Not Grubby's jumper, a jumper that was grubby.
Oh, I don't mind grubby jumpers.
And we thought he didn't even get his jumper washed for he turned up for a test match, which we
Probably
did
a
think was a bit
superstition,
shabby. In comes Stone. He has a very determined look about him, but Young is forward squarely to just push forward, and again there's no run. None for 9 for Ollie Stone, the man from Norfolk. Made his debut against Ireland, took 3 for 29 on that occasion. Balbirnie being, I think, his first wicket. His only other test, I think, was in Chennai, wasn't it? Took 3 for 47 there.
That's
52.
a remarkable memory.
Thank you. Just call me the memory man, as Bracey, who is so far behind the stumps, lively enough and seems to be compartmentalising his batting disasters and focusing on his current role reasonably well.
I was going to make another comment about Bracey, though. I mean, notwithstanding my sympathy for him, in the test and a bit that we've seen him in so far, he doesn't particularly impress me as a keeper. I mean, you know, Butler's an ordinary keeper. Bairstow's, in my view, a pretty ordinary keeper.
Well, let's just hold that thought. In comes Ollie Stone. Quick. Up 3/4 of the way up. Off stump and met well enough by Young. It's the end of Ollie Stone's over. None for 9 for him. 52 for 1. England. Annie.
I'm going to have to go in quickly. Brian Barish says, good day and good morrow, cricket nerds. Always wonderful to flick on the Gorilla Tube and see Annie Chave's lovely face. Aww. I've always had a great appreciation for county cricket, but Annie's enthusiasm for it has helped me understand it and enjoy it more. Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
I'd second that.
Aww. Mog says, how long after he retires will Anderson have to wait before he gets knighted?
Good question.
Not
Good
long,
question.
Quickly, I'll say, Warren, yes, I think air fryers are being stopped from entering the UK since Brexit because there's a rumour that they promote better health than the oil.
In comes Jimmy Anderson. Ooh, that. Well, they say there's good leaves and bad leaves, and that's all. That was a good leave, but it really did not miss the edge of that off stump of Devon Conway by too much, I have to say. 52 for 1.
It's a bit like the pilot's dictum, you know, any landing you walk away from is a good landing. It's a bit like that with leaves, isn't it?
It is. As Conway on 35 plays this nicely. In fact, it was going to get a single. It was really just a push, but he might even get 2 for his trouble. As both Overton and Stuart Broad converge. And Broad, being the senior of the pair, says, "Righto, you can pick that one up." And probably fair enough. 54 for 1. Conway moves on to 37. The deficit moves under 250. England will be ruining the fact that those shot two wickets they could and certainly should have had. It's an ugly shot from Conway. I think he was looking to play that with a straight bat and then sort of changed his mind at the last minute and rather swiveled it, but managed to push it away to the offside. There's no run. 54 for 1. None for 18 for Jimmy.
I was just going to do a quick tweet. Madam Mohan Sharma says he feels that New Zealand are in a very good position. Generally, second and third day pitches are better for batting. If they take a lead of 150, doesn't it be very difficult for England to save this match?
I would say that's right. I'd be surprised if they got that much of a lead, but who knows? You may well be right. Jimmy Anderson is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Conway, who works him off his legs to backward square leg, where Ollie Pope is doing the fielding.
Depends how our catching.
Well, catches win matches is the oldest adage. It just seemed, I have to say, Messers, it was just the oddest drop, really. I mean, it was a comedy drop. It was a slow motion disaster unfolding because he had about 4 or 5 grabs at it, and he even had it sort of between his legs at one point, and still it escaped.
It was. I mean, it's about as easy as a first slip catch as you're going to get off of a fast bowler.
True enough. In comes Anderson around the wicket. Conway meets it squarely, and there's no run again. 54 for 1. And are you also keeping an eye on YouTube and our friends on Facebook for us as well?
Yeah.
I noticed we've made a lot of new friends. A lot of new friends. Well, I'm sorry if it's not too much trouble.
Sorry,
obviously.
I just noticed a message has been retracted on YouTube
Oh.
by Tony Martinez. What was it?
Oh, I wonder what he was going to say. Now, you see, that always it piques one's interest, doesn't it? If someone's typed something and then decided not to say it, you then automatically want to go, what were you going to say? Conway is ready to face Jimmy, and he drives beautifully through extra cover. That's past Stuart Broad. He's herring off after it, but I think he's going to comfortably come a long way second, and indeed he does, and it's 4 more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
What a superb shot that was, Messers. Everything was right about it, wasn't it?
I'm really impressed with Conway. I mean, that innings at Lord's was just, apart from anything else, concentration, not flashy in any way, but still some really beautiful shots like that one.
One of the things that fascinated me about Lord's as well, not just Conway, but obviously was not 1 but 2 batsmen nearly carried their bat, got down to the 9th wicket, and ultimately neither did it, which I think was a real shame, because to have 2 opening batsmen carry their bat in one match is such a rare thing. 3 slips go down. Ollie Stone is in. That one-handed, played down to fine leg by Will Young. He will get 2 for his trouble. Mark Wood
I'm just going to
is the man
sneak
down
in
there.
with a tweet because I didn't get a chance to say any. One thing, Mark says, one thing I discovered I haven't missed while crowds have been away are those daft fucking songs they sing.
Other what? I didn't quite hear what you said. The daft what? Without the swearing.
Songs they sing.
I still didn't hear that.
Songs
like
we
a
sing.
Oh, I thought they said that the song. This one is down leg and flicked at by Will Young. Speaking of thongs.
I didn't mention thongs at all.
Well, do you mean literally say thongs, like in posing pouch type thong?
Thongs. Your ears have got to lift.
Songs, it's definitely songs.
Okay. That feat at Lord's was actually unique. It's the only time it's ever happened in a Test match, Tony.
Well, hold on a second. As Ollie Stone is in, and that one again a little bit inside edgy, straight to mid-wicket by Will Young, so there's no run. But surely it nearly happened but didn't, because they both managed. Or are you saying that it was unique that they got as far as the 9th wicket? Each of them got as far as the 9th wicket.
Yep, that's right. Wow. And the only other time that's happened was, I think it was Desmond Haynes, who did it twice in the same Test match.
Oh wow! So it's been done by
so
one person
right through the innings.
Hollis Stand is in lively
They've really
mood.
missed their beer snakes, haven't they?
Yeah, the beer snake is
I thought
getting
beer
longer
snakes
and longer.
were banned.
Ollie Stone, in he comes, pulled and missed by Young. Got a little bit of extra bounce and lift there, did Ollie Stone. And Young, who now I think is he's either waving. Is he looking for a sight screen to be moved? I think he's saying that if Ollie Stone's going to bang him in short at me, I need this. I need a slightly better sight line.
Perhaps
A
there'll
little
be a
bit of
snake
an
getting in the way.
follow through there as well by Stone. He's giving him the old-fashioned eye. So well done, Ollie Stone. There's nothing wrong with that.
And he's getting a good bit of lift from the pitch. You know, it hasn't been that lively.
1. I'd like to tell you what's happening. There is. There seems so he has a little bit of a problem, I think, does Will Young. He's going to be taking his boot off, which is never a good sign. Which might explain why the Sky cameraman was more interested in the length of the beer snake than he was in what was happening on the pitch.
Excellent. This gives me time to do some.
So it
pizza.
does.
Brian Barish's air fryers are for those of us who can't be asked to wait 20 minutes for the oven to warm up. Frankly, they're a godsend, and they're excellent for day-old pizza as well. They still haven't convinced me, but I think Messi Joseph's replied saying that is so spot on. So obviously, Messi, you are. Do you have shares in them?
Absolutely not. I got given one by my kids for my 70th birthday, and it's the best present I've ever had, I think.
Pirate Bowsher says, if memory serves me correctly, there was a steady reduction in house fires in the UK after oven chips were introduced in the 1970s. Chip pans are lethal. Keep a fire extinguisher handy. I've been using them for years and years and years. I've never had a fire. They are the nicest thing ever. Brian Barish says, behold Tony Bishop and his magnificent army of magpies and other ungame animals.
Ungame animals, yes. Yeah.
Small
I have to say,
man
Luigi
says,
this morning nearly hopped in. There's a chair on. He literally was on.
he's a
I think he
magpie,
decided there was
isn't
no food, so he decided not to head in. 60 for 1. 60 for 1. Young on 7. Conway on 41. Lucky man that he is. Both indeed lucky for different reasons to still be there. Ollie Stone will resume. He's got 2 balls left of his 5th over, and that's wide of the off stump. And wisely, Young walks in the opposite direction because that was far enough to completely ignore.
All I can say, Annie, is get out while the going's good. You know, if your chip pan hasn't killed you yet, you've probably had the best years out of it, right? And now's the time to move.
Yeah, and I'm just doing up my kitchen, so maybe I need to get rid of it before it burns down the new kitchen.
Yeah, Barber says Ollie Stone is going to be in with those 3 slips and angles it in to Will Young, who plays it nicely into the onside, and there is no run. We will hand you back to Queen Annie, whose compliment to her own cooking is that I haven't set fire to the kitchen yet. And she's going to read you some tweets and messages.
I think we're due a change, aren't we?
Are we? Blimey, that happened quickly.
Yeah.
I think we are. Shall we do one more over, producer, or would you like us to go off now?
Over.
One more over. We are going to do one more over.
Okay, Small Mammal says, chip pans are lethal. Keep a fire blanket handy. Extinguishers can make it a chip pan fire go bonkers. Oh, I don't want that. I definitely don't want that. And Pirate Bachelor says, yeah, sorry, wrong advice from me. I'm so glad you're all here to help me.
Jimmy Anderson is in to Devon Conway, who a little bit discomforted by that, but in the end just drops it down into the offside, and there is no run. None for 22 for Jimmy in his 162nd record-breaking appearance for England. Remember, 258 for 7 is where England started the day. 303 they made. New Zealand are 64-1 in their pursuit of that, as this one is just guided to Stuart Broad in the covers. There's no run. First time, was it 1902, I think, wasn't it? The first game time that... first match at Edgbaston was 1902. Test matches being played there since first ground ever to outside of Lords to hold it in the UK to have a major one-day final.
When was that?
2013, I think it was the ICC Champions final.
Gee, that took a long time.
Around the wicket comes Jimmy Anderson to the left-handed Conway. So I was looking at, out of interest, the game in 1902. Johnny Tildesley for England made 138. Wilfred Rhodes took 7 for 17, bowling his left arm orthodox, but it was a 3-day rain-affected draw, so I suspect that 7 for 17 was largely assisted by a right old sticky dog of a wet pitch, I would imagine.
So is Fortress Edgbaston a recent thing, or has it always been?
No, it's been going for a while. As forward comes Conway and guides this wide of the third slip. 2 England players go off in hot pursuit. Not as hot as Annie's chip fryer though, because it's beaten both of them and made it down to the third man boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, be interested to have another look at that. I think he angled the bat deliberately there. Just if you watch, he just dabs it really wide of third slip. There's no third man. Jimmy just wipes his brow and, as he is prone to do, have the look of a man as whom the world is against until he gets himself another wicket. Up onto his toes this time goes Conway. A little bit of extra pep in that delivery, I think. Doesn't like to be guided through third man for 4, does he, Jimmy Messers?
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody does much. It's interesting that the New Zealanders are actually not getting nearly as many nicks through the slips. They're actually guiding things a bit better. I think, frankly, it's an easier...
Jimmy in again, last ball of his over. Conway pushes it back. And it is the end of the over. New Zealand are 64 for 1 in reply to England's 303. And we are going to have a change of guard in the commentary box, and I shall see you later.
Thanks, Tony. I'll just finish that comment and say I think the conditions for New Zealand are not nearly as trying as they were for England yesterday afternoon. And shall leave you for a while.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jez. Although, I think, again, it has closed in a little bit in the day. I mean, look at that picture now. The lights are on. The cloud is quite heavy and quite low. Maybe it's the breeze that means it's not quite swinging as you would want it to do. He bowls, does Ollie Stone to Young, who tucks this away into the onside for a single, 65 for 1. I'm joined by Knackle, who is on summarising duties.
Hello.
Hello, and hopefully Jack. And
I'm here.
Indeed, there he is. You live in a very bare room. There's no pictures.
I'm just a very bare corner of the room.
A bare corner.
The rest of the room full of stuff.
Oh, magnificent.
Yeah.
Well, Will Young is plodding along slowly. Should have been caught by Joe Root. Ollie Stone would have had a wicket to his name, but hasn't. But he's bowled well, bowled with decent pace. He's got a little bit of movement off the pitch, I think. Mark Wood's been the most disappointing with the ball so far, although he did kind of in advance make up for it by batting so beautifully this morning. 3 men in a row now on the leg side, a backward short square leg, a forward short square leg, and a mid-on. In comes Stone. He's looking to get that wicket by tempting Conway to flick it away, maybe with that flamingo-like shot that he occasionally plays. But on this occasion just hits the pad and rolls to the man behind square.
They've had this sort of, as you say, this vertical line of fielders in the onside through quite a lot today, and that Lords as well. Conway does look a little bit awkward and closed off when he tries to flick off the hips, so maybe they're thinking clearly they're thinking it's going to be a catching chance.
Well, that's what they're aiming for, absolutely. In comes Stone again, dead straight delivery, pushed up the pitch, and Stone fails to gather and throws his eyes up to the heavens as Conway spots that he can come through for a quick single. New Zealand move on to 66 for 1. I do like Conway. The more I'm seeing of Conway, the more I'm liking of Conway. And I love that fact. I presume it was talked about. I didn't quite hear that last 15 minutes or so about him playing with Ollie Stone in the East Anglia Premier League. That's a fantastic snippet.
Brilliant. The Vauxhall Mallards. What a name.
It doesn't sound like a serious cricket club, does it, to be honest? Sounds more like a pub team, but there you go. I'm sure they're better than that, and if you are from the Vauxhall Mallards, get in touch. Lovely shot from Will Young. It was kind of in the slot on middle and leg, and he just presented the full face of the bat and drove it firmly through mid-on for one of these.
With this super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
Yeah, he's been extremely watchful since lunch. He'd only scored 1 run since lunch before then, but that's a lovely on drive just straight to the stumps. He's looked very good and organised when the ball's been, and kind of favours the ball for scoring opportunities when the ball's straighter and on his pads. But has looked very, apart from that little push at Stone that was dropped, very compact and organised.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to a few years ago when he had the likes of Aaron Redmond opening the batting for New Zealand, and they never looked like they were going to get runs at all. Oh no, this one comes back off the pitch and it flies, but very well left by Young. Cleared the stumps by some margin and goes down to have a little look and think, blimey, there must be something here that I can do some gardening on that would prevent that happening again. You felt that these guys, they possibly didn't have a lot of experience in English conditions, but as you said, Will Young played some games for Durham right at the beginning of this season, picked up a couple of hundreds en route, and so that has probably served him well for this particular experience. In comes Stone again outside the stump. He plays this with soft hands down into the ground. It escapes the clutches of the slips, it escapes the clutches of the gully, and it runs down for another boundary. Runs coming quickly now. I may feel a little bit upset that that has happened to him in that over. Not completely in control of that shot, but played it down into the ground, played it with soft hands, and reaped the benefit. Have we got any tweets?
We've got loads of tweets. Nestler's just checking in from Epping Forest, where he's out on his bike. Mog says handling a beer snake is how you get COVID, among other ways of getting COVID, I'd add. Andrew Veer says day-old pizza should be eaten cold or room temperature at the most. I disagree with that. I think you put it in the oven for about 10 minutes, warm it back up.
You can even microwave it and it'll still be alright.
Yeah. Jersey Oak says, I buy oven chips. They're called potatoes. I slice them up, toss in oil with a seasoning of my choice and put them in the air fryer. Simples.
Anderson starts new over straight, good length delivery, which is defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. More tweets. Let's get through some.
Peter Lloyd sent us a 5-mile weather update where it's looking slightly blustery, and Steve Kellett has also chipped in on the chip debate. By saying the how to tackle a chip pan fire with a damp tea towel was one of the classic public information films of the 70s. You don't get content like that anymore.
They recycled that through my schooling in the 2000s. I think those videos have been living in science teachers' drawers ever since they were made.
Anderson around the wicket to Conway. He's now just a boundary short of 50, and he dabs this one away with the movement. Followed the ball but controlled it. He's going to get a couple as Root chases back from the slips. Moves to 48. A couple of beautiful drives this morning off Mark Wood. I mean, to be fair, they were in the slot, but he played them extremely well, and Wood was forced to operate from around the wicket from there on in. We haven't seen him so far this afternoon, I don't think. 76 for 1, and New Zealand making a pretty good fist of their reply at the moment. If you're just joining us, Conway maybe had a little bit of luck. We thought he was caught. The umpire didn't. It wasn't overturned. It was a really tricky one to tell, as so many of those are. Anderson in again. He leaves this one closer to his off stump, and through it goes to Bracey. More tweets.
We've got John Wilkinson over on YouTube saying greetings all from Rotorua, New Zealand again. Looking forward to some great chatting and great banter from the commentary team. So make sure we turn our banter dials up to 11, fellas. Keep John happy. The old fart was smart, says, I believe Jimmy picks a ball before play. Who will do this when Jimmy is finally wrenched from the team into retirement?
Broad.
I don't think Jimmy will ever be wrenched from the team. He'll be screaming and hanging on by his fingernails. Another probing ball. He's been definitely, I think, been bowling more towards or at the stumps in this spell. And I think that's a good move, because if you're a batsman and you're constantly made to play, which you are by straight balls, more chance, I think, that you will then play at a ball that's perhaps a little bit wider and that you ought not to be going after.
Well, Broad did that as well. Broad bowled brilliantly, I thought, before lunch. Really, really good spell, and was as unlucky not to have Conway. I thought it was out in real time, but the third umpire didn't, and it's a judgment call. But it also makes that one that goes away from round the wicket that much more dangerous.
He's in again, a little bit shorter this time, turned off the back foot into the onside, and Jimmy races to that picks up, swivels and threatens to throw at the stumps. I don't think that Conway had any intention of moving, and so was probably quite surprised by that. But Anderson just letting him know that he's still around. Yeah, I mean, Broad did bowl beautifully today. I said earlier maybe we're going to get one of those spells from Broad. Well, we kind of did, but it didn't take enough wickets. It might have taken more had that decision gone his way. And I felt sorry for Crawley as well. Anderson in full, just outside the line of off stump, met by the full face of the bat, pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. The end of Anderson's ninth over, he's got figures of 9 for 28. I felt sorry for Crawley because a man who's struggling so much at the moment with the bat just needs to do something within the team to make him feel like he belongs. And I think if that catch had been given, it would have been a good catch, and he would have felt better about himself, but unfortunately it was not to be. More tweets.
For what it's worth, I thought it bounced. I think that's the problem with those ones. It's very hard to give them either way.
What I thought, Jack, was when I saw it at full speed, I thought surely that's bounced, because it seemed I didn't expect to see Crawley coming up claiming it. But then when I looked at it, I wasn't sure, as this is again left alone by Young outside the off stump. Stone starts a new over, but what really got me was that the third umpire said immediately, "Oh, you can see that's hit the ground." And I thought, well, if you're looking at the same shot that I am, you certainly can't say that.
Yeah,
and I thought that was a really strange thing to say.
That was odd. That was so. It's just it's possibly an error by the third umpire, and Michael Goff, who was absolutely brilliant through all of last year, has made a couple of errors in this series.
Is it Goff?
Yeah.
Or is it Kettleborough? It's Illingworth is out there as well, so they can't be three. Oh, sorry, Goff's the third umpire.
Goff's,
sorry.
yeah.
Defended on the front foot by Young, and there is no run. More tweets?
So Leah says, Dobry den Tovarish, Jack. Are the imperialist pigs giving you any trouble? Should I check if there's a nice room in a Siberian gulag? Just joking, there's always room in Siberian gulags. I think that's a reference to Jay Grover's comment about me looking like a Russian border guard.
Well, that was yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. In comes Stone, and onto the back foot goes Young, and he stands tall and plays that at the top of the bounce and dismisses it away through cover point all the way to the boundary for one of these.
It's not really happening for the quicker men, is it? Neither Stone or Wood have bowled all that well.
I think Stone's bowled better than Wood, and I think he's unlucky, isn't he? He had the drop catch. He was convinced that would have gone in and Root juggled with it a few times before it went down. That's almost even worse in a way. He's in again, bowls Fuller, and there's going to be runs again as it's clipped away. Didn't time it, didn't sound so good on the bat, but they're going to get through for one. Anderson retrieves and turns and throws. 81 for 1, but England do need a breakthrough, really.
A little bit of swing there for Stone. I'm wondering, we're seeing a lot of shots of Mark Wood and Jimmy Anderson. I haven't seen a shot of Stuart Broad yet, and we did see Craig Overton on the field. I wonder if Broad is off the field.
Oh no. Oh no! Not Broady, please. Not the way he was bowling this morning anyway. We need another spell from him ASAP. Maybe he's just having a little rest. Who knows why they go off. Anyway, Conway, 48 not out from 80 deliveries. And he's round the wicket. Defends on the front foot. Pushes to Anderson at mid-off. And there is no run.
I'm just speculating there, just based on absence of evidence. Evidence of absence is not absence of evidence, as it were.
Yeah,
I'm not actually sure whether Overton's still in the field. We're watching TV pictures, so we only have a limited frame of reference, literally.
Yeah, we do not have eyes at the ground, able to see the whole expanse. In comes Stone again, bowls, and he jabs down onto his foot, and then the ball runs out into the offside. Stone is quickly up to prevent the single, and that is the end of another over. 81 for 1. Young has 21, Conway has 48. Jack.
Ravi Nair says, are New Zealand doing this? 6 changes. Out of pity for us, because we lack Archer, Butler, Stokes, etc. Almost certainly. That's, I imagine, exactly what they were thinking. Let's give them a
those
chance.
Nice New Zealanders.
Yes. Lawrence Jameson, is Will Young New Zealand's answer to England's greatest Test batsman, Joe Denley? Could be.
Wait
Jay Grover. Speaking of Jay Grover, If I hear any banter, I will be sorely disappointed. Brian Barish. Vauxhall Mallards reminds me of the Quad City Mallards of the American Hockey League and the minor league baseball team called the Down East Wood Ducks.
Oh my God. Anderson starts in the over, slightly back of a length and jabs down to backward point by Young.
Raviner also imagines the future 2033 celebrating Jimmy's 50th birthday and 1000th test wicket in the same test at Lord's. Could happen.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, he'll be opening the bowling with 70-year-old Darren Stevens.
There'll be a lot of very disappointed young cricketers come through who don't actually get a chance in the next 10 years. Also, this is again another straight ball, Fuller this time, defended into the onside. And no run. New Zealand now trail by 2-2-2. The magic Richie Benno number. Or double Nelson if you want it.
I have to say, I interviewed Darren Stevens on a podcast I was on, and his enthusiasm for cricket is absolutely infectious. Fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that interview that Annie did earlier in the season for County Cricket Matters, where he was talking about getting back into the T20 side, and he did, didn't he? He did just the other night, outside the off stump, left alone by Young. So he got back. He's got back into that Kent side. The young man's game at the age of 45, absolutely brilliant.
T20. I mean, Jack, you'll know this as well. T20 loves a veteran who knows exactly what their game is.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
No. I was just agreeing. I mean, there's many veterans on the circuit.
He's just a great example, isn't he? So Young waits, 21 not out. Anderson is in again. Get a little bit of wobble there into Young, but he's onto the front foot and pushes into the offside.
Joe Root is warming up.
Well, we haven't got a spinner, have we? Not technically a one that is
paid to do that.
Paid to do that, yeah, absolutely. The lights are on again at Edgbaston. It's a funny old day. It started cloudy, but a little bit of sun, a little bit like yesterday. It's clouded over it. Then, of course, yesterday evening it brightened up again. Will it do the same? Anderson wider on the crease this time, but once more, Young is down in defence, and Stuart Broad is back on. If he's been off, he's back on. Is that Stuart Broad?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. He looked a bit more thick-set than Stuart Broad from behind, just for a moment.
We did see Overton on the field last over. Maybe he's gone off again. It's evidently the Sky commentators are talking about bowling changes. There's a little sort of technical split screen they showed of Mark Wood, which I'll come to in a bit.
Anderson in again, back of a length, forcing Will Young onto the back foot himself and defending into the covers. A couple of maidens I think we've had, or certainly at least one there from Anderson, and the score remains the same. More tweets.
The old fart was smart again. Says, we were taught by a sunburnt elephant when I was young, usually around the 5th of November. But in all Ireland, rented property has a fire blanket for the kitchen. So I think we're back on the chip.
Oh, right, okay.
Here, yeah. The elephant was called Welephant, and he's included a picture of said Welephant. And it's sort of amusing-looking mascot, I suppose.
It sort of looks like an elephant has got the gig to play Santa Claus.
Leah has got one. I'm disappointed that you have to be reinfected with cricket enthusiasm, Knuckle. And we're up to date on tweets after that. So.
Good stuff. Well, it is going to be Joe Root coming in. We're talking about bowling changes, and this is perhaps the most mystifying one. But it is going to be him. Why not? A little bit of pace off the ball. He's a much better bowler than we give him credit for. 38 wickets in his Test career. Let's jingle him up.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And he does like to bowl round the wicket. He's going to be bowling round the wicket a left-hander, so he's got the chance to maybe go down the leg side and put in the leg slip. He's got the chance, if there is any turn, of getting it to go away from the outside edge. I think he may have dispensed with the idea for a leg slip, though, for the time being. We'll have a look when the camera pulls back. Here he is. He has just a slip and a short square leg. Conway comes forward, bends the knee, and defends to short extra cover.
That breeze as well, depending on which way it's going, I'm not quite sure relative to wherever it's bowling from, could aid a bit of drift.
Yeah, breeze for spinners I like. Onto the back foot goes Conway. He tries to force through mid-wicket, but picks out the fielder there.
It was
There's
always
a little look around.
It was always fun bowling into a headwind because the ball would never quite arrive at the batter.
Yep, and well, that's certainly true of England batters because they very rarely venture out of their creases to play it. Driven by Conway, he's going to get runs. He's going to get 50, I think. Stuart Broad sprawls away there after sprinting around the perimeter. Gets the throw in, but Conway has got the couple that he required to go to a second 50 in 3 innings. Of course, the last one he managed to convert to a double 100. Let's see what he can do today. He is 50 not out from 85 balls.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs.
Next ball, he turns off his legs past the man at short leg, but mid-wicket just steps around to field. Conway averaging now 136.5 in his test career. This is a man who, after only 2 tests, is going to get to play in the biggest test of all time. Unless, of course, something unfortunate happens, like injury. Let's hope not. Root into him again, forced back and punching this time up to mid-on. I think it's Stone on this occasion doing the fielding.
Yes, you'd imagine the Indian bowlers and coaching staff will be watching this very intently.
Indeed so. It'll be absolutely fascinating to see how he gets on against India. This is tickled away behind square. Ollie Pope runs back from short leg to field it, and they get through for another one. That's the end of Root's first over. He's gone for 3 runs. New Zealand 84 for 1.
Lara or Dara?
Dara.
Sounds a bit like Lara, but with a D. Over on YouTube says Darren Stevens will look out of place in this test side, and that Root has some making up to do after dropping that catch earlier in the game, so maybe that's why he's brought himself on. And over on Twitter, Lawrence Jameson says, can someone infiltrate Conway's Twitter? Perhaps form a task force. What to do?
I don't know.
To infiltrate his Twitter.
Wasn't Conway Twitter a country music country western music star?
Conway Twitty, yes.
Something along those lines. Something along those lines. Anyway, Devon Conway 223 at Lords, 51 not out here at Edgbaston. Talking of Darren Stevens not looking at a place in this test side, I think there was a little joke played the other day by Fabian Cowdery, who put out breaking. Darren Stevens called up to Edgbaston Test, and quite a lot of people took him at face value.
That photo. Someone did a very good Photoshop of him in the New England kit, and I think someone, I think some people missed the joke as it whooshed over their heads.
They did, although that said, he really wouldn't look out of place in this team. I don't think he'd do a decent job. Wood is back into the attack, so we've got a double change. He's round the wicket to Conway. Conway waits for that one to come in and then plays it beautifully. The timing and the placement, exemplary really. Burns chases after it. He wasn't trying to overhit it, wasn't expecting to get 4 from it because it wasn't that bad a ball, but he's picked up 2 from a decent ball. He moves on to 55.
Hopefully Mark Wood's second spell can be quite a lot better than his first.
Indeed. He started from round the wicket.
The bowler quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Indeed, so he cost him 13 runs the first 2 overs that he bowled this morning. He's into his 3rd now. He's racing past the umpire. He's in. Conway onto the back foot, easing it out into the offside, and there is no run. 89 miles an hour, more or less straight away. Did you see that fantastic stat this morning about Stuart Broad? I guess he hasn't played that many test matches this year, but at the moment his number of balls over 85 miles an hour is about twice as many as it has been for the last 3 years.
Yes, I did see
curious.
that. I did see that.
I thought it was an interesting stat. It may be on a very small sample, or relatively small sample. Wood continues. Bowls to Conway. Conway just drops this down with the softest of hands. It takes a skillful player to take that amount of sting out of a ball bowled at 90 miles an hour, but he did it gloriously. The ball just dribbled away behind him towards the slips, and there is no run.
Saw Rory Burns doing that, who occasionally plays with slightly too soft hands, if anything, but he's another one who really does like to let the ball come onto him. I mean, that's what saved him with the Crawley catch, is that he took the bottom hand off the bat and softened it as much as he could, and meant that it wasn't an obvious catch.
Here is Wood again, short one. He aims for the hook, and Bracey has to leap a long way up into the air to bring that to ground, and does extremely well. That was quite travelling at quite a velocity and bouncing quite high.
It also swung after it passed the bat. It swung sort of to the offside, as it were, and he's had to adjust. That's a very good take.
Yeah, it is. They had to do a lot of work there. And good from Wood, because it's got Conway thinking about playing that shot, and he may well get a top edge, as he didn't he? Although it went for 6 to take him to his double 100 at Lords. This is left alone outside of the off stump, and through to Bracey it goes. 86 for 1, Conway 53. I think I may have said 55 a moment ago, I meant 53, and he has company in the form of Will Young. Have we got a I'm sure someone's done this, but have we got when he reviews and he's sent away by the umpire?
I can see something coming over the hill.
Well, I think we ought to have a jingle saying, I think you better leave right now. We surely have got to do that. Wood in, bowls outside the stump, left alone through to the keeper. It's too good an opportunity to miss, surely. That is the end, is it, of Wood's third over, the first of a new spell, none for 15, 86 for 1. Jack.
Yep. Andrew Veer says, if every time Root bowls you say he's a better bowler than you think, how long does he have to be this good before he's better thought of?
Well, I think he needs to bowl about. Yeah, I think he needs to bowl sort of regular spells of 10 or 12 overs and in a day, and get a few wickets. Then we may.
It's not often. He's not often called upon in England, because usually Ben Stokes or Curran or Wokes or some combination of all of those is in the side, as well as the spinner. But yeah, he's certainly, if his back's okay, he's certainly someone who can bowl sort of 8 overs in an innings pretty regularly.
Yep. Warren's also sent a picture of a man being roasted on a spit with.
He bowls. He's over the wicket, by the way, to bowl to the right-hander who defends on the front foot.
With a caption: Tony's servants have failed again and are subjected to the air fryer.
Yeah, down at the Claygate Castle. I like this idea that Tony's got loads of servants. I'm sure he hasn't really. Now that turns from Root. He's maybe getting a little bit of action out of some footholes there. Hit the back pad and ran out towards slip, but definite turn there for Root.
It's a good stride from Will Young. He played it well. He managed to get outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, it didn't hit the back pad as I thought. It was definitely the front one. Root in again, throws it up, a little bit of turn, not so much, but he's able to go onto the back foot this time and just knock it down into the pitch and then back into the hands of the man at short leg. And Young remains 21 not out from 61 deliveries. We will have a change at the end of this over. So Root is in again, bowls, and a little bit too full this time. It's comfortable for Young to get forward and smother any spin there might be. So again, no run.
So Giles Patel bowl tidily, and if Joe Root can do a similar job for England, that will be to his advantage.
Absolutely. Goes back. This one doesn't really seem to turn. Goes straight on and just again knocks it down into the pitch and runs up the onside of that pitch to be fielded. And we have one ball remaining. So the time ticks around to 20-3. Halfway through the second session, he's in, bowls, again allowing the batsman onto the back foot, fielded at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. It's time for a change. Jack will be taking over ball by ball. Messi will be returning, and the wonderful Annie, I think, will be in situ too. I will see you later. Bye-bye.
It looks like we'll have some drinks while we do the changeover. Messages, you're on the tweet, is that right?
I am indeed. You might tell me where we're up to.
I was just about to do that. We're up to O'Neill Harris. If you've got that up, feel free to read it out.
Oh yes, O'Neill Harris. Hello again. What a call by New Zealand to introduce Conway to the squad right before the Test Championship. Would England selectors have been so bold to change the winning side? That's an interesting question.
It's a little bit of a little bit counterintuitive as well, isn't it? Because England don't have a winning side to change, so
Also,
we'll never know.
Also, Devon Conway's been doing really, really well in the domestic, in New Zealand. So we do that. We do bring in our players that are doing well in the domestic side.
Yes, but I mean, at a time of really high importance, I think is the thing. Brian Barry says, "I know." Well, with the World Test Championships coming. Brian says, I know this question has been answered for me before, but why does Mark Wood think he's a horse again? So the story goes that he was asked at one stage, and Naka will no doubt correct me if I get this wrong, about how he prepared mentally for bowling, and part of the answer had to do with him imagining there was a horse with him. He actually didn't say that I think I'm a horse, but he had a horse with him on the field, as I recall. Is that about right, Knackle? Well, he hasn't said no, so I'm assuming it is.
Anyhow,
well, there's no rule anywhere that says guerrilla cricket commentators can't make things up as they go along, and it's been known to happen once or twice. Ravi Nair says, again, I ask, without malice, why we have Jack on comms. Yesterday he took 3 England wickets in each spell, and today he's made England all butterfingered. He's like having an albatross on the ship, damn it.
I wasn't commentating when the drop was dropped.
There you go.
That's a false accusation, Ravi.
And you took 3 wickets in your first spell, but I think your second spell you only took 1 wicket. So you were dropping off yesterday.
4 wickets an hour is.
Mog wants some clarification from Hendo. He says, what exactly are you asking, Ray, that jingle thing, Hendo? And the final tweet is one that I posted. In the break, I've made myself some tomato and cheese toasties in the air fryer and took photos of them just for your edification, Annie.
Well, I'm going to take a picture of me making some chips with my chip pan when I do it next, and I'll be sending that to you.
Will you call the fire brigade first?
Actually, I was just thinking that I do. Sometimes the oil does leak out over the sides.
Mark Wood is in after drinks, and his first ball's arrowed in on the pads and turned to mid-wicket for an easy couple of runs to Devon Conway. Moving New Zealand on to 88 for 1 and Conway on to 55. He's looking very good again, isn't he, Annie?
He's. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing him in the flesh, as it were, because he's really looking something special.
Absolutely. England don't really look like they've got a clear plan about how to get him out as Wood comes in once more. That's a little bit shorter, a little bit wider off stump and left well alone.
I was going to say, such a good lever as well, isn't he?
He definitely seems to know his game. There was the interesting stat that's going around. The hot stat of the day is the one about the number of times he inside edges it versus the number of times he outside edges it. And that must, you'd think there's such a disparity there that it must be part of his game plan to sort of kind of get right across the ball.
Yeah, I think he really knows. He really
look to play
knows
it
where
late.
the ball is.
Yeah. And I think it is that lateness with which he plays that has meant he's been so successful in this series so far. As Wood once more comes in, and that is a good ball. That's just back of a length, over off stump. But as I was saying, Conway plays it really well, gets right back, drops the ball virtually into his own feet. With soft hands, and there is no run.
Can I just ask, am I still really quiet, or am I okay now?
You are better than when I was listening earlier.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's something. I'm never quiet, you see. I'm always being turned down.
As Wood comes in once more, that's a little bit wide off stump and well left by Conway. Wood's pace slightly down today, do you think? That one only 87 miles an hour. We're normally expecting him to bowl in excess of 90.
Well, he tired himself out batting, didn't he?
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, it was a nice cameo. I really enjoyed that. I do like a tail ender batting with abandon.
Oh, it's always really annoying for the fielding side, isn't it? So that's always a good shout.
Especially after you've seen sort of quite a lot of blocking and hard work from the top order. Mark Wood comes against 40 or 40 balls or whatever it was. As Wood finishes his over with... Oh no, he doesn't finish his over. He finishes the 5th ball of his over with the ball slightly back of a length. And another one that's inside edged into his gut by Devon Conway. The ball drops down pretty safely though. No run.
He's going to have a body of bruises, isn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. His style of batting does seem to put his thighs in the firing line.
You don't want to put your thighs in the firing line.
Wood is in this time to actually complete the over with a ball just wide off stump that Devon Conway blocks into the offside. So that will be a maiden for Wood, whose figures are now none for 17 off 4 overs. After none for 15 after 2. So he's clawed things back a little bit. It's been a better start to his second spell. Jez, do we have anything on Twitter?
We do. Oxymoronica makes a good point. He says, given that Root is now an all-rounder, he should be batting at number 7 or 6 at best. Tom M says, and this is in quotation marks, I'm standing at the crease right now, just in front of the keeper. I think I better sweep right now to get the score a little steeper. Someone better show me how to duck under a beamer. I'm standing at the crease right now. Now, I don't know if that's original or stolen.
No idea. It's very good though. Root is continuing from the other end. I'm not sure which end it is, but it is an end. His first ball is accurate and blocked by Conway, and he comes back through now for the second of the over, which is a carbon copy.
I think there's a bit of weather around.
Is there? Ooh, some rain to spice things up.
It's June in England, of course there's weather around.
Oh, messy.
Roots in once more. That's played late by Will Young, off the back foot very competently, and fielded by Bracey behind the stumps for a dot ball.
Don't talk to me about bloody weather in England. I'm still so annoyed.
Root once more comes in. That one's turned around the corner by Conway for a single. Why are you annoyed, Annie?
Because I went. The only day I had tickets for the test match was Friday, and I sat in the rain all day. Well, undercover.
Hang on. Annie got an invitation, free of charge, to be fed and drink booze all day on Friday. There would have been some cricket on to watch if she'd been sober enough, but as it was, it wasn't. So she got pissed, and she's got a hangover on Saturday, and that's what's really pissed her off.
But no.
England are making a few field changes here as Root comes on to bowl to the left-handed Conway. They've got a leg slip in, which is an interesting one. Perhaps they're thinking that the way Conway plays, that position's in the game. As Root comes in, he arrows his first ball to Conway in on middle stump, and Conway is equal to it for another dot. Gets through his overs very quickly.
Crowd.
Leach is in the crowd, not in the team though.
No.
Much to my disappointment.
Oh, not in Somerset either.
Root finishes up with a ball on middle stump that Conway blocks. So that is the end of the over. It's 89 for 1 now. New Zealand trail by 214. Young's on 22. Conway's on 55. Messages.
So Wicket Wolf has very kindly sent if your chip pan catches fire, and there's a big instruction sheet about what to do if it catches fire. It's obviously a big thing because there's instructions everywhere for it.
So when I have oil sort of pouring over the edge of my chip pan, I should worry maybe then? Because I do often have that.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, okay.
The old fart was smart. Does Annie get your fire blanket? Neymar Butland says, Annie is my favourite gorilla. Nice to hear you, love. She's my favourite too, Neymar.
Mark Wood will begin his next over, and that is a quick one. That's a little bit back of a length, just over off stump. Played very well by Young, but we're back into the 90s. Mark Wood's back, everyone.
It was just warming up.
you get a long look at Joe Root on the TV. He looks slightly concerned, Joe Root, not cheerful Joe Root today.
Well, he did drop a clanger.
Yeah, it looks like he's...
Clangers?
Well, I guess we can call him clangers. It looks like he's talking someone through his bowling action. Wood is in again, and then look like a little bit of movement there as it comes into the batter who blocks it. They go for like a third of a run and then turn back. It looked for a moment like there was going to be a calamity, but after a little debate, they arrived at the right decision.
Going back
there is no run.
Leach being in the crowd and you saying you're disappointed, is that because you'd like to see him, or you think they should definitely be playing a spinner now?
I always want England to play a spinner, whether it necessarily makes sense or not. I just quite like watching spinners bowl. It's not really a tactical observation so much as I'd just like to see a spinner bowl.
Yeah. Instead of Root.
Well, Root's fine, isn't he? But he isn't actually a frontline bowler, although he is better than we think he is, as Hendo was at pains to point out earlier on. As Wood comes in, that was tucked off his hip by Conway down to sort of a fine-ish deep square leg. The ball will come back in. It will be a single. So Young turns the scoreboard over, and we're into the 90s. New Zealand collectively entering the nervous 90s. Do teams get nervous in the 90s? Probably not.
No, of course they don't. I'm so used to watching county cricket at the moment. I'm sort of counting when the points come in and things like that, and I forget that it doesn't count in Test cricket, because I love the whole points system.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
That's a real cricket nerd sort of thing, isn't
it? It's really sad, isn't it?
Wood's in that shot. That's pulled to deep square leg. It was very well timed, but it is fielded by the man out there. It looked like Ollie Pope, and so it is only a single to Conway. Really nice control of that shot, though. It was a good bouncer, well directed, right in at his head, and he gets his hands up high to whip it round the corner. A shot that, had I played it, or anyone played it really, you'd have felt that deserved 4, but it will only be 1.
Only if you played it, Jack.
Well, I don't think I'd fancy Mark Wood, to be honest. So I'm not sure I'd be out there playing that as he comes in, and that one is turned around the corner by Young this time. So they found a way to rotate the strike a little bit in this over New Zealand, as Young will pick up a single to fine leg. Yeah, it's the only time I'm pulling is if it's a real pipe, if it's a real pie chucker.
Really? Is that the only time?
Why do these discussions always happen when Annie's on?
Sorry.
We've got 1 ball left in Woods over. New Zealand up to 92 now. Wood bowling better than earlier, but still without lots of threat, I would say, as he comes in to finish the over. That's wide of off stump, left alone by Conway, and they will stay on 92 for 1.
He just looks in no trouble whatsoever, does he?
No, he looks like a very irritating player to bowl at.
Yeah, and there doesn't seem to have been a lot of swing this afternoon the way there was yesterday. I'm jumping tweets because this one's important. Rob Sutton says he can report from the ground a very fine drizzle, hopefully nothing too serious. I've just looked at all the weather forecasts, all of which are saying there's less than a 10% chance of rain. So obviously they know absolutely bugger all. But then that wouldn't surprise us, would it?
You've got a thing about checking weather forecasts, haven't you, Messi?
Yeah. Well, it's sort of quite important sometimes, especially radar maps. They're really useful.
Root continues to Young, who tickles one round the corner, which looked a little bit like a kind of thickish inside edge. It will roll down to a long leg area where Mark Wood will get round to field it, and I think they'll get back for a couple of runs. Yeah. Jez, of all the people on Guerrilla Cricket, you are the furthest away from the action, and also the person who talks most about the weather. It's a
because
real long-range weather forecast from you.
No, nobody else, apart from Knackle that I know, knows how to use Google or the weather maps that are readily available on the internet.
So Root comes in.
I don't know how to use Google Maps.
And that's blocked back to the bowler. by Young.
Well, that comes a long time after learning about the air fryer, and
maybe we just have more interesting things to talk about, like air fryers. As Root continues, that one's just wide of off stump. It's blocked by Young. It will be fielded. There will be no run. Or Crownbury
love
bowling.
air fryers now. I think they're the thing.
We had curling yesterday. 80s cop shows.
I missed that.
Oh, well, not Fred. He was talking about curling for a good 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Riveting stuff.
The real contradiction is that we are actually on a technology that most people involved with cricket know nothing about.
As Root will come in for the fourth ball of his over. That's a little bit too straight, and Young helps himself to a single out to deep square leg with a controlled guide, a steer. And New Zealand are up to 95. So if there is such a thing as a team nervous 90s, they're negotiating it well.
Messi, what do you know about the New Zealand domestic system?
Not very much at all. I occasionally keep an eye on it. They seem to get much more excited about their short form game than they do about the first class game, but I think they play in districts for not very long. The trouble is, sorry.
So, Root into the left-handed Conway, who gets to a full toss on the full, but can only hit it to mid-off, so there'll be no run. And we will have the last ball of the over now, before we go back to Jez and his thoughts on the Plunkett Shield, as Root comes in on leg stump, turned into the leg side. No run from Conway. 95 for 1.
They do face similar climate problems to England, though, because it seems to piss down a lot there.
Oh God! Back to the climate and weather predictions.
So Ravi Nair reckons the air fryer is very expensive to use because it's electric. I'd challenge that, Ravi. It's way more efficient than an oven because it's quick and it doesn't have to heat up and it uses all the space within it. Mog says, "Who the fuck thought playing cricket in England in June was a good idea?" You take what you get.
Can I just point out, it isn't actually raining. The game is going on. I'm watching it. It's fine. The conditions are all right for the sport. It's like 25 degrees. It's perfectly acceptable to be outside. Yeah. Wood. He'll continue. That's a good ball to Young. Just over off stump. Blocked. 2 extra cover for no run. It's all going rather well, I would say. Messages. With your obsession. About rain.
I think this is ideal cricket weather. Much better than Australia in the middle of the summer, which is ridiculously hot to be playing cricket.
Yes, oppressive heat.
Yeah. Was that the end of an over, was it?
It wasn't the end of the over. We're just seeing a list of batting averages from the England team. The sky have flashed up for us. Most of our listeners will be reasonably familiar with the procession of low 30s numbers there, broken up by Root's 48, which is impressive, as Wood will go back to the cricket now for Wood's third delivery, which is wide off stump and left well alone by Will Young, who I've actually been quite impressed with.
Who? Will Young?
Yeah, albeit he should be out, but he seems to be fairly organised. I think he's got a good game for these conditions. Leaves well, defends well. Good off his pads.
He looks like a solid enough player, definitely. These two are starting to piss England off a little bit, I'd say.
Yes, they are grinding it out quite well at this point. As Wood drifts a little bit too straight, and Young finds a gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, but he doesn't really get not hit with a lot of conviction. So it's a dribbled single rather than a romping 4. And New Zealand will move up to 96 now. Is that your grandfather clock, Jez?
It is indeed. It was given to my great-grandfather in 1902 on the occasion of his 50th birthday.
How big is it?
It's about 7 foot tall, I suppose.
Okay.
Grandfather sized.
They're not that size.
Wood will come in. Bowl wide of off stump, and Conway will leave. And that's the tricky thing with bowling to Conway. Is anything wide of off stump, he's got immaculate judgment, never plays at it. You come straighter.
Yeah, he fit in
defends really
nicely
well.
at Somerset because after Truscothick and his leagues, we've got a bit of a precedent that he set a bit of a precedent there. So
There's a good pedigree of lever
Of leaving,
in the in the West Country area.
Yeah, God knows how many thousands of them Truscothic did leave too.
quite a few, I'd say.
Well, there is an art to it. Batting in England, there's a lot of deliveries that are very dangerous if you do play at them, and well, obviously completely harmless if you don't. As Wood is in and Conway leaves.
Well, he illustrated it nicely for us.
He did. And the other thing with Conway is punishes anything full very well. As we saw in that double century last week, really does make the most of any opportunity to score when the bowler does drift a little full.
Yes, and he does seem to have all the shots as well. It's not, it's not just in one area either.
10 minutes to change, I think.
Oops.
Oh. Are you still there, Jack?
Am I still here? Oh, I disappeared for a moment.
I think you were supposed to be commentating on that ball there.
I was talking, but I pressed the button because my housemate just got back and was rustling around, so I just muted that. The ball, I'll describe it in retrospect. It was full, it was driven by Conway, it was half fielded by Markwood, there were no runs, it is the end of the over. Do we have any tweets?
Yes, we do. Actually, Greg Thomas tweets, how couldn't Wood's last over be a maiden if the first ball went for 2 runs? Asking for a friend, Greg, in Canberra, Australia. May have got tripped up on that one. And Ravi says, Jack defending his England record. Oh, I only took 4 wickets. Oh, I didn't drop a catch. I just didn't take any wickets. Sounds worse than Matt Hancock defending his record on PPE shortages in the NHS. And Neil Harris.
That is harsh. Root is going to continue. He tosses one up. Lots of flight on that, just outside off stump. And Will Young is equal to it with the defensive shot into the offside for a dot, as Root will come again. That one's a little fuller. Young played a shot, but didn't get too much on it and kind of flicks it to mid-wicket where there will be no runs. Ravi's got it in for me today. I'm not sure what I've done to...
Well, those 3 wickets yesterday didn't help.
Root twirls away. There's another dot there as Young defends a straight one.
Ravi's straight talker.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's got to take the wickets, haven't they? We can't just have no wickets. Someone's got to take responsibility for these things. Roots, that's tossed up wide of off stump. It kind of gets Young to drive at it, but it's one of those check drives where it's not hit with a lot of conviction. And actually, all he really ends up doing is hitting into his own shoe. So there will be no runs. And Root will come again, and the ball will be hit back to him. And there will be no runs there either. He's a whirlwind of activity, Root, isn't he? Both batting and bowling. He really does rush through the overs, which is nice, I think. If you're going to be a part-time bowler of probably limited significance on the overall match, at least don't waste our time.
Yeah, but you're also captain and you don't want to be fined for a slow over, right?
Well, again, yeah, that's a good point. As he will come to complete his 5th over with another full ball outside of stump. A little bit outside edgy by Young, but no danger as it rolls to extra cover for a dot. I feel like we might be a little bit behind on the tweets.
You might be right. I may have been talking a bit. Neil Harris says, my favourite gorilla is Drunk Bear, who hasn't actually been seen around these parts for a little while. Rob Sutton says, oh no, I've done that one. Jeff Perkins says, if you're as mean of spirit as Hendo, every bowler is better than you think they are. Peter Ward says, I'm currently buying the domain piechuckerdating.com. Get your love life covered, Jack. That's the treat of the day, Peter.
He's just no good at pulling, though, apparently.
No, see, the thing is, I don't mind a pull, but only when it's easy.
But as Annie said, it's not about ease, it's about pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about pleasure.
Mark Wood will continue in the cricket. He bangs one in short. Conway pulls it round the corner to deep backward square.
Your car.
As we get an interjection from David Brooks there.
What did he say?
Something about something in the car. He's muted. We'll have to find out about that later. It's mayhem at Gorilla Cricket Global Headquarters.
I blame Jack and his pulling.
Yeah, New Zealand have moved up to 97 for 1. Wood continues with a short one, which is well ducked by Young, who's on a composed 28. Should we try and get some more tweets in during this over?
Yeah, Mog's got me now. He said, the role of explaining if I'm joking or not will today be played by Mr. Jeremy Henderson. Josie Oak says, no, they're not. This is air fryers being expensive. You only turn them on while food is in them and they run off a plug, not their own circuit, because blah, blah, blah. They're cheaper. Ravi says, when Will Young thinks he'd better leave right now, will he be replaced by Gareth Gates?
Wood is in, that's sure, and it's very well played by Young. It was one of those short balls that doesn't quite get up super high, comes through about armpit height, and he does like the limbo, basically, to get out of the way of it.
Yeah, he did a good dodge, didn't he?
It was a dodge, yeah.
It was Robin Smith-esque.
That's every time I come on the show, all of the references are about 15 years prior to my sentience.
We're all old, Jack.
Well, your words, not mine.
You're lucky it's only 15, Jack.
Woods in once more, wide of off stump, through to Bracey. That's a dot ball, well left by Young. I don't think there's been a single boundary in my stint commentating.
There you go.
So,
you're making up for losing 3 wickets yesterday.
There you go, Ravi. Yeah.
You're stopping the boundaries instead.
The flip side of that is there's not been a single sniff of an opportunity for England either.
That's
so
true.
it's
That's true.
Hence, we're talking about you pulling.
Yes.
When Annie's got a bone, she don't let go.
Hang on a minute.
Wood through, outside off stump, left by Young. That's a dot ball. Very well played from Jez there to get that in, perfectly timed as the ball was delivered. We're getting a nice shot of the Holly stand. The trumpeter is playing. I'm reliably informed by my friend Ross, who's there, that they were singing 10 German bombers a minute ago. So, yeah, it's Euros time, ladies and gentlemen.
God, I don't know. Every country's got them, but they're just. You just don't want to be part of the same country as that.
No. Wood's in, it's full, it's blocked by Young, it's a dot ball. New Zealand on 97 for 1, trailed by 206, Young on 28, Conway on 57. Wood has bowled a 7 overs today, no wickets for 22.
Okay, speed reading. Eden Ottingham says England should be banned from holding test matches on the basis of the weather. Can they make a Brexit deal with Spain for all future matches? Kiwi gardening in Berlin. Josie Oak says, being in quarantine, it's hard to know when beer o'clock starts. I thought there was 24-hour beer o'clock when you're in quarantine. Mog says, yes, I understand the north of England was very keen on leaving. Neymar Butland said, did you say Plunkett Shield? I didn't know that they were big fans of Liam down there. Ravi says, is a girlfriend worth it if she can't eat wheat? Oh, there's a discussion about celiacs going on.
Root will continue for, I think, will be the final over of our little stint here.
I think can't come fast enough is what I'm trying to say.
He starts with a ball that's blocked by Conway, and will come through very quickly for his second delivery. A little bit shorter, turned into the leg side by the Kiwi opener, who can only find mid-wicket though, so it will be another dot. And Root's figures, very, very tidy. No wicket, 7 runs from his 5.2 overs so far, as he comes in to make it 5.3. That's a little bit leg-sidey, swept into the boundary for 4 runs. So, sorry about that, Joe. Good shot from Devon Conway. There was a man out there at deep backward square legs, and he's hit it really hard and a little bit finer than the average sweep to find the fence there. Very well placed. Root will come in again. Now that's similarly leg side, but a bit shorter, and it doesn't tempt Conway into playing anything aggressive. So
what is it
he
about
blocks
him?
it.
He manages to avoid fielders as well. It's a fine art.
It's almost like he's good.
Yeah.
Root once more, that's full, that's driven straight by Conway past the diving Anderson, I think, at mid-on for another 4. We didn't have a boundary for 12 overs and we've had 2 in 3 balls.
That's because you're about
That's
to
Test
come
cricket,
off.
baby.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Jeff Perkins asked, wasn't there a picture floating around of Annie standing next to Messy Jez's grandfather clock?
Yeah, it was a bit like that. Do you have to wind up your grandfather clock?
Yeah, once a week.
Just once a week? And does it chime every hour?
Yes, yeah.
What about at night?
Yeah, you just don't notice it. I mean, I've had that grandfather clock since I was a child, so it's just in the background for me.
It's a little bit short. It's forced back down the ground by Conway, but it hits mid-off, so it'll be a dot ball, and that's the end of my little spell now, so I'm off to go and have my tea.
Yeah, me too.
Cheerio, everyone.
Annie and I are going to go off to polish up our double act. We'll talk to you all soon.
Any more double entendres we can think of. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to Annie Chave, Messy Jez, and Jack Hope for that session of Innuendo Bingo. You're listening to Guerrilla Cricket in Theory. And you join us with half an hour to go of the second session of day 2 of the second test with New Zealand 105 for 1 in reply to England's 303. Will Young is 28 not out. Devon Conway, after those couple of 4s off Joe Root, is 65 not out. I'm Knuckle M. Pandey taking you through until tea, and I'm joined by Nigel Hendo Henderson.
Hello.
And Tony O. Bishop.
Hello, I think.
And we're going to have a change of bowling. Mark Wood's little spell, better than his first, is done. And this man who bowled so brilliantly before lunch is back into the attack.
What would make Broad walk?
If his stumps were knocked down,
What would make Broad walk?
caught 5 feet off the
What
ground,
would make Broad walk?
if he trod on his
What
stumps.
would make Broad walk?
7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10. The wicket of Tom Latham for Stuart Broad. He's in right arm over the wicket to Will Young, who blocks solidly from a ball back of a length on the top of off stump to Rory Burns at mid on. There is no run. A little bit of a holding pattern has developed, Hendo.
Yeah, I mean, this is good from an England point of view. They don't want to dry out the runs if they can do nothing else, and hope that maybe New Zealand will, or one of the New Zealanders will play a slightly remiss shot, but they're not showing signs of doing that in particular. Batting extremely well. I mean, Devon Conway. I'm probably running out of words to describe how great he appears to be.
Broad in, left alone outside off stump from Will Young through to the keeper. There is no run. Broad back at the pavilion end from where he bowled so well before lunch. I have a couple of, both openers have survived, or not openers, the opener Conway and the number 3 Young have survived a couple of chances. Stuart Broad thought he had Conway caught low down, third slip by Zach Crawley, but it was adjudged by the third umpire that it didn't carry, and Will Young, when he was on 7, edged Ollie Stone to Joe Root, who juggled and dropped at first slip. Should have been taken. Young on 28, 2 slips away as Broad comes in outside off stump. A beautiful shot from Will Young, down on one knee, a square cut come square drive, bounced it over the giant Zach Crawley at backward point. Lovely timing and placement, 4 runs. Ross seam delivery just thrown a little bit wider, and Hendo, what a delightful piece of timing.
It was a good shot. I mean, he was lucky that he hit it so hard into the ground that it bounced up and over. I think it was Zach Crawley. So he did get value for the shot in the end. He might not have done if it had just bounced a little bit lower and gone straight to him. But yeah, he's growing, definitely in confidence. He did have that escape when he was on 7, I think it was. And England will chide themselves for that. But he's beginning to play, beginning to show that he's got some strokes as well.
Yeah, he only scored 1 run in the half hour after lunch, but he has opened out a little bit. Broad in, good delivery, tight to off stump, fairly gentle. Young blocks up to mid-on, there is no run. We've not seen very much swing at all after lunch. A little bit of seam movement, but nothing like the swing that New Zealand generated after lunch yesterday.
No, that's I suppose that's the sore point for England to a large degree. And I think also going back to Young, that the fact that he scored 1 in half an hour after lunch but hasn't let that get to him is what is important. And it just shows that you hang around, then you can make hay as the day goes on. He's not exactly into that situation yet, but he's doing well.
Broad in, good delivery again, a little bit of movement into the right-hander perhaps. Young blocks back to the bowler, there is no run. And we saw in Conway's 200, he had a few periods where 20, 30 balls or more would, not quite or more, but 20, 30 balls would go by and he wouldn't score many runs. He'd be starved of strike, wickets would fall at the other end, and he was able to come through it and accelerate again. It's not easy to pick up the pace when you've been starved of runs for 20 minutes.
Another interesting thing is the fact that Young is only one of only 2 players in this team not to score a Test 50.
Broad in. Oh, that's a very good delivery, and an appeal from Broad and Bracey as it just grazes the top of the pad flap. It came in sharply from outside off stump, so hush my mouth about the ball not swinging. Young left it on length. I think this is going over the top of the stumps, and I'm not sure Joe Root's all that interested in what Stuart Broad has to say. He's just sort of talking him down like someone trying to talk someone out of a bad decision, and they're not going to review it. That was a very good ball from Stuart Broad to end that over. New Zealand 109 for 1.
Yeah, there's a temptation, isn't there, when you bowl a ball as good as that, and you've got the chance of a review, you just want to take it because it was a ball that deserved a wicket. But I think they're right not to, because it just flicked the pad, and it certainly wasn't a catch behind, and it was probably too high.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say fairly decent lead from Will Young on length. Tony, what have you got on socials?
Lawrence Jameson saying 4 seamers and roots sounds like a low-budget buddy comedy. The old fart was smart, which I think is a great Twitter handle, says, Happy Jack, a great song and not too old. Yes, indeed. Leah says, do I have time? Yes, it's not hard to find
not
other
quite.
flower anymore.
Root in round the wicket to Conway, who forces this off the back foot. I was expecting there to be a cover sweeper, and there wasn't. So Conway picks up a very, very easy 4. Not a great ball from Root.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So little drama in that back foot punch. That was just expecting a single out to the sweeper, but there wasn't one. There is now, inevitably.
Yeah, there was a bit of a freebie from Root, wasn't it?
Better delivery, a little bit of drift and dip. Conway forward and blocks into the offside. There is no run. He's got a reasonably attacking. Well, he's got a slip and a leg slip. He had 3 men round the bat for Will Young, including a short leg when he's bowling to the right-hander. He's in again, slightly more round arm this time from Root, trying to get the ball to veer into Conway and turn away. Conway blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. Like to see Root mixing it up a little bit.
I'd like to see one of his leg breaks as well. That would be fun.
Root in, disappointingly from Hendo's point of view, it is the off break and dips into leg stump. Conway blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. None for 19 of 6.4 overs for Joe Root. So it's okay, but he's been a little bit too easy for Conway and Young to milk for singles. Sweep shot, kind of off the stumps, probably was sliding down leg, and Conway was happy to take on the shot, fielded by Dom Sibley down there at long leg. Come through for a single, bringing Young back onto strike.
Yeah, I mean, Root's not bowled badly. I mean, he's going at around about 3 and over. You want that to come down to about 2 if you could. If you just thinking of him as a defensive option. I think possibly he thinks of himself as a little bit more than that. There is a tiny bit of turnout there.
This is well played by Will Young. A little bit wide, not that short, and he waits for it and steers it very nicely through the vacant gully region. Rory Burns has to chase this from slip, and they come through 4-2. That's the 100 partnership up between these two at just a shade under 3 runs and over. End of the over, the 39th of the innings. New Zealand 116 for 1, trail by 187.
Yes, indeed, thank you. I think a man who's taken 5 for 8 in a test match probably does think of himself as an attacking option. Dara Azizi wants to know why is Broad not bowling. This was before Stuart Broad was brought on to bowl, but it's a good question. John Wilkinson said on YouTube, for those interested, which we are, by the way, John, very much. For those interested, our domestic 4-day series was known as the Plunkett Shield. Shell Oil took it over, and it became the Shell Oil Trophy over the 80s. Yep, indeed. Let me see. Jeff Perkins says Jack sticking 2 fingers up to Vodka Man with 2 4s in 3 balls. Okay, I think that's something to do with Ravi and something else. Grace says cunning plan, so cunning you could put a tail on it and call it a weasel. Replying to something we said, but I don't know what it was we said.
I can enlighten you after Stuart Broad comes into the left-hander, staying over the wicket to Devon Conway. This one just holds its line and goes across Conway, who leaves through to Bracey. There is no run. It was decided that the tweeters decided to want to test out young Jack with old references, and they decided that Blackadder was the way they wanted to go.
How did it get on? Did he pass or did he struggle?
He cunningly came off in the manner of the cunning fox, who is a professor of cunning at Oxford University. Came off air before he could be tested. Play him from the other end, lad, as Broad comes in. Good delivery, nicely played by Conway. A very firm and authoritative push to mid-off. There is no run. I think I have used the word authoritative, Hendo, to describe Devon Conway a great deal.
It's getting that way, definitely. And he reminds me of Stoneman, but better, I think. Mark Stoneman, who perhaps was rejected a little bit early by England. He's not really done much for Surrey since, that has to be said. But in terms of his solidity and his authoritativeness, he kind of slightly reminds me of Justin Langer.
There's a compactness to him, certainly. This is a full delivery, which does swing, and that flamingo shot comes out again with the back leg kicking up in the air as Conway punches into the onside. A very South African shot through mid-wicket with the vertical bat fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run as we see the top of the waistband of Dan Lawrence's white pants as he shines the ball on his... These England cable knit jumpers don't fit anyone. They're very baggy.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than an ill-fitting cricket jumper. It has to be said. They're great when they fit perfectly, but when they don't, yeah, they just don't work, do they?
They all just look like they're sort of, again, I said this earlier, like they've been knitted by someone who's hoping they'll grow into them. Short ball from Broad, well hooked by Devon Conway. Played that shot well, as you'd expect for a man who grew up in Johannesburg. It's well fielded by Stone down there at long leg, and they'll come through for a single.
Yeah, I think, as I say, he just does look stronger and stronger as he's growing in confidence. And that shot that he plays through either square leg and on that last occasion up towards mid wicket, it's sort of one concession to flamboyance. Although he does drive very well through the offside and be very good with his timing, but in terms of actual flamboyance, it's that one on the legs, isn't it?
They're efficient and cover drives rather than flamboyant, aren't they?
They're not flamboyant, but I think they're slightly more than efficient. I think they're beautifully timed. There's an aesthetic involved.
Broad in outside off stump, and Young allows this to go through to the keeper. Good carry through to Bracey, but well wide of off stump. There is no run. Yeah, efficient. I wasn't saying that in an aesthetic sense. It's just there's no wasted energy there.
No, not really. I mean, you're right. I mean, he plays quite often quite square, which is what a lot of left-handers do. But you don't generally get the feeling that he's reaching for the ball. He meets the ball normally with the full face of the bat. It's really technically very good.
Last ball of the over to Young. A little bit of swing into Will Young, who has to abandon his thoughts of an on-drive and just defend into the onside. There is no run. Reasonable over from Stuart Broad. Tidy, but not particularly threatening. 1 run off the over. New Zealand 117 for 1.
John Wilkinson over on YouTube had been telling us about the Plunkett Shield. He went on to say the early 2000s State Insurance took over the sponsorship, and then it went back to Plunkett Shield in 2009, if I'm correct. He closed that thought by saying a bit of New Zealand domestic 4-day hid-toady. But I think that's just fat thumbs, John. You probably meant history. However, I quite like the idea of a bit of a hid-toady. Esturga Prasad says, John, are you a Kiwi? I thought you were English. Well, he certainly knows his Plunkett Shield history, so who knows. Let me see. The Crunch says, what's the consensus? Do we think Stuart Broad is wearing a wig or went to the Shane Warne hair lab?
To be honest, I think his
there was
hair's...
a hint of that.
When he's had a bald patch for a little while, Stuart Broad, and it shows up when he shaves his head. Or he used to have kind of long hair that you could sweep back over it, but he's gone for the shorter hair, no longer wearing the headband. We will have a change at the Birmingham end, I think, as Joe Root decides that he is done with his bowling for now. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22. And also having bowled 7 overs for 22 comes this man.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Joe Root does love a double bowling change. Almost every game as he changes his bowlers in twos. Mark Wood has switched ends now. Didn't get that much out of the surface from the other end, and he's now switched to the City end, and the two men go back on the leg side at deep square leg and long leg, and I'm kind of in a catching squarish mid wicket. Ollie Pope's putting a box on and putting a helmet on and going in there at short leg, kind of deepish short leg. There's a catching square leg and a catching mid wicket as well. I'll bring you the offside field, which is probably irrelevant given where Wood's about to bowl to Devon Conway, but I will give it when I can as Wood is in. Yes, short ball and hooked well by Conway. That's a fantastic shot straight over the head of Ollie Pope, who was fearing for his life at short leg. Long leg wasn't in the game. Deep square leg couldn't get round quickly enough to it. 4 runs to Conway, moves to 75.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Plays that hook shot really well.
Quite interestingly, dispensing with a slip now.
Yeah, you often see this. Wagner does this when he goes short into the body. They prefer to put a man at gully, I guess, for the leading edge. As Wood goes short, that doesn't really get up. Conway again controls the hook shot very well. Anderson this time can come round. I think he was anticipating that coming round from deep square leg. And Fields, they come through for, surely they came through for a single there, Conway and Young. Yes, they did. Young facing up on 34, Conway on to 76. Interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he's an old-fashioned puller or hooker, if you want to say. He does try to get it to ground. He's not one of those who wants to go up and over. I mean, I know he did when he got to his double 100, but I think that was more of a top edge. He does try to play it in that fashion of rolling the wrists, and at the moment he's controlling it very well.
Yeah, a lot of players are kind of will go onto the front foot, then rock onto the back foot to play the pull shot, particularly if they're going in front of square, but Conway is kind of riding the bounce. It is going to be short and at the body for Will Young, judging by this field. There's again men back on the leg side and some catching fielders. Wood is going round the wicket. It's Woody line to Will Young from wide of the crease. Short ball hooked by Will Young. He's happy to take it on. Not as well controlled as Conway's was, but just a chip down to Burns at long leg, and they come through for a single. I guess, Hendo, you don't really bowl this type of line to try and contain batters. This is a wicket-taking tactic.
Yeah, they've got to get it up high enough, though, haven't they? At the moment, it's I don't know whether it's the soft ball or whatever, but it doesn't seem to be, even for someone as quick as Wood, to be getting up enough to make control a problem for them.
I mean, he is a skiddy bowler, which can be quite useful when you don't want the bouncer flying over people's heads, but yeah, it's got to be getting up armpit and rib cage height as well. I mean, that kind of was armpit and rib cage height, but Conway pulls it very well in front of square. There is a deep mid wicket in place, Crawley, I think, and they come through for a single.
I mean, it's a tricky one, this, isn't it? Because I mean, if one of them does get a top edge and he falls, then everyone will say, well, why did he take it on? It was quite obvious what the England tactic was. But I think that it's actually a statement, isn't it, from New Zealand, to say we're not afraid of this and we can play these shots. And we might die by the sword, but if you're going to bowl like that, we're going to play like that.
I mean, they picked up 7 runs off the first 4 deliveries. Sometimes pulling is better than fending. Just depends on the situation, really.
That said, I mean, they've got so few close fielders. They've got the short leg and the wicket-keeper, effectively. But they're not going to get those sort of catches.
Wood is in short, and again, it doesn't really get up, and Young seems to have a lot of time to get this down to Rory Burns at long leg. And they come through for that single. Yeah, this pitch has a little bit of... has some carry, it has a little bit of pace, but it looks fairly gentle, to be honest, when Mark Wood has banged these in this over, and even Wagner decided that there wasn't enough pace in the pitch for him to bother banging it in short. Yeah,
and we've got to we're in the 41st over, I think it is now. So the ball would probably have become a little bit soft. So I'm not convinced by this tactic. It seems to be sort of holding a white flag up a little bit from England.
Wood in short and doesn't get up, and it's just swatted contemptuously by Conway. Anderson again anticipating where that ball was going to go, has made up the ground from deep square leg, somehow got there before long leg, who was about 10 yards closer to it, and an over of bouncers results in a leaking of 9 runs off that over. That all looked fairly easy for Young and Conway. Suppose it's worth trying, but this experiment might not last very long.
Yeah, I mean, it is worth trying. It is worth having a couple of overs at it, perhaps. But as you say, it's not really working at the moment. I mean, okay, you can't always expect a plan to work immediately, but you expect to see some hints that there's something there, and there was nothing in that over at all.
On YouTube, yes, Jeff Thomas, our friend Jeff Thomas, who never played for Crystal Palace, says, I've just realised the Mark Wood jingle is the music from Black Beauty.
Yay!
It is, yes. It is. Periodically, people will tell us that. Which was filmed, I might point out, in Fieldways Farm, just up the road from the house I grew up in.
Nowhere near Claygate.
Nowhere near Claygate, no, that was in Rickmansworth, near Watford.
Broad into Conway, a little bit of swing again, away from the left-hander, into the right, as it were. Stuart Broad is examining the ball, saying, swing, damn you, as Conway blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. He's now giving the ball inevitably to the umpire, who does the perfunctory handcuff check on the ball and hands it back to Stuart Broad. No, maybe not quite perfunctory. Maybe it has been. Maybe Mark Wood banged it out of shape.
Yeah, could have done. Certainly, it's not going through either, it would seem, of the testing holes.
And out comes Martin Saggers, the reserve umpire, with a couple of boxes of new balls. Martin Saggers has very big hands, it looks like.
Well, it befits a bowler, doesn't it, really? I mean, he was a bowler all those years ago for Kent. And, he's got enormous hands. Just thought I'd bring you up to date with what's happening at Gros Islet in St Lucia. That's got underway. But are Guerrilla Cricket South Africa carrying this?
Yes,
Do we
they
know?
are. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Excellent. You've got a double dose of Guerrilla. That is just fantastic, isn't it? West Indies, as we know, were unfortunately bowled out for 97. South Africa started this morning, or this afternoon, in our terms, around about 130, wasn't it, for 4. They have moved on to 158 for 4. They lead by 61. Rassie van der Dusen, who I think is a very good all-round cricketer, is on 45. Quinton de Kock has moved to 23. They'll need to break that stand pretty swiftish. I think if those two get stuck in, then it could be a long way back for the West Indies, I'm afraid.
I'll just read a couple of tweets while the ball is sorted.
Yep.
Eden Ottington says, are all Saffers in national teams around the world just a secret plant? Perhaps they will all self-destruct before the next World Cup, making smoother sailing for the struggling South Africans. That's an interesting conspiracy theory. Let me see. Who else? Spinner Grace. It's getting late for me, but I swear that lunch was a couple of hours ago. That's in reply to Nikki, who said lunch. Nikki, who also goes by the name Somerset Bagpuss.
Yeah.
One of Annie's crew, maybe.
No, she's a long-time cricket tweeter. Has been tweeting to us and the sofa, I think, for a long time.
Oh, Nikki, lovely to hear from you. Brian Barish, I will wait. No, I won't. Knuckles' description of a flamingo South African shot gives me this random question. I know what an agricultural shot is, but where does the term come from?
Is it because it was kind of the village, the village cricket? Doesn't it come from village cricket and the notion of, basically they were all blacksmiths and farmers playing?
Yeah,
in those
that's
days.
pretty much it. Same reason you have cow corner.
Yep.
As Broad is in with this new old ball, and that he likes that one because it's beaten Devon Conway on the outside edge. It's the first false shot Devon Conway's played in about an hour and a half. Through to the keeper, there is no run. Well, also I think that you're swinging the bat in the manner of a farmer swinging a scythe.
Yeah, it could be that. I don't know, to be honest. That's always what I presumed. I haven't checked it out, Brian. So there is a margin for error, but we might even look it up on Google.
What's the baseball equivalent? Or isn't there one? That I'd be very interested to know, Brian.
There was no swing particularly with that ball, but it did move off the seam away from Devon Conway. I wonder if Broad will go round the wicket. Yes, he has. That seemed inevitable as soon as the ball was going to start moving. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the hook at deep square leg and long leg. Fairly orthodox field as Broad is in wide of the crease from round the wicket. Conway watches it very carefully as it comes in towards him and leads through to Bracey. There is no run. It's just getting a little bit darker. This old ball starts to move, and Conway will have another testing spell from Broad to negotiate. Actually did well before lunch.
I see that it may have something to do with the fact that that many players were not expected to have the sort of technical expertise if they played in rather sort of separated rural areas, and so the agricultural shot was born, as it were. It was a snobbery, I suppose, a cricket snobbery.
Broad is in full delivery, swinging into the pads of Conway, blocks up to mid-on, then wrings his hands as though it hit low on the bat, on the toe. Wonder if he might see a bat change. Oh yeah, the gentleman versus players snobbery of early cricket in England cannot be understated. You
wouldn't be allowed to get away with that these days. It'd be agriculturalist.
It would be.
You look at the literature of the time and the uproar when England had their first professional captain.
Yep, indeed. They
used to have separate dressing rooms.
Could he catch?
Well, that'd be handy, wouldn't it?
Bit of a back waggle from Conway as Broad returns over the wicket. That's a beautiful delivery. Threatened to come in the air and then just went off the seam, and Conway is beaten by it. There would have been very few players in the world who wouldn't have been beaten by it. Very good bit of bowling from Stuart Broad. Through to the keeper, there is no run.
Is this ball suddenly doing a little bit more, maybe? I don't think it's doing anything much more in the air, but that certainly did go off the pitch.
Wasn't it the 2019 Ashes where I think Australia changed the ball and all of a sudden England had a clatter of wickets when nothing was happening?
That's quite possible with England. Although it's happened so often with England that I can't actually remember.
No, I remember commentating on it. Definitely.
Last ball of the over from Broad. This one just comes into Conway a little bit, and he blocks from the crease again, reading that bottom hand, and there is no run. New Zealand 126 for 1. It's one of those things that if a ball is changed and suddenly some wickets start falling, you'll notice it. You sort of don't notice when a ball is changed and nothing happens.
True enough. Swing it both ways. Says hello from Cincinnati. To us. Hello. The other guys, I don't know who he's talking about there, maybe the BBC, says, are talking about how England aren't swinging it while the New Zealand were like a nudist camp yesterday. Any idea what's up with that? Well, what's up with the nudist camp I don't really want to go into. There was definitely more atmosphere, I think, in the air yesterday afternoon. We've talked quite a bit about that. Today, change of ball does seem to have brought a bit more lively swing in the air, doesn't it, Hendo?
Well, it might have done, and if it has, then this is the perfect man to take advantage of it, because we have a change of bowling.
Yes, we do. Joe Roots has thought, the ball's moving. Send for the record breaker. In comes James Michael record breaker Anderson, full swinging delivery, a little bit too full, and it's easy for Conway to block up to mid-off. There is no run. It's sort of oldish ball bowling. 42 overs gone, and we're back to Anderson at the Birmingham end and Broad at the Pavilion end, as we were for the new ball spell.
Well, that awful experiment from Wood only lasted the 1 over.
Yes, interesting to see. Well, I'll come to that after this ball from Anderson. This is a fairly easy delivery for Conway for Young rather to leave through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, maybe they would have kept going with it longer if they hadn't changed the ball and seen it start swinging. But Anderson has replaced Mark Wood, whose human catapult act didn't really work.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is swinging that much more, but I mean, obviously, if it is swinging, then Anderson is the man to go to just to have a little look. And this is going to be the last over before tea anyway, so I think it's a perfectly reasonable move by Root.
Yeah, very good point. 3 slips in place for. I was going to call him Craig Young then, but he's an Irish seamer, Will Young, through to the keeper, and there is no run. 3 slips in place for Young, who tries to eat up a little bit more time. Not that it matters, because it is 20-4 already by prodding at the pitch, and there is no run. Joe Root rubbing the ball with his sleeve pulled down over over his hands like he's a child who's just got cold on a long car journey.
I think it's as I say, Root has now got 3 slips back in there again, and they're obviously going to be looking for that hooping in swinger or that one that goes away. And Young has just got to stick in there.
Anderson in a little bit of shape away from the right-hander, but started too wide, and Young leads very confidently through to Bracey. There is no run. It's good.
And it's been a very good session, really, for New Zealand. 126 for 1. What were they at lunch? They haven't lost a wicket in this session, have they?
No, they haven't. They were at lunch 43 for 1.
So what's that? That's 57. That's 83 runs without losing a wicket, which is pretty. You kind of take that for a session, wouldn't you?
When was the Root drop? Was that before or after?
That was after lunch.
After,
it was after lunch.
Yeah.
Young was on 7 at the time. Move on to 36 now.
Anderson in penultimate ball of the session goes a little wider on the crease and tries to get Young to play at it, which he does. Plays very nicely with soft hands, not quite where he intended, but it squirts all along the ground past the slip cordon for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's well played from Young. Anderson did that thing that he doesn't. We saw Southey do it in the first test, where he goes a bit wider on the crease, and then that angle makes the batter play, and the outswing can take the edge. But again, Hendo, very soft hands.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball. Didn't swing possibly enough. He was in control of it sufficiently, but it's annoying for a bowler. The lack of a third man.
Good delivery from Anderson to finish again, just shaping to come in and then leading at the last minute. But Young has negotiated that well, leaves through to the keeper. There is no run. Anderson just not bowled tidy over, but not quite as threatening as he wanted to, and that is emphatically New Zealand's session. They were 43 for 1 at lunch, with Will Young looking to establish himself after the fall of Tom Latham. They've added 87 runs in the 29 overs possible in this session. At an even 3 runs and over, they are 130 for 1, trail England by 173 after England were bowled out for 303 runs this morning. England looking decent spirits as they wander off the field, but Devon Conway continuing to impress in his nascent test career, is 78 not out off 135 balls, and Will Young has got to what I think is his highest test score. He's only played, this is only his 3rd test match.
No, he's got a 43.
He
so
does.
He's got a 43 as his highest score.
He does, yes.
But he was, as you were saying, I said before, he was one of the only 2 players in this team who hasn't got a test 50, funnily enough. The other being, anyone want to hazard a guess?
Bolt.
No.
Ajaz Patel?
Yes. I just thought that was quite interesting to look at, that sort of lower order. We talk about this being a New Zealand team that's reduced in strength, but actually not as much as you necessarily think. Anyway, that's tea. What are we going to do? What have we got?
We've got World Cup final.
All right, we'll have that again then.
I was going to say, should I catch up some very quick messages, because there's loads of them we missed.
Yeah.
There's an interesting conversation on YouTube between Mitch Esterga and John Wilkinson, amongst others, looking at the best South Africans to play in other countries. Roy Peterson, Ingram, Labus, Glenn Phillips, are amongst them. Colin Munro.
Who's that with?
A whole load. I'm not sure, but those are the names that were being flung around there. Swing it both ways, so saying hello from Cincinnati. I'd already said that. Jeff Perkins saying surely the jumper's fitting no one is an egalitarian approach, ensuring no one is favoured above others. The old fart was smart. Is saying that maybe jumpers are hoping for a happy Mondays. Roger Melly says hello, good evening, and bollocks. My Roger Iron's rusted, so I'm dependent on you lads to keep abreast of things. Keep up the good work. We certainly will, Roger. Harriet Atkinson says, pleased my King Muppet shirt fits better than the England team's jumpers. Lots of exclamations just for Tony. You see, I'll never live that down, that reputation now. I've stopped using them for about the last 3 months, but no.
Messi Jez has
stuck with me.
Messi Jez has stolen them all.
Tony, you must just be yourself. I mean,
be
if
myself,
exclamation marks.
Be myself.
Be yourself. Exactly. Do not let these people
grind me down. Jersey
Yes.
Oak says we must be due. We're doomed. No, possibly not yet. Mayak wants to know is rain in the forecast. Lots of very dark clouds in the background. I think we're going to be safe, but yeah, there is some cloud cover about. You are right. Brian Barish, a former co-worker of mine, is from St Lucia, and she pronounced it "grow inlay."
Grosilay.
Grow inlay.
Can't be inlay. There's no N anywhere near it. There cannot possibly be inlay.
From when I went, I heard it as Grosilay.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Brian Barry, yes, okay. Roger Melly says Devon Conway sounds like a sandwich. I don't know why. Leah says, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Tony Bishop won. The baseball equivalent to what again? Agricultural shot, Leah. That's what we were looking for. If it's an agricultural shot in cricket, which, as we said, is sort of comes from a rather outdated view of professionals and gentlemen, what's the equivalent in baseball is what I asked. Swinging it both ways. I can get your audio on TuneIn and on my PC, but not on my Roku. I'd love to advise you. I don't know what a Roku is, so that could be not going to be much help.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that, I'm afraid.
Brian Barish is in terrible joke mood, so well done him. What's a Devon Con weigh? About £165 apparently. Get it? What does a Devon Con weigh? Never mind. I thought it was quite amusing, Brian, but it's just you and me laughing. Let's see. I think I'd probably leave it there. It goes on and on and on. There are many more. Perhaps we'll get to you after tea.
Okay, let's play for about 10 minutes in the end. That's all it'll be. A little bit of the World Cup when England were doing better than they are today. And we will be back around about 4 o'clock. All right, ta-da!
Should have suspended you if it scored more than 17 runs.
It looked rather schoolmasterly the way that Alan Dar addressed Jason Roy there. Isn't it? So you look check your behaviour, rein yourself in.
Bolt bowls comes off the thigh pad of Bairstow as he's looking to turn it into the onside, but there is no run. Bolt none for 16. He's into his 4th over now. Racing in. He's got a quick run up. Everything he does is quite quick, isn't it?
Quick arm.
The arm is quick. It's and he gets that lovely swing. He's a great bowler to watch. Really is. Here he is now, scampering in once more. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow lets the one pass. It swings down the leg side. That will be a wide. Good work by Latham diving away to his left. Wide. So that there's nothing more than one wide. I'm going to move to 29 for 1.
A couple of his deliveries have done more than he was expecting as well. The one that sort of nutmegged Jason Roy earlier on, almost bowled him, but it did way too much. It was actually quite a way down the leg side by the time it passed.
He'd like that one to have started around about just outside off stump, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but it never works like that, does it?
Not often. He's in again, bowls to Bairstow. That's a lovely ball, but it's also well hit by Bairstow, who then just strolls down the pitch after dismissing that through mid-on, all the way along the ground for 4. That's a lovely on drive, which Lockie Ferguson couldn't reach. And as soon as he hit that Bairstow, that's 4. I'll just stroll on down, just have a little chat.
Terrific cricket all round. It was a really good ball, that, and Johnny's just sort of leant on it and timed the ears off it through mid-on for 4.
Tremendous stuff. England 33 for 1. They need 242 to win. Bolt in again to Bairstow. This one goes the other way, but he rides with it and jabs it into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, the one from Muttley, that 4 took us above the required run rate. It's coming home. Woof.
Well, I suppose we have to think about Duckworth Lewis. I mean, there is cloud around, but we're told there's not going to be any rain.
Nah, I think it'll be fine. It's just a case of scoring the runs.
I just hope that Muttley is not whimpering later.
Again, the ball is angled across Bairstow. A couple of decent deliveries there from Bolt, just changing the angle slightly, and 2 dot balls result.
This one from Robbie and I about Butler. He's everything. The beautifulest, the smartest, the talentedest.
You to me are everything. I might write those lyrics for Josh.
Rewrite them.
Yeah.
I was on the train, the tube the other day. This is outside the off stump and allowed to pass through by Johnny Bairstow. Ended the over 33 for 1 from 7. I was on the tube the other day, coming home quite late at night, and a bunch of ladies got on, women got on, and they started, I don't know where they'd been, but they started singing en masse, and the real thing was one of their favourites, You to Me or Everything. It wasn't a bad rendition, I have to say, from sort of 6
very good
sloshed girls. Anyway, the latest news on...
Were they singing it to you?
No, not directly, although I was getting worried that they might. Novak has double faulted to hand Federer the second set, 6-1.
Oh my goodness.
A set apiece.
Wow.
Set apiece. Wow.
Thanks, Evil Scooters gave us that info as well. Matt CL, watching Wimbledon on a laptop, World Cup final on TV, listening to commentary and guerrilla cricket. Not a bad way to spend Sunday.
Henry into Root, who lets this one move away down the hill without recourse to playing a shot, and it's through to keeper, no run. 33 for 1 from 7.1. Matt Henry is the leading wicket taker in overs 1 to 10 in this World Cup. That's pretty good, isn't it? 8 he has now, so he's a real new ball bowler.
That is a great question.
It is a good question.
The next oval quiz that we do.
Henry in again, bowls to Root. Root gets in behind this, defends back to the bowler. He's yet to score. Bairstow has 14, England are 33 for 1.
We've seen a fair bit in this game where what I would call proper cricket or test match cricket is the way to go. So Wokes, when he was bowling, was bowling good lines and lengths just outside the off stump. That was the right thing to do at that particular time in the game. And here, I think we're seeing Joe Root just settling into his innings. He thinks, if I bat normally, don't have to do anything stupid, I can do something great.
It did happen against Sri Lanka, though. They got into a bit of a rut. Root is forward to this one, probing around his off stump, but he defends into the extra cover area, and there is no run.
Jay Grover, hated Fido Ditto, almost as much as I hate Grubby's Shoreditch twat belt.
Oh right, is that?
Do you have a belt on?
I do have a belt on. Yeah.
Oh, I see that.
Well, you see this?
It's very colourful.
That is a very. I don't know.
Is that hipsterish?
I don't know.
I'm not sold on that belt.
Someone bought it for me.
Not sold on it. Someone.
I'm not trying to sell it to you.
Someone managed to sell it. This is a bit of a leading edge from Root as he comes forward to this. He's going to get his first run though, as it skews away through extra cover, and England move to 34 for 1.
Do you know what troubles me most about that is that Jay Grover is watching me.
Yeah, that is very worrying.
It's covered pretty well as well, I'd say. And the fact he's been dreaming here and there as well. Maybe you'll pop in this time around.
I think this Facebook Live thing's, reached a point of no return. I think maybe we should just go back to being anonymous.
I'll be in your dreams tonight, Jay, whether you like it or not, with my belt.
Oh, God. Henry into Bairstow's beaten by that one. Lovely delivery that went away late in the air. He aimed a drive at it, but unfortunately for New Zealand, they couldn't quite find the edge. This is marvellous bowling. Look how late that has gone. Absolutely beautiful.
Really extravagant movement, isn't it? We've seen quite a few today where the ball's gone past the edge and you think that must be out because it's moved so much after it's gone past the bat. But it's that sort of day at Lord's. It's muggy, it's overcast, it is a swing bowler's dream. Jimmy Anderson will be in the crowd somewhere thinking, God, lads, I wish I hadn't given up.
Well, he did say this morning, I heard him on the radio saying, it's a bowl first game, but it's a bowl all day game as far as I can see. Outside of the off stump, left by Bairstow. That's the end of Henry's fourth over. He has figures of 1 for 13 after 8 overs in reply to New Zealand's 241 for 8. England are 34 for 1.
From Facebook Live, hi Vijesh, hi Ranjit, thanks for joining us on Facebook Live.
Hi Vijesh, hello Ranjit.
Arthur Shire, of course, Spiders play international cricket. Alan Spider Mullally remains the best left arm quick bowler fielded in my lifetime.
Isn't he some sort of Brexit loving UKIP sort of fella these days, Hallam?
I don't know, but I know he used to. I know he stayed for a week at Ian Pearce's house.
He's got a lot of L's in his name. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
He's got 4 in his surname.
A lot of L's, not so many limbs. Anyway, 34 for 1. There are people on the top of the grandstand. What are they doing up
It's
there?
like the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
It is.
Just
What else
watching
is
it.
going on? Maybe they think a ball's going to go up there eventually.
Exactly.
It will.
That'd be a good job to have. Just watch the cricket.
Pretty high up there, isn't it? It's a pretty good view. Yeah, I think those.
As long as you've got provisions.
Those tickets are about 230 quid.
What about the toilets though?
Oh
no.
Let's not think about that.
Oh no.
Bolt continuing into his 5th over bowls to Root drives, nice shot, finds the gap, didn't really overplay it. Certainly going to get one. Williamson does brilliantly to get round and prevent anything more than that, because that could have run away from him. Good fielding by the New Zealand captain. So Root moves to 2, England to 35 for 1.
Evil Scooters. What? Not going to argue with the umpires about being given out, referencing Roy, of course. Why do you think all these people came to see you play?
Yeah, exactly. We want controversy.
Yeah, as Stuart Lee is fond of saying in his sets, he said, "You've paid to see me, and I am me. So if there's a problem, it's not on this side of the stage."
Yeah, good point. Bolt into Bairstow, right across him, and that one did seem to gather pace off the pitch and fly a little bit through to Latham. It was a ball that wasn't aimed at coming back, it was the one that kept going.
Bounce.
What was that?
Bounce.
I
thought it was going to be ditching, bounce, but it wasn't. It was
sounded like Mog.
Yeah, I think that was a kind of a Napalm Death version.
Yeah, I think so. Bolt again then, in from the pavilion end, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow's onto the back foot to this one, and plays it comfortably into the offside. And there is no run. 35 for 1. Root has 2. Bairstow has 14. The man to go, Roy, caught behind off Matt Henry for 17.
So how are New Zealand going to force this? Because it is New Zealand's game to force, isn't it? England don't necessarily have to do anything special. New Zealand are the ones who have to bring something different to the game.
Take
What are
some
they going
wickets. Good question. Driven by Bairstow on the up, closing the face, but Bolt manages to stop it, stooping to his left in his follow through. And there is no run. Do we get Mitchell Santner on early? Have a little look at him.
Still say
Wasn't much
Lockie,
return,
I'd say
was
so.
it?
With the extra
Lockie?
bounce he brings in, it could be one that could pick up a quick breakthrough. After the
Maybe Lockie one end and Santner the other.
Well, I certainly think that
Grand
if they can get through one of these and they get Morgan in, I think they need to bring Lockie on to bowl him a few bouncers, because he's been a bit remiss against the short bowling. Now this is a short arm jab played well by Bairstow, away through square leg, down the hill for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think the problem for New Zealand is, while they're bowling well, when there is a slightly loose ball, England are taking toll of it, aren't they? So they're keeping the board moving and they're not giving them a chance to get on top, whereas New Zealand seemed to decide that it was a difficult pitch to score on. This one again flies a little bit as Bairstow leaves it outside the off stump. That's the end of Bolt's 5th over. He's been unsuccessful so far, none for 26. England are 39 for 1.
Good carry there as well.
Yeah, certainly is. Bit of life on that pitch. Jeff Perkins, so there's a new jingle for 4-4, hence the reason no one will expect one to exist. And the YouTube link, so one maybe we can have a look at a bit later. Anna Forsyth, Jason, all your shouting and clapping in the field.
And we're back. We're back. We've hardly been away because we spoke quite lengthily into that tea interval. We ate up the tea interval very effectively. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm back for the first time today. For the first time in ages. It's with Knuckle. No, it's with Annie. And I know. I'm sorry.
I was all excited.
I just wanted to have a bit of fun. You remember that? Fun?
I do remember it was the last time I was on Gorilla.
Exactly. And that's where you have to come for fun. There is no fun in the world apart from on Gorilla. I think we should make that evident to everybody. We're also waiting for Messi Jez. Messi Jez will be returning from his sleep in Western Australia very shortly. He's probably gone walkabout.
Is it Messi? I thought it was Jack.
It is Jack.
I apologise. Sorry, you look like nothing like that. I was looking at
some rope there.
I was looking at the afternoon session as opposed to the evening session. We're going to be saying hello and goodbye, Annie, aren't we?
Oh, well, already?
Well, not now, but I mean in half an hour. Yeah.
Are you
very short stint?
Are you involved in cricket activity this evening, or have you got
I
something?
am involved in cricket.
Are you involved in erratics or Somerset?
Erratics.
Right.
Somerset, unfortunately, it sort of, it clashed, and I have.
And who are the erratics taking on tonight then?
Oh, Eid. The mighty Eid. Yeah.
The mighty Eid. And what format of the game are they playing?
It'll be 2020.
T20?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then followed by barbecue in the pub.
Oh dear, you're saying you haven't had fun since you last came on Guerrilla Cricket? It sounds like fun all night.
There's fun and there's fun, isn't there? Really.
I suppose there is, and you can't have more fun than being on Guerrilla Cricket. What do you think of the day so far, people?
Well, I think it's been very good for England to begin with, and that now it's very good for New Zealand. I think we're really struggling to make headway.
They are a little bit, aren't they? That dropped catch and that controversial so-called grounded catch.
It was in. It was definitely in his fingers.
Oh, I thought it bounced.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think I'd love to be.
You would.
I'd love to be emphatic, but I can't be about these things. You know.
I think if you just look at the shadow of the ball, it met the ball before it reached his hand. I don't think it was.
I certainly thought at full speed that it seemed unlikely that he would have got there, but when I saw the replay, I just don't know. Teams are on their way back out. There was an interesting little moment during the tea break where they were looking at Mark Wood's spell today, where he seemed to be collapsing his front leg, and they were suggesting that this was not enabling him to get top pace. But by his second... Sorry?
He's not getting top pace, is he?
No, but in the second spell he was bracing said leg, as he had done at Lord's. So maybe he was getting a little bit more quick. So I don't know why he would be doing that. I'm not that expert on the mechanics of fast bowling to understand that, unless he was trying to take some pressure off the leg, as if perhaps he was in a little bit of pain, which would be extremely worrying. Anyway, Stuart Broad is going to start after the break. We believe that England have had a newish ball. When I say a newish ball, it's a replacement ball, supposedly around about 45 overs old, which is pretty much what England have bowled. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
What would make Broad walk?
If his stumps were knocked down,
What would make Broad walk?
caught 5 feet off the ground,
What would make Broad walk?
if he trod on his
What would
stumps,
make Broad walk?
if God was one of the
What
arms,
would make Broad walk?
Broad walk.
What? Broad!
One of the best jingles, that one.
It is. He's in, bowls to Conway, and Conway continues as he's been playing all day. He's going to get a single. He's got two men back out there at long leg and then deep backward square. I thought if it had been only the long leg, he would have got a couple, but it looks like Sam Billings is on the pitch out there for somebody doing some fielding. So Conway moves on to 79. New Zealand 131 for 1. Young is on 40. Young has a top score in tests of 43. He's only played 2 tests before this one, so you can't expect too much of him. But if he does get to 50, it means there will be only one player in the New Zealand side who hasn't got a test 50. And we say this is a, well, we've argued, or we've made the point that it could be considered a New Zealand B team. But no, seemingly not. 2 slips, no gully. Man at backward point now for Broad. He's in to Young. He bowls it very wide. I think he was looking for the hoopy in-swinger, but it didn't hoop. It did a little bit, but not enough, and it's left alone by Will Young. Have you got any tweets for us?
I was going to let Knuckle jingle.
Okay, let him jingle. Let him jingle.
Tonight, I'm Will Young. Don't let that guy on Papahito. I won't sing out, score some runs.
Next delivery is quite full. It's a punched drive up to mid-off. Pleasantly played, but not really looking for runs. And so there isn't any. 132 for 1. Annie.
Yeah. Ravi Nair has joined us again. And he says, "Oh no, Jack's back." He says, "Luckily," and he's probably doing tweets, so she'll never get around to this tweet. He insults us both in one fell swoop.
He's a charmer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Broad in again, bowls. Hint of away swing, but nothing very much. Left alone by Young. Will just come down the wicket and prod away at the pitch. So the change of ball, they hoped maybe it would bring some extra swing, and they brought Jimmy Anderson back for 1 over before tea in that hope, but it didn't seem to be doing a huge amount. Joe Root has now got a big, thick, long sleeve jumper on
I
there.
was just looking at that, thinking it must be a bit chilly out there because it's boiling here.
Yeah, what's the matter with these boys? Poor little cold chap that he is. Someone give him a cuddle. Broad in or goes past the outside edge. But strangely enough, it drops on the half volley to Bracey behind the stumps, and Broad's a little bit quizzical about that. Seemed to die, but anyway, no damage.
It has been a bit like that all day, I think, hasn't it? There's the two edges, the one that did carry and the one that fell short. They didn't fly through to the slips.
No, that's true.
There was a little tickle on that one.
Did you get a little tickle on that?
I think there was a little tickle.
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. And so it's just fallen short of Bracey, and that's
the
probably
third
why.
one.
That's probably why Broad was rather pissed off about that. I got the edge. What more do you want me to do? And then it dropped short of the keeper. Broad again then, 1 for 17. He's into his 11th over. He's into Young, who plays that nicely off the back foot, into the offside. Dan Lawrence, also looking a little bit chilly, does the fielding.
It's up north, isn't it?
It's up north, aye. It's up north.
It's always cold up north.
Yeah, once you get on that M40, before you know it, you're freezing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Surprised they compare to all.
It's amazing, isn't it? I'm surprised they haven't got icicles forming on their eyebrows and noses.
Yeah.
Anyway, 132 for 1, Conway 79, Young 40, and James Bracey is a picture of concentration.
He's got a good nose, hasn't he?
Good nose, fabulous nose. Now that does swing. It swings into Young, and I think it's a mixture of bat and pad that gets it away behind square, down towards long leg, and they will get through for a run. I think it is. There was bat involved, indeed there was. He goes to 41, and he keeps the strike. Annie, it's all yours.
I was just going to ask you what you think of Bracey as a keeper. I haven't got tweets at the moment.
Jack, any thoughts?
I don't think it's really what he wants to do, is it? And I think that shows a little bit. He's the reserve of the backup guy from an England point of view.
He's the reserve of the reserve, isn't he?
Yeah.
Really?
So I think that sort of shows he wants to be a batter.
Yeah, but on the basis that he's not scoring any runs at all, he might as well be doing something.
I imagine we'll see Bracey back this time next year after someone finishes up in the Ashes.
Probably
as a proper top order batter. That's my prediction.
I don't think he would have a long-term future as an England wicketkeeper, generally speaking. Not because he hasn't got ability of some sort, but because there's many people in front of him. We're going to jingle up the new bowler in a minute, but we'll let him bowl the first ball to Will Young. Goes onto the back foot, defends it straight back to him. The new bowler is this man.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
We've
Ben
seen
Stokes in Lederhosen.
Oh, yeah, exactly the same thing. We've had a close-up of a man who looks like, as Jack said, Ben Stokes in Lederhosen. Maybe it is him. Who knows? We've had our eye on you for 162 tests, actually, Jimmy Anderson, but that wasn't probably your best ball in your 162 tests because it's been swatted away, half stopped. I think it's just going to make it. No! It's hauled in by a heroic England fielder, who I can't name. It's Ollie Stone.
Yeah.
And so just the 3 runs for Young rather than the boundary, 136 for 1.
Yeah, it wasn't Anderson's finest delivery.
It really wasn't.
No, it really wasn't, was it? Just going back to the Bracey, what about Billings? Do you think he should be there?
Well, I was a bit surprised. You may have noticed if you read the Gorilla sort of team picks for the New Zealand series that I had Billings as my keeper. I think I may have also had Bracey in the team, but certainly I had Billings down as keeper. And I think he deserves an opportunity. And Bracey's kind of come from nowhere. I know
he's come from the county scene and he's been doing very well.
Well,
Very much.
he's been doing pretty well. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes, he's done very well. Outside the stump, left alone. But it's a different ball game, isn't it? And Billings has had a bit of international cricket exposure.
Yeah, but he hasn't been
I think they messed around with the squad a little bit in the build-up, didn't they? So Bracey was the next in line in terms of the squad that they announced, back at the beginning of June or late May.
Yeah, I think
it would have been a
Billings
bit
was
harsh
late.
on him if Billings had come into the squad after Folkes got injured and then jumped him.
Yeah, I do wonder why Billings is. I hope Billings is not necessarily being sort of seen purely as a one-day player. I think he does seem to be going that way. Anderson into Conway. Conway leaves outside the off stump. I'd like to see. I'd like to see Billings given a chance.
He was one of my guests on my podcast.
Oh yes, he was quite fun, wasn't he?
He was really fun. Yeah, a really nice chap.
Did you ask him about his test hopes?
We kind of went over. We always do that a little bit, but and they're all very well trained in what they're supposed to say.
Unfortunately. What a shame. I was hoping for some meat, but never mind. Anderson in again. Bowls to Conway, leaves it alone. Now, Knackle was signalling at me a moment ago. I'm not quite sure what for. Is some sort of jingle that you wish to play us? It looks like it. Yes. What is it? All over the place, apparently in East Anglia as well. Anderson bowls onto the back foot, goes Conway. He's going to get a single to Broad moving around at mid-off. I thought he seemed to sort of get stuck a little bit there, Conway, as he tried to start up on the run, and I thought maybe Broad could have been a bit quicker to that. But anyway, they've got the run, 137 for 1. It's the end of the over. Young has 44, Conway has 80. Annie.
Ravi Nair says Queen Annie, as I'm now known. You know I'd never insult your highness. Jack, on the other hand, it's so bad for England, he's probably a Tory.
Oh.
I love Boris.
Everyone
here knows.
See, what can you say?
So I've always been a big fan of
I don't know.
Boris.
Nesta's put in something I don't understand. It's lots of letters and numbers. So sorry, Nestas, I don't know what that is.
It's the score of the tennis. The tennis. A little bit of movement, but mainly after it's gone past Conway, who left that one alone as well. It looks like Tsitsipas is beating Zverev in the semi-final 6-3, 6-3, 4-5. So that
those are names, are they? Oh shit! All right, okay.
There's a final.
Yeah, that's it's a semi-final, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think. Oh, you don't know? Okay, all right. Yes, it is. It's the Greek Tsitsipas versus the German Zverev.
Thank you for educating me publicly on air.
It's all right. It's my pleasure. I like nothing more than to put people right. In comes and so it's Broad. Sorry, bowling first ball of a new over to Conway. Conway's forward in defence, and the ball runs to extra cover.
Nestlers is a bit of a tennis thing, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he was.
He likes his
He
tennis.
was He was Jimmy Connor's racket carrier many years ago. Conway's going to go and play for. Conway's going to go and play for Somerset, isn't he? After this, is that right?
Yeah.
Annie?
We booked
Yeah,
him
I bet you're looking forward to having him down there.
He did play. He played for the Seconds 10 years ago or so.
Yes. 10 years ago. Oh no, there's the flamboyant flick off the legs, and he's been caught! He's been caught! It was too flamboyant, and Crawley it is who takes the catch, and there will be no repeat century for Conway. That will teach you to be flamboyant. And off he goes into the pavilion. Wow, that went flat, didn't it? Sure.
Jeez, he threw that away.
Yeah, it was quite a flat hit and comfortable for Crawley, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Conway can't believe what
Well, he's already. Crawley's already.
That is
isn't he?
cricket for you. Well, I'd love to see what the send-off was there from Broad. There must have been a send-off. He said, well, I would have preferred it if you'd gone when you were on whatever it was, 23 or something. But as it is, he's gone off 80. Really another fantastic innings from Conway, taking away nothing from him despite that controversial moment. but just being a little bit too flamboyant. If you will be flamboyant, Mother Cricket will come back and bite you on the backside.
Yeah, I don't want any
that's what's happened
flamboyance at Somerset. That's for sure. I'll be
No, we need to have that. We need that whipped out of him before he gets onto the field at Taunton, for sure. The next semi-final is between Nadal and Djokovic, apparently. So that's just a jumble of letters to you, Annie. Says Nesta. Sorry, I'm doing tweets as well for some reason.
I'm so sorry. Nesta.
Oh, there's no limit. There's no limit to my powers. Sorry, the rest of you go away. I'm going to do jingles. I'm going to do commentary.
Yeah.
I'm going to do tweets. And
What the hell do you need us for, Hendo?
Exactly. I don't know why have I needed you all this time. I should have just done it all on my own. Anyway, out to the middle comes none other than a man with 106 matches behind him at Test level. It is this particular Ross Taylor.
Wouldn't it be good to be Ross Taylor, even with his old and aching boat? Wouldn't it be good to be Ross Taylor to anyone?
Yeah, well, there you go. There's a sort of instant karma involved then, although it's taken a couple of hours. That it's caught Crawley bowled broad, but in much different circumstances than the one we saw earlier. 3 slips, a man at backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on.
As in that one didn't bounce, Hendo.
Sorry, Jack. That one didn't bounce, and it went a lot further. In comes Broad, 2 for 18 now. The crowd are right behind him. Ross Taylor leaves this one too far outside the off stump. 88 miles an hour. He's got his back up. He's got his gander up. He's got everything up that he could possibly ever have up.
Yep.
And it's going to be one of those broad. Moments. It's going to be one of those broad spells. I can feel it in my bones.
Well, Taylor's always a bit dodgy at the beginning of his innings, isn't he? So we've got this definitely.
To be honest, I think that actually Ross Taylor is dodgy throughout his innings now.
Do you?
He plays everything around his front leg, but he does it quite well. In comes Broad, bowls to him, he leaves outside the off stump. And of course, we saw in the first test that Broad has got Taylor, I think 10 times now, maybe 11 now, in Test cricket. So
how many times have they played against each other then?
I can't tell you that exactly.
Yeah, well,
but someone
that's
will.
no good doing these stats without having a backup.
Hang on, it's a pretty good stat, to be fair, Annie. It's a pretty good stat. I mean, if you get a bloke out 10 times, and if you think how many times England play New Zealand, which is not that many.
Okay, but they both have been playing a long time.
They have both been playing probably, I mean, broadly from about 2005. Probably, yes. That was played from in front of his pad by Ross Taylor. Behind square is going to get a single. Stone comes in from long leg, and that is the end of a successful over for Broad. He has now 2 for 19. New Zealand 138 for 2. The door is ever so slightly ajar. Annie.
Messages says things you expect to hear on Gorilla number 274. It's something with lots of letters and numbers that I don't understand.
It's surely more. We must be further forward than number 274, surely.
Yeah, we must be. And
come on.
Nestlers is talking about Nadal and Djokovic. I've heard of them.
Zverev, who you hadn't heard of, was just taking the third set 6-4, by the way. Thought you might like to know
numbers,
that.
Though,
another jump. Just numbers. Just numbers. The funny thing about, tennis is such a strange scoring game because, we all know that you can actually win more games and still lose the match. But I saw one the other day in the early part of the French Open where someone had won 28-23 and still lost the match. Anderson is in, bowls to Ross Taylor, snatches the bat inside the line, through the keeper it goes. And that seems a little bit unfair to me.
It's a silly game, isn't it?
Silly game, Nesta. Silly game, Nesta. Find yourself a proper game like cricket, Nesta.
Cricket makes much more sense.
Absolutely. So there we are. We've finally got rid of Devon Conway, a man who is not easy to get rid of. But he showed a little bit too much flamboyance for our liking, and if he hadn't tried to do that little sort of fluid manoeuvre of the wrists right at the end and the flick of the back leg like a ballerina, it'd probably gone all the way along the ground. Anderson in, bowls to Taylor. Taylor goes back to cut, and Root thinks he might have got a thin edge through to Bracey. Bracey less interested, and so it wasn't an edge. But It wasn't a great shot either.
He was wafting a little, wasn't he?
It was a waft, wasn't it? It was a wafty cut shot. It wasn't a great ball. Probably didn't deserve a wicket. In much the way that I didn't think Ajaz Patel deserved the wicket of Ollie Pope yesterday. But it's the kind of thing that can happen if you just cut slightly underneath the ball, or in this case with Taylor slightly above the ball. Anyway, Taylor has a single to his name. He's waiting for Anderson. Number 36. Anderson desperate for a wicket. He's in. Bowles beats him, I think, this time with a little bit of swing. Anderson looks as if, I mean, how many more tests am I going to have to play before I can get that wicket? He says, because it's as if he has trawled for years and years without success, certainly by the look on his face there. But it was a decent ball, wasn't it? It was a decent ball.
They both do disappointment quite well, Anderson and Broad, don't they? Probably better than excitement and joy.
Yeah, for men who've got over 1,000 wickets between them, it's a little bit much. Anderson in again, bowls it shorter, almost wraps the gloves of Taylor, who might have been surprised a little bit by that one. That wicket abroad took him to 520 Test wickets. Who do you think it took him past? Who do you think it took him past?
Quite a few people.
Well, it's taken him past one person in particular.
I know, I've seen the chat, so I will.
Don't look in the chat. Don't look in the chat, otherwise you're not. You're going to look, aren't you, Annie? You're going to spoil it all. It's Big Bad Courtney.
Really?
So, yeah, Big Bad Courtney Walsh. In comes Anderson. Boo! We don't like that. Defended on the front foot by Taylor
Courtney.
and his love Courtney. I spoke to Courtney Walsh once. I've told this story many times.
Have you? I haven't heard it.
Have you not heard it? I'm glad you haven't heard it. It means I can say it again. I spoke to Courtney Walsh in Jamaica when Bermuda were playing down there.
Car, please, or something.
I did. That's exactly what I said. No, actually, well, I've told you. He's so enormous you can't believe it. Anderson in bowls outside the stump, left alone. He's huge, and I held my little recorder up to him. Miles away. I had to put it on an enormous stick, obviously, to get it up there.
Would you like an ice cream, Sonny?
Yeah, something along those lines. I was asking him some intelligent question like, would you like it when the 2007 World Cup comes around? Would you like it if Bermuda gets one of the games? And of course he said yes. But I didn't know what he said. He had a very thick accent, and I didn't know what he'd said to any of my questions until I took the recorder back to my room and listened to it about 3 times. He had such a thick. I don't think he still has got a thick accent, but it was very difficult to my ear, and so it was kind of difficult to ask him sort of follow-up questions because I wasn't sure what he said to my previous one.
Why not?
Which is a bit tricky. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Broad. Back to bowl. This is going back 20 odd years. Oh God, I was young. In comes Broad. Bowls before Jack was born, probably. Short, ducks underneath it, swings late after it's gone over Young, and well taken by Bracey. So when were you born, Jack?
1992. So
1992.
Yes. Yeah.
Shit, it was before Jack was born.
I thought you were younger than that. I thought you were about 20. You're 29.
No. I'm 29, yeah.
29,
No,
right.
Good maths.
It's good maths. I'm
My
pretty good
maths
at
is
maths. I think where I was in 92. Anyway, I think I was in Coventry, but there you go.
Sorry.
Can't have everything. In comes Broad Bowles. Yes, thank you very much. I take your sympathy. This is nicely driven, sweetly driven by Young, but straight to extra cover where the very cold Dan Lawrence is doing some work on the ball. He's doing that thing again that Root is doing. They're bringing the sleeve down over the hand.
There's sandpaper sleeves, you see.
And then he's taking something from his neck, a little bit of sweat from his neck. I mean, if he's sweating that much, why has he got a big jumper on?
That's why
That's
he's
probably
got
why,
a
isn't
jumper on. Yeah, to get really hot.
Good point.
It's genius.
It is genius. You're absolutely right. There is method in the madness as Broad comes into bowl to Young. 44 not out. That's his highest Test score. He's in, bowls, and he leaves, although there is a little bit of movement into the batsman. Safely enough, and it's through to the wicket keeper. Any more tweets, Annie?
Yeah, Warren says Brisbane 2023, surely COVID 2022 is on the horizon. Neymar Button says, I don't think we can allow Hendo so much executive power. Can we have a GC Senate and Congress? Cheers from sunny LA.
There's no such thing. It's become a dictatorship. I'm sorry. I'm taking my guide from Boris Johnson. I'm having no one saying anything against me, and if you do, it will be censored from the archive forever. In comes Broad again. Bowls. Oh, now that did swing in a little bit. Started a bit straight, so it ended up wrapping into the pad, but probably going down the leg side, if not over the top. And there is no run. Taylor 1, Young 44. It's just if England could just get a couple more wickets here, it puts them right back in the driving seat. So
well, that is the thing, isn't it? Even though it's been hard work so far, because they batted reasonably well, they've got a little bit of rope to play with. They've got 165 behind still New Zealand. That's a lot of runs. Ball started to move again since the new ball since they swapped the ball has started to move again, and it looks like England are on top.
Yeah, and I think they haven't let New Zealand really get away from them, have they? They've bowled tightly enough. This one is a big swinging but full delivery, which Young meets and pushes up to mid-off. I think that's the important thing. Is they haven't actually, they may not have been taking wickets, but they've been relatively economical. And
I think so far it's been a really, really interesting proper test match.
It's intense, isn't it? There's an intensity about it, which is good. If you thought that New Zealand were treating it lightly in the run-up to the World Test Championship, I don't think they would. I don't think New Zealand will come over. They want to show that they're a good team.
I just don't like this 2-test series.
No. This one swings away, but well judged by Young. He lets it do that and lets it go through, and that is the end of the over. 138 for 2, Young 44, Taylor 1. Annie.
Yeah, Ravi Nair. Hello again, Ravi. I got retweeted by an agronomy institute. More seriously, has Jack redeemed himself with that wicket? Perhaps he isn't the 9th circle of hell, but just purgatory. Heaven may be visible. There you are, Jack. Not all bad.
They're harsh. The tweeters are harsh, aren't they, honest?
I know.
They are.
Warren says, Hendo the omnipotent.
Oh, I do like to be omnipotent. That's a good thing to be.
And Leah says, and Conway lowers his average again with another subpar innings.
Yeah,
He's rubbish,
absolutely.
isn't he?
He's rubbish, totally. Sure. No wonder he's going to Somerset. Anderson bowls to Taylor, and Taylor gets that away off a thick outside edge. Wasn't where he wanted it. It's being chased by Burns down towards third man, where there is, of course, no third man. It should be called missing man, really, shouldn't it? Third man. So you so rarely get it in Test cricket these days. They should have got 3 for that, I would have thought. He was prodding at that into the onside ever so slightly. And Anderson will be scowling ever more.
He does do a good scowl, you're right.
He's a proper... In the old days, that would have been called a gurning, wouldn't it, in Lancashire? Anyone remember gurning? Gurning, where
Jack probably does.
Always turn your face inside out. Onto the back foot goes Ross Taylor. Defends this one back to Anderson. If you don't know what gurning is, Google it, because you will probably.
It's not rude, is it?
Well, it's not rude, but you will reel back in shock when you see examples of it, I suspect.
I mean, the gurning I'm thinking of,
Harry,
in a different set of circumstances to Lancashire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think Knackle got that reference based on his reaction, but. And I imagine a few listeners will have, but if you take too many drugs,
it might be a bit like that.
Drugs you
end
up gurning.
Well, you lose control of your bottom drawer, don't you? And you're all
of your bottom drawer.
Yeah, you start chewing your
bottom jaw.
face.
Oh, not your bottom drawer. Your bottom
not your bottom drawer.
Oh, your bottom jaw.
Yeah.
Look, just Google gurning and you will see the pictures, Annie. They're not nice. That last ball was left alone by Taylor. Anderson in again. He's forward, this time defending up to mid-on where Broad fields. And there is no run. 140 for 2 is the score. Young has 44. Ross Taylor has 3. And Jimmy Anderson is walking back, wiping his sweaty brow and maybe imparting some of the sweat onto the ball.
Pull a good grotesque face.
It is grotesque. It is indeed.
Yeah, that's what
it is. Distorted and particular facial expression that you often saw in the north. People used to do it in the north. I'm sure they had gurning championships up there. Left alone again by Taylor. End of the over, 144-2. More tweets, Annie. We'll have one more over from us three, and then we will have a change.
We'll have another ball, I think, before.
Oh bugger! All right, we'll have another ball first. if you absolutely insist. Only for you, though, Jack. Only for you.
It's good though. You're warming up nicely for the hundo.
Indeed.
Which is just around the corner.
That's right. And I'm glad to see that. It's lovely ball from Anderson. It was a good ball to wait for, but again, he's going to be frowning because Taylor didn't get an edge to it when he might have done.
Potting, won't he?
He will. 140 for 2. We'll stay off one over because we've still got a minute or so to go until our time is due to be up. And I just need to have another minute with Annie. It's been so long.
Absolutely.
Any tweets anyway?
Yeah. Ravina says he's telling you off, Hendo. He says Messi and I curate gorilla quotes quite diligently. If we say it's 274, then it's 274. Do you really want to ask how it's done?
I think it's just sort of plucked out of the air randomly, but I like the idea. Whatever.
Oh, Jeff Perkins has got a picture of me with Messages' grandfather clock instead of Joel Garner. Thank
lovely.
you for that. You're so clever, Jeff.
Broad in starts new over to Young. Young turns off his leg stump down to long leg, and they take a single. 141 for 2. Young moves within 5 of a first Test half century. I think he's done well. I mean, he was dropped, but apart from that drop when he was on 7, which should have been taken, he's batted very solidly.
Yeah, I mean, lots of batsmen have dropped in their innings, so it's.
I mean, there are very few big innings in which you don't get a chance. Broad in again, bowls. Annoyingly for Broad, Taylor does that thing where he sort of sweeps the bat around in front of his pad away from the ball. So you think for a moment he's playing at it, but he obviously wasn't. And it goes through to Bracey. 141 for 2. Now, what is that? Is that one of the? Oh, it's the Brazilian lifeguards dressed up as female lifeguards, I would have to say.
It's not a great look, is it?
It's not a great look.
I think the shark is better.
Oh, we're gonna have to resurrect Mitchell Shark for the Ashes.
Oh yes.
We do like Mitchell Shark. In
Who's
comes
Mitchell
Broad.
Shark?
I'll tell you in a minute. Oh, he's aimed a drive at that one, and the swing has taken it away from him, and it's beaten him outside off stump. Taylor's not looking comfortable, but he is surviving at the moment. How long can he hang on? Mitchell Shark was a blow-up shark that we got for the last Ashes. When we did the first day of the away Ashes at the Groucho Club, and we managed to find an inflatable shark who was Mitchell Shark, obviously. And it's the kind of thing we do. Stupid things, really, for fun.
It's like an unlucky mascot, then.
Something like that, yes. I don't know where it was last seen. I think it was last seen being let down by one of the Bears' 3 kids. In comes Broad, a little bit wider on the crease, looking for that away swing, but Taylor is wise to it and leaves alone with good judgment. And I think at one point we had various blow-up animals that we were trying to get to be.
I've got one here.
Oh, what have you got? Oh, hang on. It's a giraffe.
Yes.
Yay! Now we'll have to think of a name that sounds like giraffe to.
Yes, and then I can, carry it around with me or something.
Oh, that's right. The other thing is we did buy a soft toy that we'd called Usman Koala for Usman Khawaja. Broad in again, bowls. Oh, lovely ball! That swung in and then went away. How do you play that? Well, you play it and miss it and hope for the best. That was an absolute corker from Broad, possibly the best ball he's bowled today. It started to wobble in, and then when it hit the ground, it went away or held its line, and Ross Taylor was nowhere near getting an edge on that. And,
he looks like the worst batter I've ever seen to average 45.
He does at times.
Innings so far.
Jack, would you like to take the last couple of balls, because I've got to do something with my brother briefly. So
there's only one ball.
There's only one ball to go.
Yeah. So Broad is going to bowl. I don't know.
He's going to bowl it. And he's left it alone. All right. Okay, I'm off, and I'll be back in a minute.
Me too. I'll see you next.
Cool. And me.
Next.
Annie, I think you're still on.
You're still on, Annie.
No, I'm not.
Yes, the roster changed. You're on.
No, and then I changed it again because I can't stay on. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm very
I
sad.
have to go.
Yes,
Knuckles,
sorry, you won't
Knuckles
get Annie, India, and your bingo. You'll get boring cricket chat from me.
Oh dear.
I think she's gone off to wherever Jack's gone. She's following him to torment the poor lad.
See you, Annie.
But there we go. Now I thought what was interesting, and I'm sure you may have been talking about it, but I missed it. You know, it was the Broad-Crawley combination that did get rid of Conway. Only 58 runs after he should have gone the first time. I think Jimmy Anderson.
Yes, Hendo noted that. Yes.
I'm sure he did. And that beats past the outside edge. He didn't really beat the outside edge. It was left by Will Young.
Broad and Anderson have had a lot of opportunities to do the "ooh, that was a good ball" scowly face in the last few overs.
They have indeed. Now, with Annie gone, who's doing what here? Knuckle, you're on.
I'm doing tweets.
You're doing tweets, and Knuckle's doing Knuckle. Okay. As Anderson turns at the top of his mark, 3 slips go down, swung again, and left by Will Young. There's certainly that movement in the air. Not probably quite as much as we saw yesterday, I think, Knuckle, but undoubtedly there.
Yes, indeed, and it seems to have come, as often happens, or again, perhaps we notice it more with the change of ball. Broad and Anderson have bowled very, very well indeed since tea rather.
They have indeed. Young is on 45, dropped of course on 7 by Joe Root. In comes Anderson. That one's a little bit on leg stump, and Young prods at it rather to push it to mid wicket. There's no run. 141 for 2. 162 the deficit as we head towards 2 or 3 more sessions left of this. 2 more sessions left after this, aren't there?
I think we're going to
England would kill for another wicket or 2 before the close. Sorry, Knuckle.
I think we're going to have some overspill, to be honest, because we have. If we just look at the quick info, we have. Come on, settle.
In comes
26
Anderson.
overs after this one.
Yeah, that's right.
Pouch taste safely enough by Bracey behind the stumps. Left alone by Will Young.
So yeah, we're going to 6:30 basically. We've got another just under 2 hours.
Yeah. I mean, the sort of the fact that it should be exactly the same combination to get rid of Conway. I don't know if that will give Stuart Broad an incredible sense of satisfaction, or just wind up what was already a ticking time bomb, given that he was so sort of apoplectic about it not being given the first time. That's driven quite superbly by Will Young. It's a way through extra cover, and it's 4 glorious runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That'll help. He's been in the 40s for about 20 balls, Will Young. But that wasn't even that full. It wasn't a half volley exactly. He drove that on the up, but did it with superb balance and timing.
Well, you can tell he enjoyed it because he held the pose as well, and then run. And I think even when he set off to run, he was only doing that for effect, because I think he knew the ball was going to win that race to the boundary. Once Jimmy got in return, he gets that to swing and played with soft enough hands that it finds its way to backward point. But it was a good ball by Anderson. It's the end of the over. 145 for 2 New Zealand. Messers.
So Dave Wood, a little churlishly, I think, says Broad is also getting closer to Courtney Walsh's test record for the most ducks.
Yes, he is. He just needs 8 more to overtake the big man.
Yes. Farong says refusing to accept any decision by the umpires shows the utmost disregard for those making the decisions and the game at large. Those who have the authority to act on these actions must act decisively. A decision is likely either later today or early Saturday.
This is in reference to Shakib Al Hassan's epic tantrum.
Yeah.
It is quite something. I'll find that video and retweet it.
No, he sent that to me as well. It was quite extraordinary. Stuart Broad will continue bowling from that pavilion end. He is in and beats, or certainly left by Ross Taylor. I think he tucked himself tidily enough inside of it. 84 miles an hour from Broad, who has those 2 wickets for 20. He's been economical. boy, he's been economical.
He's bowled really well. Bowled really well. We saw some economical spells in the first test that weren't very threatening. I think of Carl Jamieson in particular. But Broad has been all over New Zealand today and has been not just the drop catch, but has been a bit the one that didn't quite carry or whatever, but has been a bit unlucky not to have taken 3 or 4 wickets.
And he is again. Oh, that one swung, and he's got that open mouth, hands on head, that moved in and then swung away. Absolutely did poor old Taylor like a kipper, but he somehow managed not to get anything on it, and he and Will Young wandered down the track for a conversation, and I think Ross Taylor's question to Young would be, what on earth happened with that ball? Because he will have literally no idea.
I don't think anyone does. That started angling towards middle and leg and then swung away and then went off the seam. No wonder Broad's got his hands on his head. I mean, there's nothing you can... I like a little nod from Taylor. There is nothing you can do about other than hope to God you miss it.
In comes Broad again. What's he got this time? That one ducks in to Taylor, who has to drop the bat on it in very sharp order, or else he might have been in a spot of other. Rather interestingly, yes, we talk about Broad not playing the first game of a series and being dropped to get him fired up. He did play at Lords, but he near enough dropped himself by bowling like a drain for much of it and not taking wickets. I think he's fired himself up.
It's a bit harsh. Like, he bowled well in the second innings. He wasn't awful in the first innings, but he wasn't brilliant. I think he bowled well in the second innings, and here he's bang on it again.
Well, he is. Let's see if Ross Taylor is up to whatever he's going to send his way, and it does swing away, but Taylor plays inside it. It's through to Bracey, no run. 158 now. New Zealand trail England by.
There was that period where, from the first test of the Sri Lanka series through Sri Lanka and India, although he bowled well at times, he bowled 80 overs across 5 or 6 innings without taking a wicket, and then kind of once he took that wicket, he sort of settled himself down a little bit, I think. It's going to play on your mind, even if you're 520 test wickets, as Stuart Broad is now.
Oh, he is indeed. He's going to be in again to Ross Taylor, who shoulders arms to that one, lifts the bat high, and that kept a little bit low. 83 miles an hour from Broad, and that one probably the least effective ball of his of the 5 bowled in this over so far. Didn't quite do as much. He wipes his sweatband across his brow. I do see what people mean about his hair. There seems to be a sort of a lustrousness about it that wasn't there before. Quite why, we can only speculate. Full and driven though by Taylor through extra cover. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be fielded. Was that Jimmy doing the fielding there?
Lawrence.
Oh, it was Lawrence. Well, he's done a good day's work so far, no doubt about that. Batted quite beautifully. Supported, of course, perhaps unexpectedly, by Mark Wood and his little cameo this morning, which was highly, highly entertaining.
And last
2
night,
wickets for 20 for Broad so far. Only wickets so far to fall. Sorry, Knuckle.
So it's great. And last night, Ollie Stone batted quite nicely.
Stone showed indeed the value of a good number 9.
Batting at number 8.
Was he batting at 8?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I didn't know. I thought he was batting at 9.
No, he batted above Wood, surprisingly.
Yeah. So he did show the value of a good number 8.
So Dave Wood also points out that Broad must be close to Shane Watson's ridiculous reviews record as well. I tweeted a few hours ago that Jimmy Anderson has bowled 34,049 unsuccessful legitimate balls in Test cricket, which adds up to a lot of scowling.
Yes, indeed. Well, Jimmy Anderson has the ball in hand, which he is flicking up to just keep his fingers busy and his wrists supple. There are 3 slips. There's 3 men on the offside, a point cover and an extra cover. In comes Anderson. It goes down leg. Bracey does well, dives to his left and stops that. He managed to let a couple go past him at Lords, which is never easy with that slope, particularly when you're keeping wicket at that pavilion end, as someone is bowling at you from the nursery end who's actually also getting the ball to swing a lot.
Yeah, BJ
did well there.
Yeah, BJ Watling found it tough as well. I think Bracey is clearly a decent wicketkeeper. He's still a bit of a work in progress. This is what, his second or third full season of keeping.
He has
maybe
time.
Second.
He has time. He may come again with the bat too. That one is left alone as it swung away from Will Young. He's on 49.
I think come again is an exaggeration, Tony. I think he may come with the bat.
Yeah, I mean, those two ducks and a first baller here, as we said, we were chatting earlier, weren't we, Messrs, about, as you're keeping wicket, how do you compartmentalise how you must be feeling about that when you've got to concentrate so hard on your sort of fielding task, which is also probably one of the most exposed in the game, really, isn't it? As a wicketkeeper, the wicketkeeper and bowler. Anderson in and met tidily enough by Young, who pushes it back to England's record-breaking Jimmy Anderson. 147 for 2. Taylor and Young in deep conversation. 107 matches for Ross Taylor. Always worthy of note when you get past 100, but 162 is he's some way behind that record of James Anderson's. 49 for Young. Anderson will be in, and that's worked off his legs, and that should be his 50. He's going to hurry. He's pushed it to mid-wicket. They've taken a quick single, and well done, Will Young. He has a 50 to his name.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
132 balls and 7 fours in Will Young's first Test 50. He's done it the hard way, but slow going at the start and kind of as he's got to 40 and beyond, but he's batted very compactly and very nicely.
Anderson into Taylor. That one kept a little bit low. Straight, not much movement, and just pushed back to the bowler by Ross Taylor. Obviously, Will Young beating his previous best, 43. Just those 2 tests he'd played previously. One up Seddon Park, one up Basin Reserve. Had a first-class average of 42, nearly 43, and a high score of 162 with 1200. So he may not have got much of a Test career behind him, but he's had a very successful first-class career. Anderson in, and that rather edgily away to point, and they will take another single. Ross Taylor's not finding Jimmy or Broad easy going at the moment. Will Young, on the other hand, looks a little bit more settled, as a man who's made 50 clearly would.
Yeah, and more to the point, I think, has been out there for, has batted 132 balls for his 50. He's been batting for that's about 3 hours now, possibly. Not sure exactly of the timing, but he's been batting for practically more than that, wouldn't it? Because the wicket fell quite early of Tom Latham, and he's been very tidy. That drop has really been the only alarm for him. A few past the outside edge, but that's gonna happen. He's as you rightly say, Tony, he's been very consistent in New Zealand domestic cricket, and indeed for Durham. He's only ever really got a game as an injury replacement or something for someone, but strength in depth in New Zealand cricket is good, as we have a change.
Ollie Stone, we do indeed. It's this man.
After
he's going to be, I think so. He's going to be in to Taylor. It's Ollie Stone, and Taylor lifts the bat high, and it goes through to Bracey. After we played his jingle, Messrs, feel free between balls to try and squeeze in some messages.
I wish my papa was a Ollie Stone, and any granny comes to and makes it his own. I wish my papa's Ollie Stone, then I'd have a claim of fame of my own.
And Stone is in. Cut. Oh, what a cut shot that was. Smashed past point. 4 runs.
This pitch is not seemingly a pitch that you can bowl short on. Even Stone is quite quick, and we saw Wood try and bounce Young and Conway, and it's just sat up.
Yeah, Ross Taylor experienced enough and still more than capable of getting on top of a ball like that, and really powering it away with some style. 153 for 2, trail just by 158, wickets in hand. England need to try and break through here. Cut again! This time he doesn't get hold of it and fielded at cover, and he won't get a run. Didn't get hold of that in quite the same convincing way. Messers.
So referring to the deflation of the shark, Mitchell Shark, Private Arichel says, never let down your shark, they'll never forgive you. And Jeff Perkins says, we've all been let down with a bear or his kids at some time or other.
I think the shark actually did start life as a toy for the bear cubs on a bear holiday. From memory.
Right.
Bear, I'm sure, will tell us as this is steered away to cover by Ross Taylor. No run.
It started life as a studio prop. Then the bear did take it on holiday and sent us a video of him dive bombing it, which may have killed it.
Well, and can you imagine being in a swimming pool and then dive bombed by the bear? It just doesn't bear thinking about.
Feel like this, Tony. It was reporpoised.
Reporpoised as very good. Very good. Although a shark, of course, is a fish and a porpoise is a mammal, but there we go. Left again by Ross Taylor through to Bracey off that more gently swinging delivery from Ollie Stone. He has one ball left of his 8th over. No wickets for him yet. Broad, of course, taking both the wickets to fall in this New Zealand innings.
Neil Dodansky asks, why is Annie commentating for the Dunny? And shout to Jezza Al Presidente Vietnam Cricket Association.
I did notice Annie was quite quiet.
Yeah, she was
when I was listening. Yeah, I don't mean. I mean, she wasn't, but the sound had been done that as it was quiet. As this one is guided to point, they will take a single, and Ross Taylor will keep the strike from the man who's just made his first Test match 50. 154 for 2. Messers.
Thank you. For Wrong reckons it'll be an interesting 28 odd overs for the rest of the day, and that New Zealand should knock up another 75 to 80 runs, as there won't be a new ball today. Ravinair says it's a tweet about the gorilla quotes and recommending it, just going to the hashtag gorilla quotes to follow them all. Josie Oak says, wasn't there a rubber duck in Sofa Days? I don't recall, to be honest.
I don't know. I'm thinking of C.W. McCall and Convoy now. Yeah. This here's a rubber duck, wasn't that? Oh no, that was the one. That was the terrible version. That was. Maybe that was Convoy. There was one done by Dave Lee Travis as well, wasn't there? Maybe that had the rubber duck in. I can't remember.
Negatory rubber duck.
Oh, sorry, Messers. You sent me off on a mental walkabout. I need to come back to you. Right, I'm back.
Oscar Habellini says Giraffe Archer.
Jimmy Anderson is in. 3 slips down, left alone by Ross Taylor through to Bracey. It goes. Let's carry on.
And Brown Barish, there's a 14-minute gap in tweets that I'm seeing for some reason. Brown Barish says, file that under Ollie Stone jingle under L for low key banger. Such a great Temptations tune.
Low key, L-O-W-K-E-Y, not low key like in the Norse god.
No,
okay.
No.
I was just checking.
You've been watching too many movies.
Oh, I might just know my Nordic mythology. You never know. As Anderson is in, and this one's full, and Taylor just pushes it back down the track, and there is no run. 50 for Young, 11 for Taylor, 154 for 2.
The whole fart with smart says fish and mammal puns just for the halibut.
Oh yeah, that's an oldie but a goodie. Most definitely. 154 for 2. I think we have Dom Bess on the pitch. So the question is, who is not on the pitch? As this one swings in, and I think it was going down leg. Taylor was looking to work it to leg, didn't lay bat on it. But it was certainly heading off in that direction enough, not even to interest Jimmy Anderson for an appeal.
We saw Stuart Broad running off the field at the end of his last over, so I think that's it. Also, there was an inside edge on that last LBW non-shout.
There was. Perhaps Broad needed a little bit of additional weaving to keep the hair in place. Or it may just have been a toilet break. Who knows? 154 for 2. None for 44 for Jimmy. That one! What a ball that was. Jimmy, again, looking like a man who's been wronged in so many ways. Because that nipped in and swung away and completely beat the tentative push forwards could so easily have taken the edge, but it didn't. And New Zealand continue.
Dave Wood correctly points out that if it was a Loki banger, it would be a Norwegian sausage.
It would indeed. Very appropriate for summer barbecue season, as there's a big shout, and I think he's been given. He has. It swung in. It took Taylor on the pad. He was looking to work it to leg. He was already running now. He has his bat tucked under his arm, one glove off. He's been given as out by on-field umpire Richard Illingworth, and he will review. So
I don't think I've ever seen anyone review with their bat under their arm and their gloves off.
It's not a good look, is it? I mean, it's a bit like, you know, shoving the diamonds in your pocket as you run out the bank. But who knows? He has decided to review, so I suspect was persuaded to do that by Will Young. We'll have a little look.
That might be going down leg, you know.
Might be going down leg. You are absolutely right. It does swing quite late. It certainly doesn't take any bat.
Maybe
if
it was
it's
clipping.
Given us out crucially, but I think at best it's only going to be clipping Ross Taylor's leg stump.
Yeah.
And I think he may well survive there. And England, particularly Messrs Anderson and Broad, will feel their luck is simply not in today.
Oh, that's not out.
Yeah,
it's given umpires. It's missing. It's missing by quite a way.
Missing by a lot. Yeah.
So the review is retained.
That's not a great decision from Richard Illingworth, to be honest.
No.
And I think Will Young has done very well by Ross Taylor and New Zealand on that occasion.
Yes, he did. He did. I think I'm sure umpires, you know, review their decisions, or the ECB encourages them, or probably forces them to. And I don't think Richard Illingworth will look at that as one of his finest, to be honest. Do you?
No. I mean, it did look better than that in real time. I will say that much. And I think we all thought it was certainly close.
Anderson is in again, and forward comes Taylor to push to mid-on. No run.
But
none for 44 for Anderson. End of the over. Ross Taylor survives, and he survives with fair justification. Messrs.
So Leah says Porpoise is also playable character in the Rifts role-playing game, because Rifts is a magnificently insane game. Ravi Nair, I have to sense a deja vu here. Tony Bishop 1, you know that there is no such thing as a fish, but if you want to use the term fish, then please know that porpoises are more closely related to, say, salmon or tuna than sharks are. Oh God.
Porpoises are similar-ish to dolphins. But anyway, yeah, it all gets very complicated when you go under
Brian
the sea.
Barish introduces a new genre for us. I don't think we've been to it before. He said, what about steak puns? They're a rare medium. Well done.
Very good. Very good indeed. Ollie Stone will continue. He's bowling to Will Young, who just edges, well, he just steers this away really to cover. No run. 154 for 2. Number 29 for Ollie Stone. But very unlucky not to have a wicket, really, because Will Young it was who edged to Joe Root at first slip when he was only on 7. And Joe Root made it look like a hot potato wrapped in a bar of soap, because it slithered all over the place. Cut high, backward of point. That's going to go all the way. What a shot that was by a very confident Will Young, and it's 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Stone looked like he was straining for the crease there, and like he sort of lost his run up a little bit. It all went a little bit haywire. Stone, yes, he was unlucky in the sense that was a very simple chance that Joe Root put down, but he's not bowled brilliantly since. And I say this as someone who's kind of a fan of Ollie Stone.
158 for 2. Stone will continue. He's bowling the third ball of his 8 over, and he's going to be in to Will Young, who guides this down to long leg, and there's 4 more. Beautiful shot. Just helped it on its way, really.
Yeah, very nicely played, but again, Stone sort of looking like he's lost his action of some kind. He's again straining for it, and the arms fallen low, and sprayed it one side and then t'other.
Indeed. I don't quite know why England are so, unless they're upset with the bowling, because it certainly didn't look like it was going to be a wicket. Stone is in. That is pushed away to mid-wicket. 87 miles an hour. Ollie Stone's got that Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad angry face on. And New Zealand have moved quite easily, and rather concerningly easily as far as England is concerned, to 162 for 2. Trailing by only a shade over 140, 141 as Stone turns at the top of his mark. He's in and then gets that one to move away from Young, but he's happy to leave it well alone.
Something doesn't look quite right about Ollie Stone's delivery stride and his approach to the crease.
No, I think you're quite right there, Knuckle.
We
we due a change at the end? I think we are due a change pretty much now, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes.
1 ball to go, and then in theory Gary is meant to be taking over on ball by ball. I'm staying doing what I am.
In theory, Gary. Is he how is he a theoretical rather than a practical Gary in this case? In comes Stone. Forward comes Will Young. Away it goes to cover. There is no run. New Zealand 162 for 2. Will Young on 58. Taylor on 11, and we will indeed have that change.
I
will see you tomorrow.
The reason I said in theory is because as Gary was doing various bits with a vaccination clinic, which is fine work, but hopefully he's here. Is Mr. Naylor? Mr. Hope is here. Not one of Richard Illingworth's finest hours as a test umpire. That decision.
No, it was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? But that's that's to use the cliche, what DRS is for, making sure that isn't part of the game, and it was correctly overturned.
I'm not sure if Gary is actually joining us, so I'll just do this delivery as Anderson is in, and this is pushed by Taylor, who I think is quite happy now to no longer be facing James Anderson as he pushes a single. How on earth that ball from Broad to Taylor missed the outside edge? I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, it's. I was having a look at the stats. Broad v Taylor. He does have his number a little bit, doesn't he? Over the course of their time playing cricket against each other. Although that does come in 18 matches. What's he got him 10 times?
Yeah,
so it's only every 1.8 matches.
I think he's only averaging Taylor something like 18 against Broad. So it's so it isn't a very good record relatively. For those two long-serving cricketers, as Young blocks a back-of-a-length delivery into the offside, and there is no run.
I don't know about you, Knuckle, but I sort of get the feeling we might be watching the end game of Ross Taylor's career.
I mean, he is 37.
Yeah,
I think he's doing okay as a Test cricketer. He's finding it harder to get started, and he's got a few more limitations than he used to in his game. As Anderson is in to Young, who defends off the back foot, and there is no run. It does. Gary says he's on call now, which I assume means, I don't know if that's on call as he's in on this call, or he's on call to do some vaccinations.
That's what I was trying to work out. So I'll hang around until we know one way or the other, if you like.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I think Will Young is certainly. If you're thinking of this as an audition for the post-Taylor years, Will Young has done his part quite well.
It's been fantastic, in a very understated way. I'd add, but
3 slips on a gully is this is outside off stump and left by Young through to Bracey, and there is no run. It has been. There's been some nice flicks through the onside, a couple of nice on drives, some nice punches through the offside, but it's all very compact and very unshowy and very efficient.
Exactly, yeah, and I think there's it's like a model that the New Zealand team play to in Test cricket in terms of how when they bat.
As Anderson is in, this one comes in sharply to Young, but starts a little bit too straight. Young gets a bit tangled up, and James Anderson boots the ball at the stumps. We do not know if he shouted "Chris Wood" at it as he side-footed the stumps. There is no run.
I like to think he did.
Chris Wood, a New Zealander, of course.
But yeah, to go back to that point, a lot of the New Zealand batters play in a reasonably similar mode in that they exploit the things they're very good at ruthlessly and virtually leave or block everything else.
This is left alone outside off stump, and Will Young has nothing to do whatever with that. Tidy over from Anderson, not especially threatening, relatively speaking, certainly not to what he and Broad were producing a couple of overs ago. 1 run off it as New Zealand moved to 163 for 2. In continuing subfielder watch, Ollie Stone has gone off and Craig Overton has lumbered on.
Lumbered indeed. Are you on tweets, Jack, or am I?
I believe I'm just getting them up. So have you got any thoughts? While I search that?
Well, I'll start off with the tweets, and you'll see where I am at anyhow. Cool. Nigel Burgess says something that makes absolutely no sense to me, but might well do to you. Says Dave Lee Travis' version had plastic chicken, rubber duck was the US version. That fit anybody's?
It's the song Convoy.
If you say so.
It's a song, don't worry about it.
And Ravi Nair continues to try and educate us about differences between the lack of difference between porpoise dolphins and whales, who are all cetaceans. But frankly, I'm not going to go down that because it's an endless tunnel. Once Ravi's on a roll, he's on a roll. Neymar Butland says, I like theory, Gary. I knew a guy once we called Query Dave.
Looks like, I wonder if Ollie Stone might be carrying something. He did look a little bit awkward and strainy as he was trying to come into the crease in the last over. It looked like he was really searching for rhythm, and he's been replaced by Mark Wood. I think he has gone off the field, and Mark Wood's first ball is blocked by Taylor back to the Durhamite, and there is no run off the bowling of this man.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right.
Mark Wood in off his longer run. None for 31 thus far. Full swinging delivery. Nicely block driven by Taylor. Mid-off comes round Ollie Stone. And he's back on the field now, in fact, Ollie Stone. So maybe it was just the fact that he was off and so couldn't bowl this over. It's a little bit odd. Fields at mid-off and there is no run. Or they've just decided that they don't want to bowl Ollie Stone anymore. But a bit curious, really, to take someone off after just 2 overs. Oh, Gary has joined us. Has been called up from the ether. I'll just do this one more ball and then hand over to Gary. As Ross Taylor and Will Young stare at each other. In comes Wood, perennially hair sticking up like a child who just cannot and will not comb his hair. This is full and blocked by Young up to Stone at mid-off. There is no run, but there is a Gary.
Yes, my profuse apologies. One of those things, doctor's surgery calling. I said one time not to call was 5 p.m. They called me at 2 minutes to 5, so there you go. Anyways, thank you very much for stepping into the breach. Nackerman, is that you, Jack, I can see there in the corner?
Yes. I'm assuming it's me you're looking at.
I hope so. I hope so. So, England grinding away here. Will Young on 58, and he defends this ball back whence it came from Mark Wood, and there is no run. I have to say I'm very disappointed that England have not attacked Ross Taylor much more strongly in the field. Joe Root has this thing whereby it doesn't matter if a man is in the second minute of his innings or the second session of his innings. He just seems to go with the same field. So it just amazes me over and over again, because he must understand himself when he's a batsman that he's under pressure when he comes in. But fields just stay the same. As Mark Wood is in, and this is full, left alone by Will Young. Test highest score at the moment of 58. New Zealand 164 for 2. Trailed by 139. We'll be coming to your tweets at the end of the over.
Broad and Anderson bowled beautifully in that little spell, and Broad got one delivery that I have no idea 15 minutes later how Taylor missed it. So, they could have had, as ever, Ross Taylor in the latter few years of his career is an awkward starter and could have been out a couple of times. So could Will Young, but he's toughing it out as he does.
Yeah. I just think England have got to give themselves more chances by having more attacking fielders.
Ooh, leg
As
slip.
this ball is defended into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. New Zealand 164 for 2, trail by 139.
Leah says, Convoy is awesome. And that's the end of the correspondence.
Is that we got a great big convoy through the night.
We repurposed it for our Saqib Mahmood jingle.
So we got ourselves a convoy.
Saqib Mahmood could be a shout for the Ashes later this year. He in the Roses game, he bowled an unbelievable spell.
He's just as good in the next match that Lancashire lost, the first match that they lost. But he and Michael Neser were bowling, and for all the world, they look like two opening bowlers in the Ashes playing in a county game.
I'd be amazed if Neser doesn't play at least 2 of those 5 Test matches, if only to give people a break. Because I don't think Australia can go in with those 3 bowlers for 5 Test matches. Oh, Stone's changing ends is what all that was about.
It is. He's turned to Stone as Joe Root in Birmingham. As Ello, it's a forward defensive stroke from Ross Taylor. No run.
Now, in Stone's previous sort of mini spell, it looked as though he was straining to get to the crease and was losing his run up. Gary, am I seeing things? I'd like you to watch this quite closely and see if you're picking that up as well.
I'll see if a picker up. Bowlers can go in and out, especially fast bowlers. They're like thoroughbred race horses. They can go in and out of rhythm quite quickly. But we're seeing him from side on here. He approaches the crease. He's got a strong action through the crease, but that is also wide, and there is no run. What I can say is that Simon Doull, somewhat to my surprise, did some excellent analysis on Mark Wood on Sky, showing how his front leg was collapsing a little in the first spell, but not in the second spell, which brought him back to the kind of pace he was bowling at Lords with a braced front leg.
We mentioned that earlier. I mean, it's not the sort of thing you do deliberately, is it? So it's just a sort of loss of rhythm.
I'll come back to it in a moment because Ollie Stone is in. This is just tucked off the pads to nobody's surprise by the bottom-handed Ross Taylor, and there is no run. The speculation was he might have been protecting a little bit of an injury, so you're not quite going full bore. But that hypothesis was rejected a little after lunch because the braced front leg was there.
That's what I was going to say. Why would you then end up, unless he had some physio work on it, maybe?
Yeah, or taking an extra tablet or something. It's hard to tell. The big fast bowlers are paradoxically fragile things. As Ross Taylor gets a half volley, and it shows how he's reaching for form because it really was a long half volley there, and he had no timing, and he more or less pushed it to Ollie Pope. Extra cover, and England really should be all over Ross Taylor. If you think that Australia would be setting this field to Ross Taylor now, I'm afraid you're living in cloud cuckoo land, because they would not.
It's only passed
they
50,
would be all over him.
It's only passed 50 once in his last 14 Test innings, Ross Taylor.
And he looks like a man who knows that, as he lets another ball go outside off stump. This is on its way to being something of a Mullally maiden here from Ollie Stone, in that he hasn't threatened much, but he's going to get a maiden in the column.
Well, for Mark Wood bowling from the other end, they had a leg slip as well as the 2 orthodox slips.
Well, that's something. I did say miss a bit while I was in conversation about various pharmaceutical and renal issues. Well, you don't want to hear about renal issues, but apparently I've got to have a test for something along those lines. Who knows? But that's why I was away. This is down the leg side. It's a good take by Bracey, who dives away but moved his feet well to it, and it's the end of the over. New Zealand 164 for 2.
Just the one tweet again, and it is as follows from Brian Barish. Root has turned to Stone. Hello. I see you, Gary Naylor. I see you. At least one person is out there listening and on the ball, as far as that's concerned.
Well, Mr. Blue Sky is joining us, and that makes things better for the batsmen because the cloudy conditions favour the bowlers. Ludicrously, WinViz has New Zealand and England separated only by 6% in terms of the win category. I've got New Zealand at least 20% ahead here. With the chance of a win compared to England. They're only 139 behind and have 8 wickets in hand, and England, of course, have no spinner. as this ball is pushed into the leg side, and that deficit shrinks from 139 to 138. The only thing I'm ever certain of in life is that I will not agree with WinViz's projections. That's something that I can be stone cold certain of.
Yeah, I've just brought up the Betfair exchange, which is a little bit closer to your perception of the match. Although it's there's a reasonable amount of money going on the draw, or the draw.
Yeah.
The draw is a similar price to England. So it's
Is it? I'd have at the moment. I'd have something like England at 25, the draw at 35, and New Zealand at 40, something like that. I'm not sure if those numbers add up as this ball is pushed it to extra cover and there is no run.
You're not a million miles away off there. New Zealand are at 2.3, the draw's at 3.5, and England are at 3.5 as well. So
yeah,
you're in the ballpark.
Wisdom of crowds and all of that. Wisdom of crowds, because that is the exchange, isn't it, rather than the bookies?
Yeah, exactly.
Although home teams do tend to be favoured in these equations for various reasons.
Yeah, there may be a little bit of money for the home team. I'll give you a very quick story about that in just a moment, because there's a ball coming. Here it is from Mark Wood, charging in, and on the pads of Ross Taylor. And Ross Taylor 5 years ago would be clipping that through mid-wicket all day long, but instead he kind of leans on it. He's got no timing, just dribbles into the leg side. I remember in the days before communication was so clear, when I think Marvin Hagler was fighting against Alan Minter, and Minter was a big favourite in London and Hagler was a big favourite in Vegas. And I think if you played your cards right, you could more or less balance the odds and come away winning no matter who won the fight. And after about 20 seconds it became very clear that Marvin Hagler was going to win said fight. Marvellous Marvin Hagler, as he later became. This is Ross Taylor on strike, who's looking distinctly unmarvellous, but he does get one on the leg side and he pushes it rather than drives it, but he gets it to the edge of the circle, if you can imagine a one-dayer, and he's through for a welcome 2. He goes to 15.
Ross Taylor in recent years he's given the slight impression that his bat is too short for him, because he slightly stoops in his stance and bats with very low hand. So there's not a lot of backlift. It's all follow through and sort of short arm pushes. I mean, clearly it's a very effective method. I talked about that run that he's had, but since having that eye surgery, he's averaging 42 in Test cricket since the start of 2017. So it's worked for him, but it's a more limited and less fluent Ross Taylor.
It absolutely is. This ball is defended back to the bowler, and he's beginning to move his feet a little better now. He's beginning to look a little more comfortable at the crease. It's been a good day for South African batsmen after Devon Conway's runs. Knackle, I don't know if you're updating our listeners on the current Test match underway.
Yeah,
in the West Indies.
In Crozet, they lost a wicket. They've only lost one wicket today, I think. That of Rossi van der Dussen for 46. Good player, Rossi van der Dussen. Caught by Shea Hope off the bowling of Jason Holder. But Quinton de Kock and Vian Mulder have put on 43 for the 6th wicket. Was South Africa 205 for 5, 108 ahead.
Yes, as this ball is nudged into the offside with a slightly flapping back there, hanging it out to dry was Ross Taylor. There is no run. What there is the end of the over, and indeed drinks are coming on. A chance for us to marvel at the wonder that is Colin de Grandon's haircut.
Indeed. There's a little bit of a discussion kind of simmering away on YouTube about whether Ollie Robinson would be better than Ollie Stone. Sort of irrelevant, considering Ollie Robinson is not available for selection, but in an alternative world...
They're very different styles of bowler.
Yeah.
If you sort of bracket England's bowlers together from this squad, you've got Anderson and Broad, legends, swing bowlers, Robinson and Overton, standout county performers, tall bowlers, hit the deck hard, bit of wobble, and then Wood and Stone, genuinely fast bowlers. So I don't think it's like for like in that sense.
It isn't. I do. Well, I don't know. I do think that Ollie Robinson offers a little bit of a point of difference, and that might have been useful for England. But there's a reason he's not playing.
In theory, does Ollie Stone with his pace, but he's not Mark Wood's bowled quickly as he always does. Not a lot else has happened, but he's bowled quickly. Stone hasn't been at top pace today.
No, he hasn't. And I feel like if Wood isn't going to do the job, is the slightly less good version of Wood going to do the job?
I said, this isn't after timing, I said this before the test match, I would have played Leach instead of Wood.
I would have had Leach in the team, but that's purely because I like watching spinners bowl. It's got nothing to do with...
I'm not usually a fan of going in with that specialist spinner unless it's really quite extreme conditions.
Dara also says over on YouTube that he remembers the beer cans being thrown into the ring after the fight between Hagler and Minter. Alan Minter's from Crawley, who I'm also from Crawley, so it is a little bit of a local legend, which is kind of a shame, really, considering some of his comments in the lead up to that fight.
To be fair, he's done a lot of stuff after, which the trash talking in fights, especially in 1980, is not going to go down well. My brother has some drinking stories with Alan Minter, and he claims he was a good guy. Sadly, he's left us now, I think. I'm sure that's right, isn't he? And my brother speaks very highly of entertaining evenings with Alan Minter. So he's not the man he was when required to trash talk in 1980. I just think if England are not playing Jack Leach, they've got to play Sam Curran, and if they can't play Sam Curran for reasons that are beyond my ken, because he is playing for Surrey, then you've got to play Matt Parkinson. You just can't have right armour after right armour coming at 85 to 90 miles an hour. Devon Conway must think, once I've got my eye in, I can just play and play and play here, and that's what he's done to the tune of 300 runs or so in 1.5 test matches. England have got to have variety. It's not just being wise after the event. To come in with 4 right-arm seamers and a part-time spinner is absurd. This ball's outside, off stump, left alone. And that's one of the reasons why I think my attitude to the odds and Betfairs are the way they are, because a primary weapon in the 4th innings of a test match, England have denied themselves by not picking Leach and not picking any of the alternatives. It's been a bit of a golden little half season in county cricket for spinners as well. Both Parkinson twins are bowling particularly well. The young lad Jack Carson at Sussex is bowling well. This is full and on leg stump. So you keep hearing all this stuff about spinners can't take wickets early season and they need the pitches to be hot and dusty in August and everything. Well, it's just not true. Simon Harmer takes wickets all through.
Matt Critchley's been doing well for Derbyshire.
Yeah, Matt Critchley as well is a useful bat.
The reason they didn't pick Parkinson, Best got called into the squad as cover for Leach. I think the reason they wanted Parkinson to be playing the Blast games because they see him as an option for the T20 World Cup and they want him to actually be playing.
And he made a vital difference for Lancashire in their match last night, as this ball is just run off the face, but a man runs round for the second slip to third and stops the run. Again, I understand all of those points, but how England have got to a position where they have such a callow top 7 and then 4 bowlers who are not exactly the same, but much, much closer to each other than they are to options like Sam Curran or Matt Parkinson or even Jack Leach. I just do not understand. I
am
just cannot understand it.
I'll come to that after this ball.
Okay, as this is pulled round the corner by Will Young, who had all the time in the world, really, just to steer it down there, helps himself to 4 runs to long leg, goes to 63, New Zealand 171 for 2.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I am surprised that Jack Leach didn't play, and I wonder if that was a very late call, because they called Dom Bess into the squad as cover, basically as COVID cover for Jack Leach, or concussion cover. I think that up until the morning of the test match they were planning on playing Jack Leach.
Yeah, maybe. As this ball is very full, it's punched to Stuart Broad, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. Well, I just hope Dom Bess is doing a lot of work with the England spin coaches and stuff, and because he's got work to do on that action. It's not repeatable enough. It's not reliable enough. he's a streaky bowler in county cricket. He always has been. His figures this year are absolutely shocking, with the exception of a 5-for and a 6-for. It shows that once he gets the rhythm going, he can be a threat, but without the rhythm, he's not. As this ball was down the leg side, well taken again by Bracey, who almost seems to be learning how to be a wicket-keeper before our very eyes. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 171 for 2.
We've got some tweets. Jersey Oak says Alan Minter, another great horizontal British boxer. He died last year, which is correct.
terribly unfair.
Neymar Butlins, I think Ollie Robinson is a better racist than Ollie Stone. Well, on available evidence, that's correct. The data would suggest you've made the right call on that one, Neymar.
It's marginal between him and Craig Overton, though.
Chris TB says players always seem to be about 30% better when they're omitted.
I mean, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Jersey Oak again. By coincidence, I'm in Her Majesty's Prison Aurora International Hotel in Crawley doing my 11 nights quarantine after flying in from South Africa. The Aurora on the roundabout, I think.
Is it? Is it on the roundabout? Yeah. Not very many views from the hotel window, I suspect. Then this ball is defended by Ross Taylor, no run.
Yeah, I spent 5 days in an airport hotel in Slough. Kind of remember when Heathrow got shut because of the snow, but at least we could go to Windsor Castle and whatnot.
Yeah.
Ravi saying as well, right arm, pop booth, part-time spinners. Oh, Gary Naylor, you'd have hated the West Indies team from 75 to 95, then famously shit.
Yeah, their bowlers
we are talking about different beasts here, aren't we?
Their bowlers were a little bit better. They were also very different in terms of much of what they did. These 4 England bowlers have differences, but they're more similar to each other than they are different to each other. Ross Taylor just plays a hideous stroke, looking like a man who's never held a bat in his life there. He got a short one into the ribs, and he was trying to pull it, but got nowhere near contacting the ball from Mark Wood. Fair play to Mark Wood. He did get that quite high, took Taylor on the shoulder. We haven't seen anything like enough bounces in this.
Well, Wood bowled an entire over of bounces to Young and Conway, and they were all just contemptuously swatted.
Yeah, I saw some of those, but I think it needs to be the surprise ball. But it needs to be threatened. It needs to be the possibility of coming to you. In other words, it needs to be something different to sort of Wagner bowling, Wagner line. This ball is pushed off the pad, square on the leg side. For a man who can't get the ball off the square, it seems quite a surprise to find the fielder was 3/4 of the way back. So Taylor gets himself off strike with a single.
Wood is charging in here. You can see with his follow through. He has always had real momentum towards the batter with that run up of his, and his follow through was sort of almost as long as his run up. So he's putting the work in and putting the hard yards in. He's just not getting much out of his pitch.
No, and I think, I may be wrong, I think the sun might be out again now, and that does seem to make a difference so far in this match. No, maybe not. As this ball is full, and it's defended by Will Young into the offside. Will Young, he'll have in the back of his mind a World Test Championship final coming up. He'll be wondering if he's playing himself into that 11. It's unlikely he's going to displace his immediate competitor for the number 3 slot in Kane Williamson, but he'll be very happy to have shown some decent form in case the call comes.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a hole in that New Zealand top 6 unless there's an injury. But as you say, he's done everything he can to be considered, and certainly if an injury does happen, or New Zealand have a replacement who looks very tidy, and indeed when Ross Taylor retires, whenever that is.
Yeah. Well, you'd certainly pick Young over Taylor on today's evidence, but in terms of experience, obviously the other way round, as this ball goes through to Bracey, and there is no run. 90 miles an hour from Mark Wood. Whether it's the kind of pitch in which the difference between 90 miles an hour and 88 miles an hour is an enormous amount. Obviously, it's different if you're the one in the firing line, but it doesn't look like the kind of pitch that is going to really give a premium to the 90 miles an hour plus bowlers.
Wood did go wider on the crease there. Also, Wood is very skiddy. He's not like Archer, who gets the ball to bounce disconcertingly from a length.
Yeah, Archer just has that arm that comes over so quickly, and the ball is on you so quickly. I'll come back to that in a moment. As this ball goes down the leg side, there is no run. I always remember Flintoff was very interesting when he talked about facing fast bowling, and he said the fastest bowler he faced was Brett Lee. He said, but he wasn't difficult to face because you saw the arm come all the way round, whereas a Wasim Akram probably not quite as quick as Brett Lee. The ball is on you straight away all the time, and I think this is a bit of a difference between Wood and Archer. Wood is more of a Brett Lee type bowler, charging in, and you see the arm come all the way round, whereas Archer is more of a Wasim Akram type bowler with a very fast arm that comes out of nowhere, and obviously both Wasim and Archer hit a lot more batsmen than do Wood and Brett Lee.
He also bowls from this very high release point, very close to the stumps, perfect seam position. He is fast, but he's also very skillful.
And the ball doesn't travel quite as far. It may not be much difference. I always remember Juan Fangio. They were trying to find out what made Juan Fangio such a fantastic driver in the 1950s. They worked out he didn't drive as far. So that's a fine looking push from Ross Taylor, who will keep the strike with that single. England won't be terribly disappointed with that because they'll be happier bowling at Taylor than at Young. It's 173 for 2, and you're on the tweets.
Yeah, Jersey Oak, just one tweet. He says, you're thinking of the Travel Lodge on a big roundabout. I'm not. No, the Travel Lodge, that's on the square about. That's not a big roundabout, that's a square about. That's very different. The Aurora is behind the station, so hopefully I'll be able to walk straight out and get a train to St Pancras when I check out. Just break off.
Oh, I thought that was the end of the over, but it's not. I do apologise. The ball has been defended.
It's the start of the next over. 2 balls into the next one.
Are we? I was wondering if we were having a change. That's why, because Messi Jazz has appeared. It's always a welcome sight. But,
we may as well finish this over.
Okay.
Yeah,
shall do. That's why I was distracted. I do apologise. Ollie Stone is 2 balls into this over. You're right. The game is drifting a little. I speculated earlier that England would be in trouble if they didn't have New Zealand 7 down at the end of today. Well,
wow,
they're not looking likely to have New Zealand 7 down at the end of today. Maybe that was overly pessimistic from an English point of view. As he props forward, does Will Young defends. There is no run.
A little bit of swing for Ollie Stone.
Yeah.
On bowling, on not bowling as far as it were, I saw a really good bit of analysis on Jasprit Bumrah, who has this very locked front knee, but he also, with that locked front knee, he gets this upper body to lean. So in fact, when he's releasing the ball, he's actually releasing the ball from about 20 yards, but even without bowling a no ball. So it's onto you even quicker than it would be otherwise.
This ball is defended. It's a fairly full half volley, but it's just let it hit the bat, goes into the offside, and they scamper single. Will Young looking very good on 64. Yeah, a friend of mine used to complain bitterly because I was about 5 inches taller than him when we played darts, and he disliked the fact that I would lean across the oche and then throw the dart, and he claimed that I was a foot closer to the board and therefore should have to get 601 rather than 501 for us to be playing darts fairly. And if you think I had some contentious views, you should have met him. He would find a reason for pretty much anything. So this is Ollie Stone, and he's in, and this is tickled down the leg side by Ross Taylor. It's going to run all the way to long leg boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, I'm a big fan of Ollie Stone, but he's not covered himself in glory in this spell. He's running, he's tried fast, fair enough, but he's bowled different lengths. He's now beginning to bowl different lines, and he hasn't looked much of a threat.
He looks a little bit better from this end. There was the over from the other end where it really did look as though he was struggling to get to the crease, and he was spraying the ball all over the place because he was straining almost. But you're right, I also like Ollie Stone, but he's not bowled particularly well today.
No, he's in, and Taylor gets another one that he clips off the middle stump, actually, and believe it or not, that also goes to long leg for one of these.
Sort of see why Stone has his hands to his head, because if Taylor had missed that, he was absolutely stone dead.
And Stephen Smith's batting average would be 10. So I don't, because we've had a change of order. I think, am I off or on?
No, you are summarising for Jack with Messi Jez reading your socials.
Fantastic, thank you, Knuckle.
Yeah, it is drifting a little bit, isn't it, Gary? It's like everybody involved in this production knows that New Zealand are ahead in the game, but not so far ahead that they are running away with it. And we have to kind of go through the motions for an hour or so here. New Zealand will be wanting to get to the end of the day without losing another wicket or two as Wood comes in. It's blocked by Young down to mid-on for no run, and England would probably trade, 20 runs to reach the end of the day, 30 runs maybe to reach the end of the day, really try and dry it up. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think England would love to get a 2, even 3 wickets, but I think the summit of their ambitions at the moment is to hold the line here. There's 17 overs before a new ball. They'll hope to be able to do something with that. They won't want to concede more than 50 in those 17 overs. I notice now they've got a leg slip. Had they had a leg slip to Ross Taylor in the last over from Ollie Stone, perhaps they would have been a catch from one of those 4s, but stable door being closed, 2 slips and a leg slip now.
As Wood's in, and Young thinks about the hook. It's a short ball, but kind of bails out halfway through, and it flies through to brace it head height. Good carry on that delivery, 90 miles an hour. Maybe Wood's going to find some life in this wicket.
Well, he did get that to go, but I mean, as you say, he thought about playing it and still had time to bail out of the shot. Whether Ross Taylor, whose movements have been much heavier as he's trying to establish some rhythm in his batting, would have been able to do the same, is more questionable. But Will Young is looking pretty set here on 64.
He's looked reasonably set all day, I think, as Wood comes in once more. That's turned around the corner just past that leg slip that Gary mentioned, down to long leg, where a flying or sliding Ollie Stone manages to cut the ball off and prevent 4 runs. So that'll be a couple more to Young. Messi Jez, it's good to have you along.
Thank you.
I don't think we've heard from you yet. Have you enjoyed
with Gary on comments? You're not like it.
Have you been enjoying the day's play so far?
I have actually. I mean, I know what you mean about drifting a bit, but from the perspective of someone who'd rather like New Zealand to win, I'm kind of happy with it.
I was going to ask that. Yeah.
Resurrected your wicket-taking abilities from yesterday, I'm pleased to say.
So we'll see Wood's 4th ball of the over wide of off stump and left alone by Young, which he's been very good at all day. It has to be said, leaving those balls. I was going to ask that: do you side with your Antipodean cousins or England in contests between Australia's 2 big rivals?
Basically, I like to see New Zealand win anything except against Australia or except in rugby, because they're the bully boys of rugby, and you just want to see the underdogs beat them.
So you've been suckered in by the nice guy shtick.
Well, they are nice people. I love the Kiwis.
As we see Wood once more wide of off stump, left alone by Young, and that'll be a dot ball. Score stays at 184 for 2. Carry on.
I better get some tweets. Where are we up to? Is it Josie Oak on the roundabout?
Yeah, we've done the roundabout. We're roundabout there then.
Yeah.
Okay. So Leah says, and this is in a boycott voice, which I won't imitate because I'll get pilloried. Says, well, add 2 wickets to that score and see what it looks like. And then Leah, in a Leah voice, says, well, it still looks pretty good, you Yorkshire beef jerky.
True. Very true.
Nobody ever says add 50 runs to that score and see what it looks like. It's always wickets, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see the last ball from Wood here. That's full on the pads, whipped into the leg side by Young. Out to the deep square leg fielder, who returns it. It's just a single, so Young will keep the strike. 185 for 2 at the end of the over. Young's moved to 67. Taylor on 25, and you do feel maybe the chance to get him early has now gone.
I think so.
So, just expanding a little on what you asked, Jack, I'm just wondering, do you have that English proclivity towards wanting to see Australia lose whoever they're playing against?
Not especially. In fact, I quite often don't really support England that strongly. I would
Oh,
say.
well, that's interesting
Yeah.
because most of the gorillas who are of English extraction tend to share that view. I don't include Knackle in that, who's particularly non-partisan. But if you speak to the bear or Hendo, I think you'll find that runs fairly strong in them. And the truth is, the reverse applies for most Australians like myself.
We're going to have a jingle because Joe Root is coming into the attack.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Yeah, I tend to pick the underdog when I'm, a neutral in a sporting contest. So I'll be supporting Turkey tonight against Italy, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a very worthy thing to do.
Jez, I'll give you a couple of examples, both from Edgbaston, actually. Watching Virat Kohli put together just a sensational innings at Edgbaston 2 or 3 years ago, can't remember exactly.
As Joe Root, aborted start, so carry on, Gary.
And Ben Stokes won the match at the end. He got Kohli out, and there was a flurry of wickets, and England won quite a tight margin, about 20. It would not have disappointed me.
As Root comes in, that's straight, it's blocked by Young to the short square. I've completely had a mind blank. The bloke who stands really close under the helmet.
Short forward square.
I'm glad it happens to young people.
And the second ball's blocked. Carry on, Gary.
Well, I was saying, had Virat got India over the line, I would have thought I was watching history, which, funnily enough, a year later, Stephen Smith at Edgbaston.
As Root comes in once more, and that's full, whipped through the leg side. I think short mid-wicket got a hand on it. Didn't stop the ball drifting out to the outfield, so they managed to get a run anyway. But maybe say 4.
He made those 240s on his comeback after his ban. And even though England were weakened because Jimmy Anderson had to go off after about 5 deliveries, I was still aware I was watching one of the all-time great batting performances, and to have witnessed that, I don't think he gets the credit he deserved for that. Those 240s were right up there in the greatest performances in cricket, and I was there to see it.
Root once more. Taylor goes back and blocks that into the leg side, so that's no run there. And
I share that with you entirely, Gary. I'm not saying that my desire to see them win in any way takes away from my appreciation of the beauty of an opposing batsman's innings or something like that.
Well, I was just glad Australia won because it gave some context to those 140s.
Root's in, that's a full toss. Taylor probably could have hit that out of Edgbaston if he'd felt like it, but instead opts for a single to deep mid-wicket. I saw Sachin Tendulkar on 99 centuries get 91, I think, at the Oval, and he was given out, and England fans celebrated. I couldn't believe it. Root in to finish the over. That's full to Young, and it's whipped into the leg side again. So we've had 3 dots, 3 identical clips to mid-wicket, 3 off the over. New Zealand moved up to 188. It was tragic.
I remember seeing Hashim Amla, and it was fantastic. He was on 180, and we were all thinking, I really hope he gets to the double 100. By the time he was on 280, you can't have too much of a good thing. Again? More? The only thing that was really quite touching, and it's the age of the smartphone, is that absolutely everybody was aware when he scored the run to go past A.B. de Villiers with the highest score for South Africa. It was 274, I think. And everybody was instantly on their feet to a kind of pushed single behind point or something. And I think even Amla might have been a bit surprised, but to a man and woman, we were fully aware and gave full voice to our appreciation.
Well, maybe they were just listening to guerrilla cricket, of course.
Wood has continued. He's bowled one short into the hip of Will Young. It's been given us leg byes. I thought there might be a little bit of bat on that, but the umpire's very rarely wrong on these occasions. So that's 4 off his backside. Past the diving Bracey.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, this is not a good spell from Ollie Stone. It really isn't.
It's
Mark Wood.
It's so bad. He's actually turned into Mark Wood.
I think it's an indication that England's 2 right-arm quicks are spraying it around a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great test for control. That one's a little bit fuller. It is still a little bit leg side though, so Young is able to dab it into the leg side. for a single. It's starting to look like England are running out of ideas to Will Young as well.
Yeah, they've got 15 overs for the new ball here, and yeah, if New Zealand keep picking up boundaries to long leg, then it could get, and England fail to get a breakthrough with a new ball. This could get pretty ugly tomorrow.
Yeah, they must be the most frustrating ones as captains, I think, the boundaries to long leg, because it's always because of a bad ball.
Well, I'll just give a comment about that after the next delivery.
Here comes Wood, and that's short, over off stump. Taylor goes back to cut. Duzzies can't hit off the square routine though, and it falls somewhere around the point region. They jog through for a quick single.
On another radio broadcast, they had the two authors of the book that Knackle referred to earlier today about data in cricket, and they were asked to give an example of how data has changed things. And one of them said, well, before the World Cup, Paul Collingwood had said that they were conceding too many runs on the inside to long leg and third man. In other words, that they were being placed too wide and couldn't get round to stop the boundary. Said we did some data analysis and we showed that that was the case, and therefore fielders went finer in both those places. Well, I remember Duncan Fletcher saying that 20 years ago, and apart from me saying you need a decent number 8, saying that you shouldn't be beaten on the inside at long leg is the most boring, repetitive thing I say at guerrilla cricket.
As Wood comes in, that's full, it's straight, it's turned into the leg side, and the wide fine leg fields the ball. It will only be a single.
But that
sounded like a challenge, Gary.
You see, but that is the example, is that when it goes square, it goes much slower, so you can get round to it, or the man at mid-wicket can get round. When it goes fine, it goes much quicker. So you've got to be really quite fine, even if it takes the hip, the thigh pad rather than the bat. So you must always be fine for either the edge that goes through the slips or the deflection, or even off the hip pad.
As Wood will come in once more for the 5th ball of his over, he bangs it in short. That's climbed on Ross Taylor, who somehow managed to sort of hit that into the floor. He's shaking his head. He knows he didn't get in a good position to play that, but he survives. A good ball from Wood.
Yeah, and
what I sorry, Gary.
Go on,
Gary. What I found interesting about that was the fact that it was something Paul Collingwood had noticed, but they wouldn't believe it until they got the data.
Well, that's. I mean, they said Paul Collingwood noticed it, but he must have been told by Duncan Fletcher, because it was a big Duncan Fletcher thing, never be beaten on the inside, and it's pretty obvious to me. I'm sure data does some good stuff. I'm not rubbishing it all.
Here comes Wood. Final ball of the overs into Taylor's ribs. It's sort of patted down to the guy under the lid at the fielding position. I've forgotten it again.
Short forward square.
Short forward square. Who fields it? There will be no run. But, I've read the first chapter of that book, as it happens, Gary, and I have some suspicions that cricketers aren't all they're cracked up to be, basically. And that's through conversations with other people who are data analysts who professionally think they might not be all they're cracked up to be as well. So it's interesting that as a long-term cricket observer, you're picking up on maybe a similar vibe.
I'm sure they do some good work, and I'm sure there's some very detailed work about trigger movements and stuff like this they can do. Whether it's quite sufficiently important to be reified as it is, and for us all to bow down before the data, which maybe not their fault, but sometimes what you're invited to do on social media, rather than just looking and getting all the subjective stuff about the rhythm of the game and stuff like that.
We're going to have Joe Root. He's into Young. It's full, and it's clipped straight to the short forward square fielder, who reacts very well, has to be said.
It's not
Brent a run.
It's not just one thing or the other, though, is it, Gary?
No,
it's a matter of having a whole lot of tools available and making the best of all of them.
As Root comes in once more, that's a little bit wider outside off stump, probably a better area for an off spinner to be bowling in, to be honest. Though Young gets forward, blocks it without any complications. And Root will come back round again. The good thing about Root is he does fly through his overs. That one's full, it's straight, it's blocked by Young. Bracey retrieves it, throws it back to Root, who's probably at the end of his run already, I would imagine, as we reset and get ready to go again. I mean, I think you can't you can't say that data isn't important. It's certainly the way the game's going. As Root comes in once more, and it's blocked into the offside, fielded by extra cover, and will be returned to the bowler. It's just the interpretation of some of it, and I think just because you have another, you still need to interpret that number, is what I would say, as that's full from Root, very full in fact, and Young might feel he might missed out a little bit there as he hits it straight into the floor and to mid-wicket for another dot, and Root comes back round to finish his over with a flatter one that Young goes back to, blocks, and that is a maiden. I called a maiden that actually went for 2 earlier in the day, but I'm pretty sure that was a maiden.
Root is giving himself more attacking fielders than he's given Broad and Anderson. Which,
well, he's the captain. Don't want to miss out an opportunity, do you?
Yeah. So Ravi's having a go at you, Gary. He says, really, West Indies were that different? Anderson and Broad could never be confused with each other, and Wood is completely different. Archer, when available, couldn't be confused with anyone else. Gary Naylor is generally talking rubbish. They might not be good, but yeah. And Leah says, I'm pretty tall, 188 centimetres, but my torso is too long, relatively speaking. Is there a rule against wearing weight cuffs so I can lean really far forward in darts?
Or glue your shoes to the floor, and it's
be like that statue in Wellington.
That's a good thing. 188 centimetres, that is quite tall.
And Josie Oak wants to know what Jack Leach has done wrong to not get a game.
Who knows? As Wood begins, what is this? His 18th over with a ball that's short over leg stump, and Taylor sort of hunching over the ball, blocks it into the leg side. There's been some tennis. Does anyone want to say? I don't know how to say that name.
Zverev against Tsitsipas, isn't it?
There we are. Has beaten Zverev.
So Tsitsipas is through to the final, is he? Yes.
Well, for all you Roland Garros fans out there, that's the latest hot tennis news.
Looking to deny Nadal his 14th title.
Woods in, that's back of a length, over off stump. Taylor nicely in behind that one. Sometimes you see like glimpses of the old Ross Taylor. You know, when an athlete comes to sort of the end of their career, you still see moments where it sort of all lines up and it all looks perfect. That looked like fine technique. The ball before, he looked like an old man. Do we have any more tweets or thoughts on the game?
Yes. Well, Dave Wood says, long before Jack was born, I recall not seeing Gooch reach his triple 100 against India if Grandstand had gone to the racing.
Yeah. I was there, missing it as well, in the bookies in Great Portland Street.
That's amazing. Wood is in, that shot, that's down the leg side, it's wild, that's going to fly down to long leg. The finest long leg in the world wouldn't have cut that off. That was a pretty poor ball from Wood. I think it will go down as 4 byes. But it could easily be wide, to be honest.
On a point of order, Jez.
1, 2, 3, 4.
On a point of order, I don't think it was the racing. I think they went to a news bulletin. I may be wrong, but I think with Gooch's 300, it was a news bulletin. They missed plenty of other stuff by going to the 255 from Haydock, but I think that was a news bulletin.
I do remember that being a feature of Channel 4's test coverage.
Yeah, they did it as well, but they did continue with the cricket on film so if you switched across, you were all right.
If you were at your grandma's house, that wasn't an option, I'm afraid, Gary.
Watching in black and white.
As Wood comes in, digs it in short, and an awkward-looking Taylor again. He goes between the good and the bad, sort of half pulls, half hooks, half guides that round the corner for a single down to fine leg. That's 200 for New Zealand, we should mention. 200, they trail by 103. It's been reasonably serene so far.
Yeah. When both of them made this 118 at Old Trafford in 81, I of course mentioned a number of times that I was actually there. But I think he went up in kind of quantum jumps because the BBC coverage would go to Chepstow. So they'd leave on both of them on 20 and they'd come back sort of 10 minutes later and he was on 45, and then they'd leave when he was on 50 and they'd come back 10 minutes later he was on 72,
Wood is in, that is angled in at Young's hip. He blocks it back into the pitch. for no run. I think there must be some sort of plan here with Young that they've developed over the last few overs, because they have been targeting the hip area with him. Do you reckon that's something they've come up with on the field, or is this plan B or plan C?
It might be plan Z.
Well, the try anything plan.
It's a possibility. What have they got? I think they've got the leg slip in still. They've got a very short sort of mid-wicket, and Woods bowling a back of the length line. Not quite a rib length delivery. It's more like a hip length delivery. As it comes in again. Oh, that one's full, and that's driven to a pretty straight mid-on. A classy shot for no run.
What they may have done with Mark Wood is say, look, Mark, we're getting a new ball soon. You're not taking the new ball. At most, you're going to get a couple of overs at the end of today. So give it everything in this spell. It's your last spell. And he's doing that.
I think that's fair. That's probably a good point. Is display end at 6:30 today? Because I don't think they're going to quite get through to that new ball. So,
they won't get a new ball today. No.
Won't they? I mean, they will go through to 6:30 because in terms of overs remaining, Knuckle's usually on top of that sort of stuff. Any chance of a new ball today, Knuckle?
Don't think so.
No,
they will. That's 67 over. Oh, so 9 overs left. It's probably. I reckon there'll be 1 or 2 overs within the old ball probably tomorrow morning.
Fair enough.
Do we have any time for tweets? We might have to do them in between balls.
Okay. We got someone on Gary's side coming up next. Anne Lawson says, "Well said, Gary. I too am a cricket fan, not an England fan."
As Root comes in, Taylor blocks it around his front pad. It is kind of an interesting technique, but it was effective on that occasion as he keeps the ball out. And Joe Root's figures read no wickets for 25 runs off his 9.1 overs. Didn't block that one though. He's had a thrash. Root's tossed it up. It's been whipped in the air through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Ross Taylor took advice from Joss Butler's bat handle there.
Fuck it.
I think he might have just got bored, to be honest. We'll see what Root does to come back to that. Another reasonably well-flighted ball by Root, who I tend to think of as a slightly quicker spinner than the 57-mile-an-hour delivery he just sent down. It was blocked back to him by Taylor, in any case, who's now up to 32. They put a fielder back at the mid-wicket boundary now, so that the flick pickup shot that Taylor just played is no longer an option. And Taylor will block towards point, and that's very well placed. That's a quick single, as Dom Sibley isn't able to get to the ball in time to prevent the two getting through for a run.
If we read anywhere that Joe Root is missing the next test as a result of a back twinge he picked up bowling in the second test against New Zealand at Edgbaston, I will be apoplectic, because he has a heavy schedule and he's bowling with his worrisome back.
Bowl he does. That's a little bit shorter, and Will Young negotiates it off the back foot. Very straight back to the bowler.
Apoplectic Gary isn't a happy sight or something.
Not a happy sight. No. I mean, anybody could be bowling now. Dom Sibley could be bowling. Dan Lawrence could be bowling.
It is Root though who finishes off his 10th over with a very full ball that Young turns into a kind of Yorker, blocking out. Fellas, we've got 1 more over before a change, so let's make it a good one.
So Anne says she's sorry. Score, yes.
Yes, it's 205 for 2.
Anne says she's not keen on the near hysteria in the media when they're winning an England win. Happy to see them beaten by a good team, though a bit less so to the Australians. Loving South Africa versus the West Indies with the SA Gorillas. Josie Oak says, talking of rubbish teams, who does Gary think will end up as Everton manager? We don't really care. We don't talk football here. Jeff Perkins says, Gary taking his revenge on Data for continually providing evidence to counter his assertions.
That could be true. That could be true.
Jingle.
We're going to have a jingle because there's going to be a new bowler.
I wish my papa was an Ollie Stone. And any granny comes to and makes it his own. I wish my papa's Ollie Stone. Then I'd have a claim of fame of my own.
You know, when I was so confused about the new ball and everything, because I thought, with all the confusion around that phone call, that when I started this session, ball by balling, I thought that was, you know, the start of the tea session. So I'm an hour ahead. You know, I'm a bit like Paris or something. I'm an hour ahead, but no. It's 6 o'clock, not 5 o'clock.
We are going to see Ollie Stone, and he charges in, leaps, bowls. It's short. It's dug in at Taylor, who turns it towards the guy under the lid, and it's fielded. There is no run. I was just thinking, fellas, I've had enough of seeing that wayward fast bowler of Mark Wood. I wonder if there's another wayward fast bowler that we could bring on to get through to the end of the day.
Is there another occasional spinner in the England team?
Well, Mark Lawrence bowls, doesn't he? Dom Sibley, despite humiliating himself last time he bowled for England, has bowled in first class cricket before. Stone is in, and that's like a floaty bouncer. Outside of Stumps, almost. I wondered if that was a slower ball. It was 82 miles an hour. I don't think that was a slower ball. I just think Ollie Stone's completely gassed.
I seem to recall Dom Sibley opening the bowling in a T20 for Surrey at the Oval one night. That may be a hallucination, but I'm pretty sure he did. He had a season when he did bowl a bit of stuff in the T20 as a kind of, you know, dibbly-dobbler.
Yeah, I feel like the over or two he bowled for England was so horrific that we might never see that again at the international level. The Stone is in once more. That's a little bit short, and Taylor doesn't really do anything with it, just knocks it down to mid-on. I think Stone is either carrying something, as Knackle was suggesting earlier, has lost his rhythm, or is completely out of energy, because that again was in the low 80s.
Yeah, it could be any one of those three, but certainly his rhythm looks off here. At his best, Ollie Stone goes through the crease like a well-oiled machine. He's not at the moment.
Once more, that's short and wide off stump, and Taylor has climbed into it. He's played a shot in anger in each of the last 2 overs, and that one will be 4 runs again through point.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Well, England are certainly playing Ross Taylor into form here, so any India fans might be looking on with a small degree of chagrin.
It does feel like that a little bit, doesn't it? New Zealand, they have question marks at the top of the order, and so we have let Devon Conway find his feet in international cricket. One of their big guns in the middle order hasn't been batting well for a while, so we've given him a go as well. That one's short, a little bit better directed, and Taylor just chops it back into the pitch. Stone's figures, no wickets for 55 of 12.5 overs, are leaky, to be generous.
And if India are thinking of bowling Rohit Sharma as 9th change, then they've had Joe Root to practice against.
Well, I suppose that's true. They won't. By not picking a spinner, we've deprived the New Zealand batsmen of the opportunity of facing someone like Jadeja or Akshar. As Stone comes in for the last ball of the over and our spell, which is hit to extra cover off the back foot by Taylor, but there will be no run. New Zealand are 209 for 2, Young's on 71, Taylor's on 37, and my day is over.
So Gary, I know you've done 2 sessions straight. Are you happy to do the tweets now, or would you like me to continue?
I think the listeners would be happier with you continuing, Jazz, as would my voice, I think. So if you're happy to oblige, believe me, I'm happy to step aside.
The poor man up the road in Tooting can't hang on, as the man in deepest Western Australia, deep into the night, survives. What time is it there in Perth, Messi?
It's 1 o'clock. And I have a cleaner arriving at 8 o'clock in the morning. But I have to do the cleaning before she arrives, of course.
Yeah, you always do. You always do. It's obligatory, obligatory even. Onto the front foot comes. Young defends on the front foot. Root has continued. Root has been looking a little bit grumpy in the last 20 minutes or so, as he realises that New Zealand could do with losing another wicket or 2. England just haven't been able to get this breakthrough. He's in again, forces Young back, but he plays it with a little bit of turn behind square. He's going to get a couple, I think, here as Wood chases after it. No, they They opt for the 1. Wood got the ball into the air quickly, and that may have put a little bit of doubt in their minds. But another single for Young, who's batted very well after being dropped on 7. Has now moved on to 72 by some margin, his highest score in Test cricket. This is, of course, only his 3rd Test. I'm not quite sure how Ross Taylor has survived, but he has survived. He's gone on to 37.
Yeah.
Root in again, bowls to Taylor. Taylor just drops forward and plays it back to him. I think there's no doubt that Taylor's age is catching up with him. He's 37, not just in score today, but in age as well. And those flaws that he's got away with are beginning to become more and more obvious. But he's still got that experience, which allows him to knuckle down and hang on in there. This one he turns past short leg and will get another single for. He goes to 38, New Zealand 211 for 2.
He's become a very limited player. He used to be very powerful through the offside. Now he's certainly brought out that cut shot a couple of times, but it's all bottom-handed, shovelly flicks. It reminds me a little bit of Mahendra Singh Dhoni, who doesn't appear to have any sort of full extension stroke left in him anymore.
Well, I mean, maybe that's the eyes as well. You've got to ask about the eyes at 37. This is Young advancing down the wicket and then playing quite a pleasant shot into the covers, but straight to extra.
Ross Taylor had eye surgery a few years ago to remove a growth. I think his eyes are actually the one part of him that's working better than it did a few years ago.
That may well be so then. On that basis, he could go on forever. Root in again, a flatter ball. He goes back, tries to cut, beaten by that one outside the off stump. Root can't believe it. He's wearing the look of a Jimmy Anderson when things don't go his way. 211 for 2. End of the over. Tweets.
So Anna Forsyth says, "Hi team. The data talk reminds me of the debate currently happening in hockey. The difference between data people versus proper hockey men." Trademark, is that the data people always want data and eye tests combined. The proper hockey men don't want data at all. Neymar Button says, "My TuneIn app is doing that thing where it jumps back and repeats what has been said a few times. I hate that. I feel like I'm in the Matrix and a black cat has walked by again and again." Yes.
Yeah, the time... Go on, sorry, carry on.
John Thompson asks how the GPL's looking.
Oh,
I think we've
very
had
good
256 runs so far today.
Yeah, we have. This one jags into Taylor, but he jabs down on it and plays it to the short square leg. Ollie Stone continuing.
Sorry, we're in territory. The lowest entry of the 24 entries that we had today was 248. So we're looking fairly well populated on the GPL. I think we could be in play.
248 to what? 248, what have we got at the moment? We've got 256, so we're past the early 248s. I expect Messi has got a couple of threes in there somewhere. Stone in again, goes wider on the crease, and Taylor rather lays into this. Frees his hand and drives, but straight up to Broad at mid-off. He's got a few runs with the drive, but without really timing it today. Someone was suggesting that with Root coming on, there was actually quite interesting between Nasser and Bumble, that one of them reckoned that he wanted a few freebie runs off Root, and then shortly after that he did rather smear one over mid-wicket. But yeah, he's not an attractive batsman to watch anymore, is he, Ross Taylor? Short one, and he sort of swats at that and somehow gets it past Ollie Pope. I'm not sure where Ollie Pope went. He sort of dived towards the ground, I suspect. But they're going to get another single. He goes to 39. What it is a lesson. I don't want to sound like an old fogey, but a lesson to youngsters out there about staying at the crease and accumulating even when you're not at your best, which is something that we need some England players to learn a little bit more of. But Ross Taylor has been a fantastic batsman through his career. I mean, a highest score of 290 at Perth, of all places. Stone in again. Oh, has he got an edge to that one? Oh, I thought he had. Young went onto the back foot. It swung a little bit after it had passed the edge, and that gave the impression. But certainly as close as Stone has come for a little while. He's now looking a little bit expensive. He's going at over 4 runs and over. 13.4 overs, none for 56.
He's not looked good this afternoon. He generally looked like he was struggling to get to the crease in his previous spell. And he's sort of lost his. There isn't that sort of strong action and that menace that he had in that series, in that game in India.
Outside the off stump, just dropped towards backward point, Rory Burns Fields. And his line has been a little bit off when he's I think he was struck for a cut at one point by over the top of the slips by Young, and then he overcorrected and bowled one down the leg side, which was easy enough.
And on
for the batsman
both
to just
occasions,
glance
it looked as though he was really straining to get to the crease, and his front arm went and his head went, and it was. I mean, he's bowled a little bit better in this spell.
Yeah, a little bit worrying. Hope it's just a little bit of an off day, and he'll come back tomorrow, defended on the front foot by Young, straight back to the bowler.
And that is better. That's straight. Although he's not bowled anything like as quick as we know Ollie Stone can bowl.
No, he's not bowled as quick, and his arms seem to be going at strange angles at times. It doesn't look rhythmic, does it? Young has 72, Taylor has 39. We have 21 minutes to go. I'm not sure we're going to get through quite the required number for the day, but we should be fairly close. We did get through them yesterday for the first time in many a year, it seems.
Got a great tweet from Neymar Butlins. He says, "I hate this fad where we are all too hip to follow England. I think those guys need to put on a dress and wig and join the Barmy Army like real men."
Well, or real women are in the Barmy Army too. This is a little seamer really from Root, which Taylor just goes back to and defends, and Root smiles as he walks back to the end of his run-up, which isn't that far. Just fancied trying something a little bit different.
Who taught him that?
Don't know. He's looking peeved. He's looking right peeved. What's he going to bowl here? He's going to bowl an off break, which Taylor drops forward to and plays all the way back to him, so that he doesn't have to really move, just has to bend down. Are we likely to see anything more of Jimmy Anderson tonight? Are we likely to see anything more of Stuart Broad tonight? Maybe just a couple of overs from one of those. Root in again, bowls, tosses it up, flicked up towards mid-on. I think it's Crawley coming round from mid-wicket to field. Root is into an hour 12th over. I mean, in terms of what you can expect from a spinner early in a game, it's not too bad. None for 32. He's not been hit all over the place by any stretch of the imagination. Although this is a little bit wayward and has enough pace on it that Taylor can just turn it away very fine, and that will run all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. A bit of a freebie, really. Annoying that he got that wrong. He's got no one there on the 45, and away it went. For a bonus boundary, really, for Ross Taylor, who's now into the 40s, 43. I know BJ Watling's retiring from Test cricket at the end of the World Test Championship final, but I wonder whether Ross Taylor might. He might stay on for a little bit of one-day stuff. It's just a thought. Anyway, in comes Root. He's forward this time to a ball outside the off stump, just prods it into the offside, and there is no run. Let's have some numbers for the GPLs so that we know what we're looking out for. We're on to 261 now, I think, for the day, as Root comes in to complete the over. Straight dug out almost by Ross Taylor into the onside, and there is no run. 216 for 2. Young 72, Taylor 43.
Yeah, so we've had Steve Pettifer on 262, Messi Jez on 263, Oscar Mack and John Thompson on 264, Toby with 2 Ys on 269, Scrambled Channel on 270, Messi Jez on 273, Oscar Mack and Scrambled Channel on 275, Steve Pettifer and Scrambled Channel on 280, then Scrambled Channel again on VVS Lakshman, and then a few more beyond that as well. So I think we're well in with a shout of a GPL, possibly a joint GPL winner.
Yes, we could be. That would be fun. Have we actually ever had a joint one? I don't know that we have. Have we?
I shared it with someone. I shared it with someone. I can't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it a plentiful sum?
It wasn't huge, but it wasn't too bad.
What's in the pot tonight? We have to remind ourselves as Ollie Stone continues, and that is hooked by Young in front of square. Ollie Pope brings out the long barrier in the deep to do the fielding. They get through for 1.
Well, we started at £24 today, and we've had 20. Sorry, we started at £27 today, and we've had 24 entries. I can never quite remember how our weighting system goes, but it'll be 30 odd quid.
I think it's 30. I think it's 39.
39.
39
yeah, it's
quid,
half and half, I think.
Yeah, that's right. 39 quid. So 39 quid to be won. which is not to be scoffed at. That will, well, it'll help you scoff a few things, I imagine, at 39 quids. Stone, none for 57. In again to Taylor. Taylor drives on the up, very good, but also excellent fielding from Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad, whenever he dives, either right or left, he always goes with two hands, sort of back, as you not sort of facing the right way in a sense. You would expect. I'm trying to think of the right description of it.
He turns his palms to face the ball. It's sort of like, it's almost like he's always fielding the ball behind him, almost like a goalkeeper saving a penalty.
Yeah, he does. He sort of drags things back, doesn't he? Anyway, did well there, and Taylor was denied the run. In comes Stone, goes wide on the crease, aims a big booming back foot carve at this, does Taylor, and much to the chagrin of poor old Ollie Stone, he fails to get an edge through to Bracey. It's been a difficult day for England. Will it be a better day tomorrow? Cricket can be like that. It can be a real struggle. You might come back tomorrow morning. England will pick up 3 in the first half hour. It's such a game that changes and twists and turns. And when things aren't going for you, you feel like the world is against you. But things can turn very quickly on a new day. That's why we love it. Absolutely. In comes Stone, bowls, and he jabs this into the onside. There is a man at short leg. There's a man at mid-on, but between them there is nothing. Open space, and Taylor pushes through for another single.
New Zealand have accumulated those singles really well. I know it's a slowish outfield, so it makes it a bit easier, but, and I was saying this yesterday, I like Dom Sibley, I like his approach, I like the fact that he knows his game, he knows what he can do, knows what he can't do. But one of the steps that is going to help him and help his team is just is finding that way to score singles off good deliveries.
Yeah, scoring any runs off good deliveries, that's absolutely right. Onto the front foot comes Young and pushes past Stone towards Broad at mid-off.
It's just, if you can soften the bottom hand a little bit, just turn the bat face, just drop it into a gap and run. You don't have to do much with it. It's not taking any risks, but it just gets you a few extra runs, makes the bowlers think about something different, moves the fielder around somewhere. And it's these little iterations, like Dom Sibley's got a very solid base to work from, but it's just these little iterations that make you a better player.
The difficulty with Dom Sibley is that those little singles that you might get as Stone goes wide, and what's an awful shot from Young, pulled well over the top of that as it went through to Bracey. He's got that automatic desire to score on the leg side, but actually when he does play on the leg side, he normally times it pretty well, and it normally ends up either going for 4 or at least to a man in the deep, maybe a long leg or a deep back square, something like that. Actually just knocking it into the onside for 1 is possibly a bit more difficult for him. Anyway, an enormous beer snake is now making its way from the front of the stand all the way up into the hospitality area. That is possibly the biggest beer snake, and of course I fear of COVID. It means that stewards aren't going, they are not venturing in to put an end to it.
The stewards did break one up earlier, but I think they've given up. Oh, Dan Lawrence.
Quite right. Oh well, we're going to see the end of Joe Root. We're going to instead see another off spinner. It's a man called Dan Lawrence, got a wonderful jingle by Men with Ven. Goes like this.
Dan, the batting man. You want some runs? Dan can. Comes from 6 foot drives a van. If that does a grand with a watering can.
O'Neill Harris says, how difficult is it for England to find a decent all-rounder when Stokes and Woakes aren't available? Sorry, I didn't realise that wasn't over.
No, it's just a little bit at the end of that jingle. It's not easy. It's not easy. Who are the next all-rounders?
Sam Curran.
Sam Curran, I suppose. Here comes Dan Lawrence with all sorts of strange manoeuvrings with arm. It is almost like a sort of little dance, a little pas de deux without the second person. And eventually bowls a ball which is turned off his legs by Ross Taylor for a single.
Did actually turn a bit. He got the seam pointing 45 degrees. He bowls a bit of leg breaks as well, but the whirling of the arms, it's sort of like someone has described Mushtaq Ahmed to him down a bad phone line.
Could be that. I'm trying to think of the it's extraordinary. Ends up bowling it off the wrong foot almost. This one is turned past the short leg who's slightly backward a square, and there's a man further back who does the fielding. All that action before he actually gets into his leap, and a very high arm, almost coming right past his ear as he bowls. He's again, I can stop laughing. That might have been, I thought for a moment that was the leg break, but it's been driven by Young, and that's been chased now by Broad. I don't think he's going to get there, is he? Yes, he is. Just slowing up because he knew he was going to get there, and they settle for 2. Matthew Spreagle at Surrey a few seasons ago. He was the funniest off-break bowler I've seen for a while. He used to sort of come off quite a long run, but it was all dainty on tiptoes, and it was quite fun. But this is humour of a completely different level. He may actually be quite a good bowler, but possibly because the batsman is laughing by the time it gets to him. Turns outside the off stump. Young says, "Look, you're not going to get me with this nonsense. I'm leaving that alone."
The actual delivery itself is quite orthodox. The seam's pointing 45 degrees, and he gets, he bowls over the top of the ball, and there's a bit of dip and a bit of loop. But then, it starts with all this loopy arm stuff, and then it looks like it's about to be Paul Adams with his head going. But then it sort of sorts itself out in the end.
And I'm trying to work out how he ends up with his. This is played to short leg. As he ends up with his left arm almost behind his head as he's delivering.
I'm trying to guess which hand it's coming out of, and his legs go a bit weird as well. I
think he did this in the nets as a joke one time, and they said, "Look, keep that up. It's quite good fun."
The word limbs springs to mind.
Yes, indeed. Lots of limbs. It's amazing what you can do as a spinner. So many different things. This one turns and bounces a little bit. It's going to get a single into the onside, and that's the end of the over. And it was great fun. Just the 4 runs came from it, and I'm hoping we're going to get another one from him tonight because it's worth its weight in gold. And New Zealand have moved on to all the 2s. 2 for 2, which sounded a bit more like David Frost than Richie Benaud.
I think that's true. Leah's put in a plug for Gary, saying how much she loves him, and she can even put up with him going on about the number 8. Brian Barish is empathising with me having to clean up before the cleaner. Reckons it happens in his house all the time. Leah says, speaking as an Indian fan, let's see how they play Ashwin and Bumrah, and I'm confident the Rohit will put any attack to the sword. We also have Ernesto, the benched and Jinx to follow him. I don't quite get that.
She was trying to swear in Hindi.
Oh, okay. Right.
Root will bowl nonetheless. I think he's swapped end, hasn't he? So we're going to get a bit of Root and Lawrence fun up to the end by the sound of thing. While New Zealand may not be looking for runs now, they're looking to tomorrow. England are trying to push through to get to that new ball as soon as possible. How many overs have we actually had now?
We have had 75 overs. We've got 2 overs left minimum today. We might get a few more in, actually.
I don't know, 9 minutes. Root wide on the crease from round the wicket. It's flicked through, and the mid wicket is set back that they're going to get back through for a single. 223 for 2. So the new ball will become available probably after 3 or even 2 overs tomorrow. Which is what England are hoping for.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is Root gets through his overs really quickly. So you might get one, and Lawrence as well, so you might get 1 or 2 more overs in tonight.
Well, we've got Neil Wagner, who is helmeted and padded up, ready to do night watchman-like things. Should Root or Lawrence get one of these players out while they're corpsing. As this goes out to deep backward square leg for another single. Taylor moves to 46. Possibly one of the worst 50s I think I'll have ever seen. I've seen 1 or 2. I remember seeing a Steve Waugh 100 at Barbados that was absolutely awful.
Jason Roy at Lords against Ireland.
Oh, yes. Oh, now just a little bit of turn there. Did it come off the pad? Maybe. Ollie Pope is scrambling around to do the fielding. 224 for 2. And what have we had so far? Oh, actually, I was thinking a bit of band pad there, actually. Goes back to this one. Does Young turns it through that gap? Are they going to get another single? Yes, they are. Young goes to 78, 225 for 2. And Young is a fantastic example of making your opportunities count. Dropped on 7, should have been taken. Joe Root juggled with it. It really was a comfortable catch at first slip, but it went down. He's now on 78. Padded away this time, Joe Root by Taylor, and Taylor is thinking, oh, I don't want too many more overs, so I'll just go and prod the pitch. How many balls left? 1. So you might be right. We might get 2 more in.
Good idea from Root to minimise the number of overs they get to get their eye in before the new ball in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the end of Root's over. None for 39 from 13 overs from him. And New Zealand, in fact, there's only 1 over left in the day. So we might just get an extra one. Yes, exactly. So we get through 91 overs in a day. It's unheard of. 225 for 2. Messi.
No, we got it all wrong. They won't go till half past. They'll go to the limit of the number of overs, won't they?
That's
so
true.
O'Neill Harris
for an overspill. That's right. It's up to the extra half hour, so we'll have 1 more.
So we've only got 1 more over. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. O'Neill Harris says Will Yu has a 37.89 strike rate, which is slower than Sibley and Burns did yesterday. It's allowed him to put his team on top. I doubt New Zealand fans are criticising. First job is don't get out. And Gary Naylor, there's a bit of Norman Gifford in Dan Lawrence.
As he bowls again, Dan Lawrence. Norman Gifford was a left-arm spinner. So I'm not quite sure. I don't remember Norman Gifford having quite as many moving parts. Are you sure you mean Norman Gifford? I'm trying to think of other famous Normans, like, I don't know, Norman Stanley Fletcher from Porridge. Like him.
Norman Wisdom.
Norman Wisdom, yes, more like Norman Wisdom, I would say. 3 men round the bat. Lawrence throws it up outside off stump, dips a little bit. I thought it was going to be a full toss. Nicely driven by Young. 2 men after it from different positions. Looks like one of them is. Oh, he's not going to quite make it. It's a great effort by Ollie Stone, I think it was out there, but his efforts come to nothing. And it's 4 more runs. 229 for 2.
Bugger.
What's that on the GPL then? Where are we up to now?
274, which is in between Messi Jez and the 275 shared by Oscar Mack and Scrambled Channel.
We've got a 275, we've got a 280.
Yes.
And we've got 3 balls to come. It's very exciting on the GPL. In comes Lawrence again, bowls, and he might got a wicket here. Has he got the wicket? I think he has. He's got it bad and bad. Young has gone. He didn't want to go.
You are
but
kidding.
He has to go. Dan Lawrence, despite the humour in his action, has got one to really rip. He came forward to it. Bat pad, Ollie Pope, thank you very much. Young goes just before the close. What a bonus for England. What a day it's been for Lawrence. Made 81 not out earlier. And New Zealand have lost a 3rd wicket. Well done, that man.
Oh, that's... Is there
Cricket is great. In very unorthodox fashion, Dan Lawrence has produced pretty much a classical off-spinner's dismissal. Tossed up outside off stump. Little bit of dip, little bit of turn, little bit of bounce. Inside edge to short on the pad to short leg.
Yeah, and there's 2 blokes leaping about in the crowd at the side. I don't know whether they're Essex fans or something. And that is Stumps. Will Young will be disappointed, but he shouldn't be. He's made 82, and that's his highest score in Test cricket, and it was a really good response to being dropped at 7. And New Zealand go off at 229 for 3, so we have no winners. No winners of the GPL by 1 run and by 6 runs. We have no winners. So you'll have to take part tomorrow. I want even more of you to take part tomorrow. We're trying to maximise our revenue over the next few days, because otherwise, guerrilla cricket will no longer exist. So do remember to take part in the GPL tomorrow. Otherwise, we will probably collapse and you'll never hear cricket again in this fashion. Anyway, brilliant days cricket. Not necessarily full of wonderful stroke play, but an intense day. Some good bowling, some good batting. Tom Latham, LBW Broad 6. Devon Conway caught Crawley on the square leg boundary bowl Broad for 80. There was that controversy earlier when we thought he'd been caught at slip by Crawley, but it was turned down by the umpires. It was, and when they went to review, the 3rd umpire said it's hitting the ground. We're not sure. Anyway, Will Young caught Pope in the end off the bowling of Lawrence for 82. Very good knock from him, I think. Even when he was struggling, he stuck at it and produced some really very nice strokes in the end. England's bowling, Broad 2 for 22. Lawrence the only other man to get a wicket, 1 for 8 from 1.3 overs. Anderson none for 45, Wood none for 43, Ollie Stone none for 56 I think it was in the end, and none for 39 for Joe Root. England finished on 303. In fact, it was a very exciting opening half an hour when Mark Wood came out and played some blistering shots off Trent Boult and Matt Henry. He got himself to 41 before he chopped on. Finally, we lost those last 2 wickets. Broad didn't last very long. Is Stuart Broad batting? Twitter handle was not up and excited for very much of that particular period. And then we lost Jimmy Anderson, LBW. Dan Lawrence remained 81 not out. Trent Boult ended up with 4 wickets. Then New Zealand batted, and as we saw, once Broad had got that early wicket, Devon Conway was as he was at Lord's, if not better. Played some beautiful shots through the offside, and then got a little bit flamboyant as he got into the 80s. Flicked it up flamingo-like, really gave it the swirl of the bat, and perhaps had he not done that, it would have dropped short of Crawley, but it didn't. He took it, and he was gone. And then the final wicket of the day, just now, Dan Lawrence entertaining us in so many different ways. Ollie Pope dives forward to take the catch. So it's been another wonderful day of Test cricket on Guerrilla Cricket. Our report will hopefully be up fairly soon. Tony is beavering away as we talk, so if there's anything you want to remember from today, and if you want some dad puns, I'm sure there'll be a few there for you to enjoy. We shall be back at 10:50 a.m. tomorrow. Annie's back. Are you back tomorrow, Messi?
I am indeed, and so is the star of the day, Annie Che.
Annie Che will be back. Knuckles, I think, having a day off.
Yeah.
I shall be here. The Bear is here. I think Al is here. 1 or 2 other people that you may have heard of will be here. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I just say, I don't know how much attention Bear has been playing today. He's going to shit himself when he sees Dan Lawrence bowling tomorrow morning.
Well, he is going to have to bowl 3 balls, isn't he? That's right. And then we'll have another 2 overs before the new ball can be taken.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll get any more overs apart from that. I think that will be the end of Dan Lawrence, the 3 balls that he bowls tomorrow. But that'll still be fun, and hopefully it'll make the Bear laugh as much as us. And we've got even final tweets.
Well, I'll only give you one. There's a few, but Anna Forsyth says, I'm not even watching, but I'm giggling just remembering Lawrence's action. It's mad.
I don't think, I mean, I know he bowled a little bit in the winter, but I think he's added a little bit more of a flourish to this. I think he's been working on this in front of the mirror. There's a little bit more going on, I'm sure, than there was in the winter, but whatever it is, it's great fun, and it's worked superbly well. It was, as Knuckles said, it was actually very good delivery. Anyway, that's it from us for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Do join us tomorrow at 10:50 a.m. BST, wherever you may be in the world. If you want to hear your most fearless cricket commentary, this is the place to be. So until tomorrow, it's goodbye from Messi.
Bye-bye.
It's goodbye from Knuckle.
Bye-bye.
And it's goodbye from me. Good night. Ta-da.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro,